Oh, when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices,
You're listening to
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
On Odyssey Station.
Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
A California without big tobacco? It isn't just possible. It's already happening. Over the past 30 years, California has cut smoking by 60%, lung cancer by 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. Every day, Californians are doing their part to create healthier communities, protect loved ones and neighbors from big tobacco's deadly epidemic. See our progress at undo.org.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he's still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. Picture this. It's game night at Chase Center. Instead of sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, you're already on your way, cruising up the peninsula on Caltrain. No stress, no parking hunt, just an easy ride straight into San Francisco. You can catch up on scores, chat with friends, or just sit back and enjoy the ride. And when the game is over, Caltrain's ready to take you home safely and comfortably, making getting there part of the fun. Take Caltrain to Chase Center, your ride to what matters.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In San Francisco today, sprinkles, afternoon breeze, and a high of 68.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Down to 5 seconds to go. Spencer spins. Oh, he'll take a shot at the buzzer. No good. And this one's over. First of 4 in this series goes to Oklahoma City in convincing fashion. And I don't even think the Thunder played their best game tonight. I think they have a lot of room to grow and certainly going to get healthy. So the Warriors have better get their A game going before they play this team again. The defending champions look like they're going to have another fantastic regular season. Final score, 126-102. Thunder with the win. They go to 11-1. Warriors go to 6-6. And we'll try to get back above 500 tomorrow night.
We're not blowing it up yet. But Tim.
Possibly.
Tim is absolutely right.
Wait till you throw it to me.
Tim Roy on the call. Right here on 95.7 The Game. Wait till you throw it to me. Hold on. It's all. That was a humbling loss. That was the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. And they didn't even have their A game. Like, that's what I took away from that final call. The Thunder didn't even play as well as they possibly could have, Joe. 126-102 the final. Let's talk about it all. We got players having cryptic thoughts after the game in the locker room, at the podium. We got guys turning it over. We've just got nonchalant play. And through 12 games of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen, the only player that I am not disgusted with or have been disgusted with at all at any point this season is the rookie, Will Richard.
Well, yeah.
I have nothing bad to say about him.
He's the only one who could hit a shot yesterday.
Anyone and everyone else, I got a problem with right now.
Can we establish the facts?
Please.
Facts are Oklahoma City. Wow. Right? It's a great team, right? It's a great team.
You know, Evan had a tweet last night. He was on Warriors Wrap Up, and I kind of thought that too.
Wait, Evan had a tweet? Did he retweet it from the 95.7 The Game account as well?
No, this was his own account. Shout out
I'm giving
Evan
him
Giddings.
stuff. Just relax.
Hey, Warriors Wrap Up. He did a great job, and I'm sure there's a lot of angry callers because when I check in the day after a Warriors game on the text line, there's a lot of pissed off people. And he had a tweet. He's like, you know what? The Thunder did last night what the Warriors used to do to people.
Yeah.
They just, hey, I have 20 turnovers as a team, and no one cares because you're just so much better than everyone else. Athletically, size, the offense.
Shot contention.
Isaiah Hartenstein would have been the best Warrior yesterday if he was a part of that team. Hartenstein.
So, on one level, are they a great team? Of course they're a great team. I'm talking about Oklahoma City. They're a great team. So you don't want to overreact to one game,
no.
Which I totally understand. I'm reacting to the first dozen games Can we do that?
We're a sixth of the way through the season.
All right, let's react to the first dozen games. Steph Curry's been in YOLO mode. You want to say that he's sick, not feeling good? I don't know. Is he a slight step slower? Is it early? I'm not really sure. So let's throw him to the side. I still assume that he's just awesome. Is he as awesome as he was 3 years ago? Oh, okay. All right. So maybe he's 96% of what he was 3 years ago. All right. So just throw him to the side. Draymond Green. Everybody thought that Steph and Draymond Green are just going to hold hands and kumbaya to the finish line together. Do you know how hard it is to be a great player at 35, 36 years old in any sport, let alone this sport, when you have the wear and tear on your body? And I'm just saying, as I hear this Draymond Green sound that we're going to play this morning, I go, Dre, you obviously want to call someone out, and I get it. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You're looking at the film. I'm watching the film. I'm watching the games back. I'm isolating things. Who are you talking to? You should stare in the mirror. You're playing awful. He looks sluggish. He looks cooked. As we over here, I'm seeing people retweet stuff about Klay Thompson and his demise. Dre ain't far off from him. Now,
shocked you talking to me.
Has he made some winning plays? Has he made some winning plays down the stretch? He had some phenomenal defensive plays down the stretch against the Denver Nuggets in particular. He's had moments. He is shooting the three ball, specifically from the corner, really well. Offensively, when he stands at the top of the key, he's not a threat. And it has gotten worse and worse and worse this year. He is exhausted. He looks like he's laboring. And to see him once again, throw, and Jimmy's new, whatever, we'll get to him in a second. But to see him throw all the young guys under the bus, or whoever the hell he's throwing under the bus, it's like, oh, really, dude? What about your accountability? What about you? Because right now, you are compromising a variety of lineups, and you are not shooting from the top of the key. You fade back, and it's 4-on-5 offense. Now, he is not the sole reason this team is where they're at, but he is one of the reasons why I am now open to anything. No, before you go. I am open to Anthony Davis as the Dallas Mavericks.
Guy can't even be healthy on the court.
Okay. They have a size problem. They have a shot-making problem. They have a rim protection problem. They have a can anyone get a bucket in the paint problem right now. All right? I am open to that. I'm open to Ja Morant, as insane as that sounds. Yes, I am. Joe, I watched a team that couldn't beat anyone off the dribble. I watched a team that one guy could get his own shot, and that guy's named Steph Curry. Occasionally, Jimmy can get his own shot. I don't know what was happening yesterday with Jimmy only taking 3 shots. We'll get to him in a second. If you're not open to anything and everything on this team, I could gut 7 guys from this roster and not bat an eye. And it's not a disrespect to those guys. It's that I'm looking at the current team that they have. It's not good enough. They don't have enough shooting. They don't have enough defense. They certainly don't have enough rim protection. When I'm clamoring for more TJD minutes, and God bless his soul, he's trying hard. He's the only guy with a little girth and a little size that's willing to bang with some of these bigger, longer teams. Do they have an answer right now for SGA? Moses Moody's the only guy who could stay in front of him yesterday.
Joe, they didn't have an answer for Isaiah Hartenstein. Well, they kept trying to do a lob that wasn't working, and they said, I don't care. The Warriors are so bad, we're going to keep trying it anyways.
I don't know. And look, everybody is assuming that Dre is talking, and we'll play the sound. Dre is talking about the young guys, and maybe Jimmy, who also talked after Dre, is talking about the young guys. Are we sure they're not talking to each other?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't even know. But again, we're 12 games in and we're pointing fingers. Look in the mirror. And I would just ask everyone, okay, right now, are the young guys playing well? No. Pods is not playing well.
Kuminga's had a really bad
stretch. I think Moody's playing well. I actually do think Moody's playing well. Kuminga, here's the problem with Kuminga right now. He puts the ball on the floor more than 2 dribbles, and it's a turnover. Who leads the team right now in turnovers?
Probably him. I would assume. Him, Draymond.
34 this year for Jonathan Kuminga in 12 games. Yeah. Draymond Green's right behind him at 32.
There you go.
All right? And you know who's right behind both of them? Who's only played 9 games? 24 with Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. Yeah.
That's all right? Now, let's be fair here. Who actually does have a good assist-to-turnover ratio? Well, Pods does. Now, I know everybody's losing their minds about Pods. I'm not the biggest Pods fan. I think he does some things really well, but I look at his assist-to-turnover ratio on the season, and right now, he's got 37 assists and only the 16 turnovers. All right? On this team, that's good. which isn't saying much. Now, Draymond Green has the 62 assists. Him and Pods have a similar assist-to-turnover ratio. It's like 2-1. As ball handlers at the top of the key, if you're not going to space the floor with your shooting and be a threat, you'll have to protect the basketball. This is a team that struggles to get stops. You cannot flippantly turn it over and have a live ball turnover. And that brings me to Jonathan Kuminga. Like, he's done some really good things, which are going to get overlooked. They are. I don't think he's playing great the last 4 games. Straight up, he's not. But on this team, I don't think he's the main culprit who's the problem. That doesn't mean he's the solution either. I look at, like, right now, how many free throw attempts does this team have? Not a lot. You know who is leading the team in free throw attempts right now? Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
You know who's second? Jonathan Kuminga. Now, again, he's played a couple more games than Steph Curry. Steph's third. That's pretty good. Total rebounds. Who leads the team in rebounding this year overall on the season? Jonathan Kuminga. Who's second? Jimmy Butler. Right? So I know we all want to just slam the young guys. It starts with the superstars. The role players play off the superstars. And right now, the superstars aren't playing well, and the role players aren't playing well. I think it's both.
Yeah, I don't think the entire team is playing well outside of a rookie named Will Richard. And by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First Norcar Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcar financing at the dealer. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Dub Nation, your concern level with this team is what right now through 12 games? We're 6 of the way through the season. The team is 6-6. In those first 2 games that they won the season at LA, by the way, the only road win currently for the season for this team, they're 1-6. On the road, the Road Warriors, yikes, they are not. And then he beat the Nuggets in a spectacular Stephen Curry v. Aaron Gordon matchup. Since then, not a really lot of impressive wins for me, Joe. I know the Grizzlies, you beat them, you beat the Clippers. Those 2 teams are struggling right now early on. You know, you lost to an Indiana Pacers team that you couldn't name half their players. And yeah, you beat that Pacers team again a week later, but that was even a lesser version of them. You've lost 3 of your last 4. You're 6-6.
What do they do
now
well?
You're on the back end of a back-to-back tonight against the San Antonio Spurs team. It's one of the top in the West, and Victor Wembanyama, early MVP candidate. And you're talking about points to the paint. Yeah, I'm scared about that too.
Okay, what do they do well? Turn it over.
Yeah.
Okay. Fail to contest shots. Fail to rebound on the defensive glass when other teams are bigger than you. They have.
I can't defend this team the last couple weeks.
No, they have deep personnel issues, and I think it's different when you're at the midway point to the end of the season. They made the Jimmy trade in February. There was kind of a 2-month sprint. Now we're starting back from zero. You're at the bottom of the mountain, and you gotta climb up the entire mountain of the whole season. They're not going to get there. They're too old. And we brought up at the summit last week, everyone just assumed that, hey, Steph's able to age gracefully. Henceforth, Jimmy will and Draymond will. And years ago, we thought Klay would. Well, what are we noticing what's happening right now with the Dallas Mavericks with Klay Thompson?
He has fallen off a cliff.
Yeah,
his game is shot. His confidence is gone. His legs.
Not even his fault.
He's had 2 major injuries in his career. When guys get older in the league, especially in basketball, that's usually what happens.
Very few guys. I was referencing a couple guys earlier, like Reggie Miller, Dirk Nowitzki, guys that played a long, long time that really kind of avoided major injury.
Yeah.
Those guys struggled, who were in unbelievable shape and never suffered the real true devastating injuries. Those guys struggled to be extremely productive in their mid-30s to late 30s. And we thought that Draymond and Klay Thompson at one point were all just going to age like LeBron. LeBron is LeBron because he's a unicorn. He's a unicorn. Now, Steph might also be, some version of that unicorn, but come on. No one's saying his career's over, and no one's saying he's cooked, Steph. Is he getting better, or is he slowly declining?
And he's definitely not getting better. You don't get better at this age.
Exactly. Yes. And that doesn't mean he can't have a 2-week or 3-week stretch where he's just vintage Steph.
And that doesn't mean he's still not one of the top 10 players in the NBA.
Yes. Which I still think LeBron is, even though we've barely, I don't even know. He
hasn't even played this year.
Yeah, right? He's played golf, but he hasn't played any basketball.
Better. You want to play the links with him. Come on, don't lie.
Of course I do. But Father Time's undefeated. Draymond, I feel like I'm watching Draymond kind of realize in real time he ain't got it no more. Now, that doesn't mean situationally he can't draw from it, right? Like, to me, situationally, closing games, he's perfect. He's a 20-minute-a-night guy. And that doesn't mean that he can't be extremely impactful on winning.
Joe, it sounds like you're panicking right now about this team. And that
How can you
scares me.
not? How can you not?
I don't know if I'm hitting the panic button.
Okay,
just yet.
you've played the Denver Nuggets, and when you were just a little shorthanded, you looked completely outclassed.
I mean, you didn't have your best player in that one. You got Steph
well,
Curry.
you did have your best player yesterday. What happened? You looked pretty outclassed.
Looked like he was still dealing with the sickness. You know, he's rusty. What? I'm just being honest. And the Thunder do that to everyone. The Thunder have lost one game all season. The Thunder can do that to the Warriors, the Nuggets, any team.
If you're
they can
talking
do that
about competing for a championship, we are falling very, very short of that. This team looks more like a 7, 8, 9, 10 seed than it does a 1, 2, 3 seed. Let's be fair.
Though.
What?
It's 12 games. Listen, this is the top in the West right now, the Western Conference. You got the Thunder, Spurs, Nuggets, Lakers, Rockets, Wolves, and then you got the Suns and Blazers out of the Warriors. Let's extrapolate this towards the rest of the season.
I'm not looking at those. If you're comparing yourself to the Suns, like what are we doing?
No, absolutely you have to compare yourself to teams in the play-in because you were a play-in team last year.
If this team wants to be a championship team, when you pay a guy $56, $60 million
I'm just worried
a
about
year,
being a playoff team right now. Just be a playoff team before a champ. We're talking championship in November?
That's what this was all set up to do. That's what this was all set up to do, was it not?
They need to be a playoff team first. That's what they need to do. Be a playoff team before we talk about championship. And right now, they're a couple games out of that.
Why do I get nothing but text messages, phone calls, DMs, running Pods out of town, running Kuminga out of town? Because why? Because they're not ready for the championship run. When the reality is, I would argue, I agree. They're not ready for the championship run. Neither is Draymond. Neither is Al Horford.
Neither is Steph.
Okay.
All the versions of these guys right now. It's early. It's November 12th. And I hear it, like the concern, the panic. And I asked Dub Nation, what's your concern level with this team right now through 12 games? 888-957-9570. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Joe, I'm just saying, man. Thunder do that to a lot of teams. They do. I'm not here. I know that doesn't make you feel better.
You lost to a Giannis-less Milwaukee Bucks.
Those are the ones you can get mad at.
You lost to an Indiana Pacers team that is literally trying to tank the season.
Those were hideodorous losses. Yes, I just made up a word right there. Hideodorous.
Look, I don't know. It's not one game. To me, it's the 12 games, and the 12 games is like this team's not good enough. I've fallen into it. They can reel me in a little here and there, but like step back and watch this team. What do they hang their hat on? They don't have enough shooting right now. They don't have anybody who can create off the dribble, and they definitely don't have enough guys that can get stops on the other end. Right now, their biggest problem offensively is Steph YOLO time, not enough shooting surrounding him, not enough spacing surrounding him. Jimmy Butler, when he gets the ball in his hand, he's relegated to being a passer, and Jimmy's at his best when they have shooting out there. They don't have enough shooting. They just don't.
They don't have enough shooting right now because the greatest shooter of all time isn't playing very well, right? You can grant me that. The shooting right now isn't great because Steph isn't playing great.
They still need more shooting, Joe. You can never have. You just watched the team yesterday. The center shoots threes, Chet, even though he kind of plays the 4 alongside Hartenstein. They've got how many different guys on that team can stretch the floor? Even their backup big, Jalen Williams, is stretching the floor with shooting the 3. Isaiah Joe,
they didn't
Wallace.
Have 2 other starters.
I know. That's my
the worst
point.
part.
Lou Dort is not a great shooter, but he can knock down a 3.
No, but he can also lock down and your best offensive.
He's so physical and rugged, and he gives
the other Jalen Williams, obviously, who a lot of them think he's the second best player on that team.
And he's a great player.
He probably was.
Yes, he's a great player. So you guys want to say, "Oh, you're panicking." No, I'm assessing. I'm assessing what I'm watching right now.
I'm not saying you can't feel this way. By the way, I'm not saying that at all. I don't think there's a wrong or right way to feel about this Warriors team right now. They're 6-6 through 12 games. And they haven't really played a lot consistently well when it comes to, championship basketball. They haven't played a championship level basketball. It took a championship type of performance from Stephen Curry to beat the Nuggets and outduel Aaron Gordon's 50 burger.
And he's been trying to replicate said performance for entireties of games since then. I feel like, look, the roster item's not great, but it's at the expense of playing good, balanced basketball right now. He's playing very one-player centric right now, and we have to be fair about this. Like, he's an all-time legend. He's great. He's also, like right now, a little ball hoggy. And when the shots aren't falling, I do think you need to, like, push the ball around, set up others. Like, and I'm not saying that that's what he needs to be all year. I'm just saying, like, when your shot isn't falling, like, move the ball.
You brought something up earlier. We're going to get right into it because the talk of social, the talk from Warriors fans is what Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler had to say after the game yesterday. Very, very interesting stuff. Take it how it is. Read into it how you want. We're going to play it on the other side. It is very, very juicy. Draymond at the podium, Jimmy Butler in the locker room, and it's all going to be brought to you by the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Savor the season at the Inn at the Tides Winemaker Dinner Series. Join them Friday, November 14th with St. Francis Winery, or Friday, December 5th with Ferrari Carano. Exceptional wines, gourmet cuisine, and coastal charm await. Reserve your table today at inthetides.com.
Rake in the savings this fall and get rewarded with Milgard Windows and Doors. For a limited time, receive up to $135 back per qualifying windows and patio doors when you buy from Dolan Lumber Windows and Doors. But hurry, this offer ends December 8th. Upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and patio doors designed for lasting comfort and style. Don't miss out. Visit DolanLumber.com or call 801-609-9275 today.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game, presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. Who doesn't like that? The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your own community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours in home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Want to meet your customers where they already are? With Facebook and Instagram ads from Odyssey Digital Services, your message shows up right in their feeds in real time. From eye-catching videos to can't-miss offers, you'll reach real people where they scroll, shop, and explore. Whether they're just browsing or ready to buy, your brand stays front and center. Don't just advertise, connect. Turn thumbs into customers with Odyssey Digital. Email sfdigital@odyssey.com to launch your campaign today. Let's grow your business, one scroll at a time.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
This team is DTF, Jim.
Yeah, the Oklahoma City Thunder are DTF, not the Warriors. That's a fact.
Stop it.
126-102, the final. And wait till you hear what Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler said after the game. You know what? A lot of people probably turned that game off, Joe, if you're a Warriors fan. Like halfway through the third quarter, the end of it, it's like, all right, it's over.
LJ was in the bed with me watching it in complete darkness, just the television on.
Complete darkness.
Because I'm trying to get this guy to go to bed.
Poltergeist.
And he's clapping for OKC hitting shots.
Well, you know, he loves Chet Holmgren. That's his favorite player, who was 9 of 9 from the field yesterday.
Someone tell Chet, dude.
What? Tell him what?
What? Like, what? Are you putting out a gangster rap album? Dial it down a little, dude.
23 points, 11 boards.
He's a great player.
9 of 9.
His whole, aura is ridiculous.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 28 points, 11 assists, 5 boards. And again, without 2 of their starting players, Jalen Williams from Santa Clara and Lou Dort out for them yesterday. 888-957-9570. But yes, if you fell asleep, if you turned the game off and you missed what Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler had to say after the game, I promise you, you do not want to miss these cuts. Before we get to them, I got to tell you, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Yes, the Warriors are back in action tonight against the Spurs. Warriors Live at 4 o'clock. Tip-off at 5 with Tim Roy. And again, Warriors wrap up after the game. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. I don't think Oscar's panicking just yet at 6-6. Right, Oscar?
You already know I'm not panicking. 12 was my number in college. But check this out, man. I watched the whole game. I watched everything. And just what Draymond was saying, I was saying the same thing. First of all, yes, Curry, he's been playing back and forth off and on. He just came back from being sick. I understand that. But Joe said one thing, I said the same thing. We have to have shooting on the floor. When Post not making those shots, Jimmy not shooting three, Kuminga not shooting three, they just sag back. We have to put rotation-wise. I know Steve want to play a lot of the players he played, but you got to look at the way the bench players start playing at the end of the game. You got to start playing some of them cats because they get that energy, and on defense, they're stopping the penetration. If we don't have – yesterday was like Olay. I mean, nobody was playing no defense on the guys. Them guys are backdoor cutting, no weak side help. And that's was the reason why Draymond and Jimmy came out and said that, because they play individual basketball. I know the Warriors are a little bit old, but our youngsters, they got to be more consistent, man. I'm not blaming any of them, but Steve Kerr, if you notice Steve Kerr, a lot of the times on defensive wise, Kuminga wasn't in rotation right. And I understand that the youngsters want to play a lot, but the fundamentally sound, the Warriors have an organization. They play a certain way.
Oscar. Has Draymond been has he been good this year?
No. Okay, but you keep on saying Draymond. But it's more than just Draymond.
No, I agree. Buddy Hield has been unplayable. Buddy Hield is unplayable this year. GP2, nearly unplayable. Those aren't young players. Those are veterans.
But Jerry Payton's not even on the floor.
Yeah, he did play yesterday.
A little bit. He played a little bit.
I don't think he should play. Will Richard, Moses Moody have outplayed Buddy Hield and GP2. It's not even close. Not even close this year.
And let me say one thing. Them two right there has to start being on the floor more.
I agree.
Because we play them two right there. You just said the magic word Watson say. They play defense and they have outside shooting.
Mm-hmm.
We have to. I know Steve want to play Brzezinski a lot, but Brzezinski right now is he's trying to do too much on his own. I love the way his tactics, what he do, but he's not a consistent player right now.
Yeah,
we need to play Will Richards.
I agree,
and Moses Moody more. I'm telling you right now.
I agree with that.
If you look at the wings, these guys play, and that's what Steph is talking about. Draymond was talking about. These two players play the way they need to play, and I'm not exonerating the veterans right now because the way Al Horford is back and forth the lineup, that's really messing up the rotation. But I'm telling you right now, if Steve Kerr really played Will Richards and Moses Moody more, it's going to take effect. But Kuminga got to stay out of his head. He was playing good at first, but now
he's over dribbling.
All the scoring.
Oscar, he's over dribbling. Great call. He's over dribbling. When he dribbles, I've said to you about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
If he dribbles more than 2 or 3 times into traffic, it's a turnover.
When he starts thinking too much, it's exactly what it is.
100%.
Yeah.
It's a turnover. You need to get him in the action going downhill.
Yeah. Yesterday for Jonathan Kuminga, 24 minutes, gets the start, obviously. Again, 13 points.
Yeah,
4
it's the turnovers.
It's 5 turnovers. Just killers.
Yeah.
And again, they had an opportunity, I want to say, to cut it. They had, at one point, the OKC had like a 30-point lead. They cut it to 16 with a chance to cut it to 13 if they get a three-pointer. He just dribbles it off his leg, immediately goes for an OKC bucket, and then another steal happens, and then back to 20-plus point lead.
But
those are killer turnovers in situations where you're trying to claw yourself back into the game you just can't have.
Those are. I don't deny that. You know what's just as bad as those turnovers? Buddy Hield clanking open shots and heat check shots. He is 15 of 48 this year from 3. 31%, Joe.
I mean, he was doing that at a lot of stretches last year. After that 12-3 start, I mean, he was god-awful. So, I'm not surprised that Buddy Hield's doing this because we know that he's going to go through stretches and waves. It's the other guys that need to start, contributing consistently more. Your starters, for once. Because Buddy Hield's not a starter right now. Jimmy Butler, we haven't even talked about this. 3 shot attempts? 3.
Well, 3. So let's have the Jimmy conversation. I think Jimmy at times, even though the record's really good, I think Jimmy at times struggles playing alongside Steph. And what I mean by that is that I think he's sitting there watching Steph do his thing, and he's not a shooter, so he can't stretch the floor. So he's kind of relegated to being like a passer or a stand there and wait for the ball to come to you late in the shot clock and make something happen. That's really hard. I think Jimmy's going through what a lot of the young players that have struggled to play with Steph Curry have gone through, which is it's hard to play with him sometimes. And that's not a knock. No, I think it's being real. Like right now, I think Steph has the ball a lot in his hands because when Draymond has the ball in his hands, what is happening? They're sagging off Dre, they're clogging the passing lanes, and they're denying Steph the ball. So they're putting the ball in Steph's hands. I think they need to run a little more pick and roll here and there just to mix it up a little to get Jimmy involved going downhill. I want to see more of the Jimmy, Steph pick and roll, more Kuminga and Steph pick and roll, Kuminga and Jimmy pick and roll. Just mix things up a little.
I'm going back to last season when the Warriors acquired him at the trade deadline, and I'm trying to find a game where he attempted that many shots or fewer. It was 3 last night. He was 2 of 3. He got to the line a bunch. He was 8 of 8. They needed that. But they needed more from Jimmy, I thought, yesterday. And I can't even find a game where it was even that close. He had a couple of games, 2 of 5, 4 of 5, but these were all blowout wins where they didn't need him to shoot a bunch.
He showed a lot of aggression in the game prior where there was no Steph Curry. In terms of it felt like he was attacking the hoop.
Again, the closest other one I found was April 8th last year against the Phoenix Suns in a blowout at Phoenix. He played 20 minutes, was 2 of 4, 133-95 the final.
But I want you to go back to the 6 minutes left in the Milwaukee game.
That was a bad Phoenix team.
I don't think he played in the Indiana game, did he? What game did he get hurt in?
What are you talking about this year?
Jimmy Butler this year, the back. What game was it?
Oh, where they kept him out of it? That was the first Indiana game, was it?
I think he got hurt in that game and didn't return.
Butler the third. But neither here nor there. 3 shot attempts against the defending champions is not going to get it done by your second highest paid player on the team.
Can you play the
a guy
stuff?
that you got. Absolutely, I can.
Because I think everybody thinks that Dre's pointing the finger at the young guys. I just my interpretation, and I could be completely wrong. I feel like Jimmy's pointing the finger at Dre.
We're going to play the sound, I promise. I want to get to Alex in Oakland before we get to it because he has thoughts on the turnovers, and we're going to play this Draymond sound. If you missed it, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler after the game yesterday with some very, let's just say, cryptic thoughts on the season thus far when it comes to the team, agendas, what have you. Alex, Oakland, you're on the road. What's up, Alex?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I agree with a lot of the stuff you're saying, but the main point this team has always faced is turnovers. And whenever they lose a game like last night, add up how many points that the other team scored off turnovers. I want to say they scored 25, 26 off turnovers last night, and what they lose by. This team has always notorious known for turnovers. Yeah. Your leading turnovers on the team right now are Steph Curry and Draymond Green. So you want the young players to play like them? Guess what? They're doing it. They're turning the ball over. Stop turning the ball over, and everything else will fall into place. As far as Jimmy Butler
totally
goes,
agree.
man,
good call, Alex, on that.
I don't think his back is right. Like, you remember last year in the playoffs when he had that fall? I don't think his back is – I think it tightens up on him. So it's not that he doesn't want to shoot, but then he can't shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. On the point about assists and turnovers, this year, I've told you guys forever, 3.5 to 2.5 to 1 is what a good point guard is looking for in a ratio. You talk to John Stockton. You talk to Mark Jackson, who at one point was the all-time leading assist guy. You talk to Steve Nash or any great floor general, Chris Paul. That's what they're looking for. Right now, the Warriors have 328 assists.
It was the Kings game. Sorry. The Kings game that he was out.
That was the game he missed.
Because he played that first part of that Suns, remember? Then he left after the first.
Because and the reason you're talking about Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
I'll get to this. They have 328 assists and 190 turnovers. It's basically 3-2.
Yeah.
That's terrible. You want to be closer to 2-1 as a team. But point being, Jimmy Butler, 6 minutes to go in both the Indiana and Milwaukee game, felt like a bystander while Steph was in YOLO mode. See, this is a part of the area that, Steph's an all-time legend, right? But when Tom Brady throws a pick to lose a game because he's forcing it to Gronk, NFL analysis is we call that guy out. Hey, he's forcing a ball to Gronk here. Yeah. Shouldn't do that. Steph Curry, with 6 minutes to go in both the Indiana and Milwaukee game, played selfish basketball. And it didn't work out for them. And I think that we are looking to point fingers at young players for where we're at today. And I don't think they're the greatest. I also don't think they're the main problem. They've smoked a couple games this year that I can directly point to Steph Curry in crunch time and be like, you played awful. That doesn't mean I hate Steph and I want to run him out of 10. I'm just assessing why they lost games.
I'm going to respond to that on the other side because I actually understand why Steph is doing it. Draymond, Jimmy, the sound after the game yesterday, all on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. You know that thing that snuck up on you last year called the holidays? Well, they're coming again. But it's okay because our pre-holiday sale is already here. Now through November 17th. Everything in the store is 30% off. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, I mean everything. And installation before the holidays is guaranteed. The holidays are coming, and this time you'll be ready. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Jack here, with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, "Oh, how did you know?" Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
It's Black Friday sale time at Big O Tires. Get the tires you want for less. Michelin, BF Goodrich, Pirelli, and more. Plus, buy 3, get 1 free on Big O branded tires. Hurry, sale ends December 7th. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Janet from Burlingame. We had such a great experience with this company, especially with our technician, Sergio. He took the time to explain what was going on, what our options were, and how to keep everything running smoothly in the future.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Big Pun. What's up, brother? I know he's pissed off after that loss last night. 126-102, the final in Oklahoma City. Warriors back in action tonight, taking on the Spurs. You would hope Al Horford is there for that one because, as we know, he doesn't play in back-to-backs. So he missed the one yesterday. No, he's not going to play today? We don't know.
Next question.
God help you against Victor Wembanyama if Isaiah Hartenstein was tapping that ass last night in the paint. Oh, my God.
This team is DTF, Jim.
Yes, they were the Thunder.
All right, I'm calling it. Stop playing that.
Yes, Carter's doing it. I don't know why he keeps playing it. I mean, it's a Carter thing back there. Carter's feeling good, though, wearing a Sharks jersey. Sharks are the only team I feel good about in the Bay right now, right? I mean, the Niners are 6-4. They're going to win this week. They'll be 3 games over. They'll be fine. But the Warriors is the name of the game. They're 6-6 through 12, Joe. And we were talking about it off air. We were talking about it on air. You know, if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder and you got the likes of Shai Gilgeous, you got the likes of Chet Holmgren, you've got, you know, Jalen Williams off the bench, the other Jalen Williams, you got Alex Caruso, Isaiah Joe, you got so many players, right? You could afford to miss a couple guys. Like, you can afford to miss a Lou Dort here and there. The way the Warriors are constructed right now, and, you know, you asked me a question last time. He's like, do you even remember what game Jimmy Butler missed? I was like, you know what? I didn't, because there's a bunch of players that have missed so much time already. Steph has missed time. Al Horford has missed time. Jimmy Butler has missed a game here, a game and a half, if you will, because of a back. Like, you can't win as a team this early in the season with new pieces. And this team, in its inception, Joe, is still relatively new. Like, it's not an Oklahoma City Thunder team that's been together for years on end and had a chance to cultivate their talent and get chemistry. This team in the Golden State Warriors still needs to build that chemistry, and it's hard to do that when I'm missing a guy that, let's be honest, they're relying a lot on Al Horford. They are. Whether that's fair or not, and that's good that he's 39 years old and you're relying this much on that guy, they are. Steve Kerr's talked about it. The coaching staff has talked about it. The players have talked about it. When you lose Stephen Curry, obviously that's going to be tough. But the reason you brought in Jimmy Butler is for the games where you don't have Stephen Curry or if Steph's not playing well, he can take over, right? I mean, that's what I would assume. Well, Steph didn't play well yesterday coming off of a sickness. He might still be sick. He was 4 of 13. 13 field goal attempts from Stephen Curry. Clearly didn't have it. That's when I need
He had 5 fouls to literally start the third quarter.
Didn't even bring that up.
He was exhausted.
And that literally means he was exhausted because there's lazy fouls. Yeah. That's exactly what they were.
He was getting torched.
So,
but they also don't have the prerequisite perimeter defenders, which, again, this goes back to perimeter defense. I know it's not the sexiest thing in the world. Shooting and perimeter defense as well as rim protection, these are their Achilles heels.
Sure. 13 field goal attempts is what I was getting at.
Sorry.
Clearly didn't have it. You got 3 from Jimmy Butler. That's when I need Alpha Jimmy to take over. He hasn't had to do that a lot. Well, he might have to do that a lot more this season is what I'm getting at. If guys like Steph are going hero ball and he doesn't trust anyone else to shoot it. Like, Steph is shooting this much because he knows he is the best option shooting the ball because no one else can make a shot or wants to take a shot. Now, Steph needs to take a play off sometimes, and it's hard to tell the greatest shooter of all time to do that. But that's where a guy that is his equal on this team, you would think, Jimmy Butler, and he's like, hey, man, give me the rock. I'll back up to the basket. Old school hoops. Let's get let's slow the thing down. That's what you need to do against the Thunder yesterday. They didn't do it enough.
Yeah, they've got some deep issues.
Let's play the
Draymond sound
right now. You want to set it up?
Yeah, just I mean, after the game ended, Draymond went to the podium, and I texted Nick Friedel because I wanted to know, like, hey Nick, like what's the deal? Like, who talked first?
Who's Nick Friedel? It's for the audience. Who's Nick Friedel?
He covers the team for The Athletic.
Thank you.
The Warriors.
He's going to be joining us tomorrow.
If you don't know who Nick Friedel is, I apologize. My bad. I just assume that you know who Cousin Nick is.
They should know. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And Nick Friedel, I said, hey, bro, who spoke first, Jimmy or Dre? He said Draymond, then Jimmy. So let's play him in chronological order. Draymond hits the podium, and this is what he says.
In your losses, your guys' turnover numbers have been really high. How is that the biggest issue right now?
It's definitely an issue. But they had 20 turnovers too, and they beat us by 30. So it's a lot more issues than just that.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or like, I guess how would you kind of?
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda, or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so, I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas, because a goal is an agenda, And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
Wow. So we got Draymond there. Do you want to react to that first or play Jimmy's right after?
No, play the Jimmy.
Okay. So that was Draymond Green. Here's Jimmy Butler shortly after in the locker room talking to the media.
I just think that the fight's not always there. If they're not making shots, give us an out to not guard, whatever reason that may be. We got to fight no matter what. I think most of that fighting I'm talking about is on the defensive end. Not getting stopped and just not playing hard. Just not doing what it really takes to win.
So we got players, veteran players, championship players, calling out the team 12 games into the season, saying, we're not sure we have a desire to win, and we're not playing hard enough. 12 games into the season. You can't get up against the defending champs in Oklahoma City? Seriously? What, how else are you supposed to get up? Listen, you could sell me they didn't get up and they slept on the Milwaukee Bucks, Joe. You could, okay. You know what? They thought their S didn't stink. They didn't have Giannis. They let Ryan Rollins take over and they got slept on. And, it made it even worse that they kind of slept on the Pacers right after that. But you can't get up against the Oklahoma City Thunder, the best team in the NBA, the reigning MVP, the team that looks like it's poised to go back to back. You can't get up and fight in that game. That is where I'll agree with you, Joe, that there is a concern for me there.
Who does it start with, though?
It should start with the veterans, the guys that have been there and won it.
Who's making the most on the team?
The veterans.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green.
Yeah. Okay. It always starts with them, right? OKC, does it start with Isaiah Joe and Wallace, or does it start with Shea?
It starts with Shea Gilgeous, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams.
Yeah, and even Hardenstein, because he's one of the veterans.
And then Caruso, sure. You take a while to get to those guys.
The veterans end up setting the tone, right? And then everyone else falls in line. So, who's Draymond talking to? Who's he talking to?
He kind of saved himself in there because he said we all have personal agendas. And I credit Anthony Slater of ESPN, formerly of The Athletic, but he covers the team. We love Anthony Slater. And that was the back and forth. He was asking the questions. He was like, you think it's personal agendas? He's like, well, we all have personal agendas here. But if you're letting that bleed into the team and the overall team agenda, then it's a problem. First, when I listened to it, I thought he was talking about the young guys, whether that be Pods or Kuminga. I thought that's who he was talking about. Now, listening to it again, I'm not sure. It could be Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy, almost like he heard what Draymond had to say at the podium, did it not feel like he kind of clocked back at that and said,
that's the way I felt.
I'm going to play it again for everyone.
The sequencing, I think everyone on the the internet was like, Pods and Kuminga. I'm like,
that's what I felt initially first.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I don't know. I think they're talking to each other in a weird way.
Let me play it one more time for the audience if you missed
this. And the irony is like, Dre, you look terrible.
Well, he did say we all have personal agendas and we all have to, play harder and play better.
How about he just like every now and then, like, yeah, I'm not playing that well right now. I don't have it. I don't have my legs. Like, I ask anyone, watch him right now. He's played 28 minutes a game. It's too many. It's just too many. He's not going to get through the season. And you tell me if he looks good or not this year. Defensive rebounding numbers for Draymond Green, year over year over year over year, have all declined since 2021. Assists have declined since 2021, year over year over year over year. His turnovers have maintained the exact same. All right? Now, what is Dre doing good this year? Like, situationally, he has played good defense. He is shooting 44% from the three-point line. But him, if he is insinuating that the young guys aren't holding their end of the bargain, come on, man. That's I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of like, I don't think that they are world beaters, but I am so sick of the we're doing our thing, you ain't doing yours, if that's in fact what he means.
I'm
tired of it.
This segment's brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bear for the generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. 888-957-9570. And who are Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green talking to with these cuts? We're going to play them again. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green says guys have personal agendas. Well, who are those guys and what are those agendas is my question. Because it's a team sport and the only agenda should be winning basketball games by any means necessary. And the fact that they're not committed to winning and doing anything possible to do it is quite frankly a joke. Because they were forced to do that last year when they made this trade at the deadline because they were clinging to a play-in spot. They, of all people, should know how debilitating it was to play all those games in those heavy minutes in that first-round series, how taxing it was coming off a play-in win against the Grizzlies, against the Houston Rockets. They need to be a playoff team. They cannot be a play-in team and expect to do anything in the playoffs, especially another year older. Draymond Green, after the game again, one more time at the podium.
In your losses, your guys' turnover numbers have been really high. How is that the biggest issue right now?
It's definitely an issue. But they had 20 turnovers too, and they beat us by 30. So it's a lot more issues than just that.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or like, I guess how would you kind of?
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league. But you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda. Or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so, I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas because a goal is an agenda, And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
Okay, so that was Draymond Green back and forth with Anthony Slater yesterday. I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agendas work within the team confines. Then you got Jimmy Butler saying, quote, everybody has to be honest with themselves. Everybody has to be honest with everyone else. Who's not being honest on this team right now? What does he mean by that? And the agenda part of it, 888-957-9570, Warriors fans, you hear that. What do you think? Is it about the young guys he's talking to? Is he about talking to vets? Because Stephen Curry, after the game, Joe, this according to ESPN, I didn't even see this quote. I just saw it right now. He responded to that because he was asked about the personal agenda. This is Steph Curry, quote, I kind of fell into the agenda thing a little bit myself, trying to get myself going tonight.
Interesting.
So Steph being a leader, said, you know what? Maybe he's talking about me. And you know what? I'll own it. I try to get myself going tonight. We were talking about it. And you know what? He's the greatest shooter of all time. Shoot. He's trying to get it going. No one else is really doing anything. I'm not going to be that upset about
accountability.
It was accountability. But when you hear that one again from Draymond Green, I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league. I don't agree with that. I think that's a cop-out, quite frankly. I think that's a cop-out.
I'm just so tired of him just like throwing grenades at people in the locker room. And Joe, when I saw all the stuff blowing up online, and this is after watching a blowout game, the first thing that came to mind was, I'm open to any and all trades on this team right now. Something's not right. I don't think they're going to be able, and it's not just about like one game and overreacting to the NBA champs, who probably are going to go back-to-back in Oklahoma City. This is like big picture. I just don't think they have what it takes to get to even the Western Conference Finals. I just don't. I thought at one point they could have, whatever. Like, they're not going to make it through the regular season with their current team and be able to muster up the energy that is required to get through multiple rounds.
They started off so well, 5-1. They've been 2-5 in their last 7. They've lost 6 straight on the road. Another road game tonight.
So this team need a jolt, and I don't even know if the trade solves all of their issues. Like, quite frankly, but this team is so old. They have such a lack of shooting that they've basically handcuffed themselves to Draymond. And when you play Draymond, all of that great defense is amazing, but offensively, it truly limits what you have in the half court. When you lock yourself into Jimmy Butler, he brings things to the table. He's not a stretch shooter. So when you have 2 players of your top 3 who aren't stretch shooters, it clogs the entire half court offense. So you have to have not good, great shooting around those 3. As in, Steph needs another great shooter. And Draymond needs a great shooter to be able to pass to. And Jimmy always needs a great shooter. So whoever is playing with that 3-man combo has to be able to stretch the floor. Right now, Kuminga's not doing it. I'd go back to Moody. Don't think he's the greatest 3-point shooter.
No, but he's better than
yeah,
Kuminga.
And his shot looks good this year. They don't have that third guy on this team.
There's a reason they went to Buddy Hield, right?
Yeah, but Buddy's garbage now.
But he's bad
and
right
I'm done
now.
with Buddy. I'm done with Buddy.
You're done.
Because you know why? Because Buddy makes $10 million, and on this team, $10 million stapled up with someone else's contract gets you someone. So I think I am at the point now. Seth Curry's coming back at some point.
Anthony Melton
maybe is coming back at some point. I would rather see what those 2 have. I'm done with Buddy. He makes enough to be able to staple to somebody else. I like Buddy. Thank you were here. The Mavericks are blowing it up. I'm just telling you right now, Anthony Davis is not a perfect player. He's got warts. He's always hurt. I get it. He's always hurt. Always. Like always hurt. I'd roll the dice and I'd go get Anthony Davis. And I would do whatever it takes to get him.
12 games in, we're trading for Anthony Davis.
1,000%. 1,000%. If you're watching this team, right now, and you see Quentin Post can get a lot of good looks. He absolutely can. Imagine the looks Anthony Davis is going to get playing with Steph Curry. They have not had rim protection that resembles Anthony Davis's rim protection since Zaza.
Yeah, I was going to say even Andrew Bogut level, probably. Yeah.
Now, look, again, Anthony Davis looks fat. Like, he just does.
He'll play himself into shape. I mean, him and Draymond could do that together, so it's okay.
Anyone who's out there on the open market is going to have warts. John Morant, I don't know if you want to deal with that grenade. But
you're contemplating it now.
Way more open.
Wow.
Zion Williamson. I don't know if I want to deal with that grenade.
Too. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm open to that. Like right now, I'm looking at this team. 6, 7, 8 guys can go. I'm not batting an eye. The Al Horford thing, we know where this leads. Al's old. Al's gonna have games where he hits a couple threes. He ain't doing much for you. He ain't changing your dramatic overall arc as a team.
Well, he'll be back tonight, according to Steve Kerr, but I guess Draymond Green is questionable against the Spurs. Questionable.
I would treat Horford and Draymond, if we're talking about how to manage this year, I think you need to treat them similarly in terms of body type. Draymond may be 4 or 5 years younger. Boy, he's sure moving around like Al Horford.
So when Jimmy Butler says we have to be honest with ourselves and the players have to be honest with everyone else, what do you think he's saying there? he's implying that someone's lying, either on the court or to themselves.
Oh, they're trying to do too much?
About their style of play, like what doing too much. Were they calling out Steph in a way, both of them? But Steph, I don't think it's about Steph. I mean, Steph's trying to get himself into rhythm. It hasn't looked good, but eventually those shots are going to start going in because he's just that hell of a player. So it's got to be either one or the other. Jimmy's talking to Draymond or vice versa, or the young guys.
Yeah, but you're probably right. It probably is the young guys, and that's just, it's not fair. Like, it's not fair. Moody's been good this year. JK, though the last 4 games haven't been great, he has been better. This year, overall, JK has been as good as Draymond, minimum, bare minimum.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Look, and like, quite frankly, I'm kind of tired of hearing about who Dre and Steph want on the team. Their guys, GP2, stinks. You know whose guy's good? Dunleavy's guy, Will Richard. That's who's good. They need to stop playing GM. No. I'm being real here. Kerr, Curry, Dre. They have this little clique, and I get it. You want to play with guys you like and the guys you trust. Trust Dunleavy. He drafted Will Richard. We all can see. Stevie Wonder, Daryl the Guru Johnson, can see
Helen Keller,
that Will Richard,
Ray Charles,
is better than GP2. Now GP2's not playing a whole lot, but get him off the team then. Like, I don't even want Kerr to look down the bench and have the option of being able to play GP2, because if he has the option, he's going to go to him. You guys know this. Like, coaches have favorites. I do. You do. We all do. And so when one of your faves is down there, you're looking down, you're like, yeah, let's go GP2. And it's like, no, he's 1 for 10 from 3. Can't guard anyone. His body's shot.
All right. 888-957-9570. The Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line is fired up about this.
What are they saying?
Who are these players talking about?
I don't think I'm wrong. Anthony Davis on the board. Let's go.
No, people have thoughts on that. We'll get to it on the other side.
I know it's risky.
Draymond Green says there are people on this team with personal agendas. Who are they and what are those agendas? I ask you, Dub Nation.
Says and also, the guy with a podcast.
And also, Jimmy Butler saying some people on the team aren't being honest with themselves. Who's Jimmy Buckets talking about? 888-957-9570. Sponsored by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway. Right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. Who doesn't like that? The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your own community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours in home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000 to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I'm David. I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Stand-up comedian Tom Segura is coming back to the Bay Area with his Come Together tour. He'll be performing at the Paramount Theater in Oakland on November 30th. Get your tickets at LiveNation.com. For a chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Think for the Warriors now. You think your goal in this last 5:30 of the half. Just trying to stay close. Nobody's stopping the ball. Ball thrown out to Jalen Williams. Topside. That's a three. And the predictable timeout from Steve Kerr. What were the Warriors doing there? You don't run away from the ball.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You know who's even worse than that, Tim Roy? They had a delay of game coming out of halftime. How does that happen? How? And that was their second delay of game of the game, which results in a technical free throw for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They missed it, but everything that could have gone wrong yesterday for the Warriors went wrong. Steph looked like doo-doo. Turnovers for Kuminga. Jimmy Butler takes 3 shots, and he get clapped 126-102 in Oklahoma City. And the Warriors don't have time to lick their wounds because they play another red-hot team in the West, the San Antonio Spurs, tonight in San Antonio. 5 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about agendas right now. And one of the great things about 95.7 The Game is, in our show, Joe, in the morning roast, we don't have a lot of agendas. Sure, we want to get our touches. We want to get our takes off. But you know what? We want to succeed as a show at the end of the day. That's the goal. For our ratings, for our clicks and our views to go up, up, up. And we'll do whatever it takes for that.
Well, no, I mean, I think you're making it sound like we'll say anything. We talk about what you want to hear.
Well, no, I'm not saying, well, no, of course. I'm not
That's
saying
my
we're
agenda.
not going to say anything. No.
I love golf. You don't see me coming in here like, hey, let's break down Grant Horvath.
But that's not like a personal agenda for the show is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
The way that Draymond's making it out to be, if you're just joining us and you missed it, Draymond Green speaking to the media last night after the Warriors loss at the podium saying this team has a lot of personal agendas right now, the Golden State Warriors, and they're not committed to winning at the highest level right now like they were last season. You also have Jimmy Butler in the locker room talking to reporters, and our friend of the program, friend of the station, Nick Friedel, our insider, saying we're not being honest with ourselves as a team right now. Some of these players on the Warriors aren't being honest with themselves. And I asked the question, who's not being honest, whether that's with their play or with their communication, and who has the personal agendas? 888-957-9570. We'll go to the phones here in a second. We got a lot to get to also on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, Joey. A lot.
Is it any possibility?
Yeah.
Dre and Jimmy are talking about each other.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a possibility.
And if they did, if it were them, hypothetically, they were talking about each other, who do you think the Warrior fan base would side with? If it was any other player and Dre, you're going to lean Dre. Everyone's siding with Dre.
I mean, at this point, Joe, I'm siding with the player that gives me the best chance to win going forward.
And it's Jimmy.
I mean,
because I always wonder, like, Draymond has always been very calculated about how much you're making, how much he's making, how much he's making, how much I'm making. And I just wonder if there's not a little bit of financial envy going on here. This team of all teams has always what?
I'm glad you said that because I want to play another cut here in a second. Continue.
Well, there's always a financial envy on this team. Like, you gave him a third year. That's why Clay's in Dallas. You gave that guy $26 million. You can't give him this. You can't give him that. What about me? I got to get this. Give me my player option. Like, everything's always been about like how much you're making, how much I'm making. There's a hierarchy, and I just wonder, like, Jimmy coming here, getting paid top dollar, right at the top of the market, without ever taking a dribble on this team, even as great as he is. You just never know, like, how Draymond feels.
Well, I think they're also talking about the personal agendas because of the young players. And I'll say this in defense of the young guys. They do have agendas because they need to play well to get paid. Draymond and Jimmy have gotten paid a lot in their careers. Pajemski, Moody, Kuminga, they're all playing to get that next fat contract. So there is an agenda in that case where they need to play well and they need to get their touches. At the same time, you need to play within the fabric of the team to win. And right now, the team basketball is non-existent for the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr talked about it yesterday. Listen to this.
I could feel we weren't in a great place, coming back from Indiana and Milwaukee, that you could just feel that things weren't quite clicking. And that I thought that continued. I mean, we got a couple of wins in there, but we're not playing well, and we haven't been playing well for, really since, the second week of the season. So it doesn't feel right what's happening right now on the floor, the way we're playing, the way we're approaching things. Guys are, they're trying. It's not like it's a lack of effort, but like we're not crashing. All the things we did at the end of last year when we got good, take care of the ball, crash, create good shots for each other, win the possession battle. We're not doing any of those things right now.
No, and you're not defending, and you have no threats to shoot well. Like right now, like Moses Moody is shooting well. Draymond in the corner as a relegated 3-point in the first half of games is shooting well.
Will Richard.
Richard is definitely shooting well, and not many others are. Starting with Curry and going on down. I just have a hard time thinking that this team is going to go anywhere significant if you play 75 games a year, 30 minutes a night with Draymond Green. I think he's going to be gassed.
I'll defend Jimmy Butler. I do think Jimmy's shooting well, but he doesn't shoot threes. So
I think he's also facilitating.
Yes.
I think it's really hard to play with Steph to defend Jimmy. I think it's really hard. You know, hey, do I go set a screen? Do I get the hell out of his way? Do I move without the ball? He's coming off a screen. I better throw it to him. Like, the whole entire offense has been built around Steph Curry for so long. Are we kind of watching like the slow, like maybe instead of 99% of all the things we do with Steph on the floor when Steph's there, maybe that's down to like 83% of the time we do that stuff.
Well, that's why I was frustrated if I'm a Warriors fan watching that yesterday. If Steph clearly didn't have it and Jimmy kind of did, I mean, he was getting to the line every time he wanted. I wanted to see more Jimmy Butler just have the ball in his hands and just let Jimmy cook, if you will. How many instances in games have we been able to see that as a Warrior for Jimmy Butler? A let Jimmy cook kind of game.
Well, he did it in a 33-point game where he had like 17 free throws earlier this year.
Right? That's it.
Yeah, I know.
But there's not a lot of them. You can't really think of at the top of your head a let Jimmy cook type of a game.
But Steph also hasn't been efficient simultaneously. No. And so when your two best players making $120 million combined aren't playing great basketball for, about 8 of the 9 games they've played together, you're going to look really off.
Here's more from what Draymond had to say at the podium. And this was from an Oklahoma City Thunder reporter asking him about, hey, what do the Thunder need to do to go back-to-back, right? Because the Warriors have done it before. Like, what do you see, Draymond? It was a really interesting question, and the answer is even more interesting. Draymond Green.
You have to like each other, which you can tell they love each other, which leads to all the magic. And you have to understand roles, which they definitely understand their roles. They got their top dog, they got their number 2. Everybody come in, they know their role. From Shea, no disrespect, tonight was the first time I seen 23. To Brooks, everyone knows their role. And that's the way it has to be in order to win in this league. And they're doing that, man. They are a well-oiled machine. They kind of just plug and play, which is how we were during those times, So it was very interesting to watch. But, when you have a leader that has that commitment to excellence day in and day out that Shea does, everyone else has to fall in line. And they're doing that, and it's special to watch. They're down Lou Dort. They're down J-Dub. They were down Kenrich Williams. They were down Aaron Wiggins, who I think is like their X factor. And it didn't seem like they were down anybody. That's the level of excellence in order to reach the over and over again that you must have, and they got that.
What did you make of that? See, it's because
to love each other is one thing. I think that's one thing we're gonna people. You gotta love each other.
Everybody love everybody.
Does anyone think KD and Draymond loved each other down the stretch?
No.
Like what?
Draymond Green just left him off his top 5 teammates of all time.
I mean, come on, dude. By the way, it was Bob Myers' fault.
Oh,
it was always Bob Myers' fault.
God bless.
I do think it helps when everyone likes each other. You know what also helps? When you're all 25, 26, 27 years old.
70 A's liked each other.
No, but
they won 3 in a row and they were punching each other in the dugout. You don't have to like each other.
Let me ask.
You can put up with each other.
What should Draymond's role be? What should Draymond's role be?
What should Draymond's role be?
Because I think in his mind, he thinks he should just stand at the top of the key and point at everyone and yell at everyone what to do.
Well, this is how I'd answer that.
The game has changed. If you don't have 5 threats on offense, you're done.
I need Draymond to be a super 6 man on this team, quite frankly. And I need to preserve the body so he could actually go toe-to-toe with OKC, Denver, Houston, some of these bigger teams in the West in the playoffs. I need to maximize his defensive prowess. And him starting and playing all these heavy minutes early on is not conducive to that.
Chet Holmgren, they're talking about the other team. Chet Holmgren isn't even scratching the surface on what he could be potentially.
They didn't have a good game yesterday. They had a B- game for the Thunder. Without 3 of their, as Draymond said, without 3 of their best players.
Through 10, 11 games, Draymond looks closer to Al Horford and where he's at than he does vintage Draymond, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm assessing, watch the games. Assess what you're watching.
I think you're talking about being honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
That's what Jimmy Butler said. Some of us need to be honest with ourselves. I'd ask Warrior fans at 888-957-9570, what are we not being honest about when it comes to this season's team?
Well, I think
what are we not being honest about with the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570.
Is that 2 things are true simultaneously. Draymond's not as good, and they don't have a replacement who can be infinitely better at that 4 or 5. They just don't. So they do need him. and they're over-relying on him, and he don't got it anymore. Like, he can occasionally rise to the occasion. He don't have it again for 75. The age is we finally reached the spot where the age is caught up. Have any Warrior fans watched what has been happening with Klay Thompson? Has anyone?
I think everyone has.
What's been going on? Explain.
Well, he's been dating Meg Thee Stallion. Outside of that, you're talking about on the court?
He's the 250th ranked player on almost every single metric. And it's sad. It's sad to see.
He looks like a shell of himself.
Yeah.
Yes.
So does Draymond.
In fairness, the entire Mavericks organization is
no doubt. But like,
dumpster fire.
Does that mean that in the right circumstance, in the right role, Klay couldn't still have a couple of nights where he's lights out?
Sure.
Absolutely he can.
But he's not a starter anymore.
No.
Clearly not.
And neither is Draymond. But Warrior fans are so stubborn that he could be look, if you get into a series and you got to start Draymond because you're down at the end of the year and you found a way to manipulate his minutes and he's good and ready to go, like, yeah, then he cannot play 30 minutes, 75 nights a year. He doesn't have it in him. Watch him run up and down the floor. He don't have it anymore.
Well, it's concerning right now that you're going to need him to be starting, though, Joe. Like, that's the thing with
I don't think you do.
6-6.
No, you don't. No, I think you need to find.
What do you do?
I would try to find a team like Detroit that needs veteran leadership, and I would try to package a 3-14 trade.
You're moving off Draymond?
Absolutely.
12 games into the season, Draymond's gone.
I'm open to Jimmy. I'm open to Draymond. I'm open to anything.
Wow.
I am 100%, whether it's Sabonis, who's apparently might be on the move in Sacramento. I'm open to that. I'm open to Anthony Davis. All these guys, Joe, all the guys you're talking about have flaws, right? All of them.
Yeah.
They're all infinitely younger and more impactful right now than what I have. I'm open to Anthony Davis. I'm open to John Morant. I'm open to Zion Williamson. I'm open to just about anything.
I'm open to the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance, Pleasant Hill today. All right, well, RJ in Fairfield has a trade idea for you, Joey.
Let me hear it.
Let's hear it. What's up, RJ? You're on the roast, man. RJ. One time, two time, gone. RJ in
Call
Fairfield.
back, RJ.
We'll hear it. We'll take it. From the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 925. This is the reality. This is being honest. They're old. They're old. Yes, they are. But they got young guys that we thought were playing well when they were 5-1, and they were, and we thought this was the passing of the torch. The Moody's, the Kumingas. You got this guy, Will Richard. Pods was playing well times. It's like, wow, this team could actually be a playoff team. Maybe they could be a top 4 seed in the West. Again, they're 12 games through the season. It's a sixth of the way. I think there's a lot of basketball to be played. The book isn't written. I know we like to panic. I'm not there yet, but there is some concern.
It's not panic. I'm assessing.
You're saying trade Draymond Green for Anthony Davis.
I've said
That's a panic move right now.
I've said it for multiple years. I also was one of the people that suggested that Klay Thompson should come off the bench a year before it was 100% apparent to everyone in the league Klay Thompson should come off the bench. So, like, people don't want to hear hard truths about players they love.
Hard truths cut both ways.
Okay, Frank Gore. I love Frank Gore, and he ended up hanging on forever. Frank was not a feature back by the very end of his 49er tenure. And when you say it out loud, people are like, what are you talking about? It's Frank Gore. It's like, no, dude. No, it's the reality. He's not a feature back anymore.
Brandon
we have to
Brandon
acknowledge
Crawford
it.
on the Giants, right?
Brandon Crawford on the Giants. Like, guys, you know it in your heart. That doesn't mean he can't take on an Iggy-like role, whether it's for the Warriors or another team, and be situationally good. But to say that he's going to be the great Draymond night in, night out, and they're going to be healthy and ready to roll, like, no, dude. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, I know Anthony Davis is always hurt. Anthony Davis is a better basketball player right now and fixes some of their giant mortal wounds right now, and you need to consider it if they are having a fire sale, the Dallas Mavericks. You absolutely need to be open-minded to any deal out there that gets you an in-their-prime star.
Anthony Davis is on the market, according to Shams Charania, Tim McMahon, ESPN. They are right now evaluating what his, trade market is, and I would be shocked if he wasn't on another team after the trade deadline. Anthony Davis, that is. No, it's like It's clearly Cooper Flag, and that's who you're building around. Anyone and anyone else can go. It's Cooper Flag show in Dallas. Anthony Davis, if you want a Warriors
I'll take
fans.
my victory lap on the Mavericks.
What was your?
Well, obviously, you guys are like, they're going to be dangerous.
I never said
You
that.
didn't have
I never said the Mavericks were going to be dangerous. Who said that?
I think you predicted them in the playoffs.
I said play in, maybe. I said they're going to be a fun watch. I mean, come on. Who said that?
I literally never thought they'd be good.
Come on, get the tape then for that.
I will.
Yeah, find it. RJ Fairfield. What's the trade idea, RJ? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. And as a Kings fan, I love tuning in to you guys after a Warriors game. But I got a trade scenario for y'all. I really love y'all, so I'd like to look out for my boys. I think y'all should really dive into Sabonis. I think you guys should trade for Sabonis. He's a big man, loves to rebound. He's a great passer. And elbow, he gives you the people's elbow sometimes. But he's physical. He can get down low and get you rebounds. All you guys been doing all this year and last year, you guys been craving for a big man, and that's your big man. And he's up 80 East. He's up north. And I think, all we want back is Moody, maybe a post, maybe a first-round pick. We don't ask for much in Sacramento. So,
yeah, but I think you guys
salary has to work though, RJ.
We've got to match it or get it close. I as much as I despise Sabonis,
thank you, RJ.
He'd actually be perfect with the Warriors because he's a great ball mover. He catches the ball at the elbow. He's not great for spacing. He can't play alongside Draymond. You can't play him alongside Draymond.
Can't. Well, he gets isolated in the playoffs, and he gets.
Well, yeah, but what would he help them? He would be a really good passer, a scorer, an absolute in the paint presence who gets to the free throw line.
It would absolutely
does bring things to the table.
Sure, in the regular season, come playoff time, he's getting isolated.
I don't deny that.
Cooked.
I don't deny that.
So
But
that's why it would scare me.
I mean,
Anthony Davis, okay.
Did you
I've
watch?
seen him win a
Can I ask
title.
a question? Did you watch last year's playoffs? See, this is the other thing.
Yes, I was doing the shows with you,
All
Joe.
right, how'd Dre play?
Not good.
He got body bagged by Şengün
and Julius Randle,
and back to back.
Yes.
Okay, and so I know you guys I hate Sabonis too, but be real with yourself. Like Sabonis is a really good player. He has flaws. All these guys you're making trades for have flaws. Your team's flawed. You can't look down on any trade. You need to be open-minded.
12 games into the season, Warriors fans, where are we at with this team? We got Jimmy Butler.
I'm not mad at that suggestion.
Jimmy Butler after the game in the locker room saying this team isn't being honest with themselves. You got Draymond Green saying we got personal agendas. Are we panicking? What's the concern level? And who's not being honest? And what are we not being honest about when it comes to this Golden State Warriors team?
I think the part we're not being honest.
Like, what are we not being honest about?
Age is caught up with some of the guys.
Yeah, but they were 5-1. Is it just like a blip and it's a tough stretch and they could go in 5-1 again? And then are we feeling better about them?
I mean, we've watched it. It didn't look great. They've had moments. They haven't looked like a legit. Hey, we hang our head. Like for example, in 2021 when they won the championship, 2022, it's like, hey, we could score with anyone in the half court, right?
Yes.
What does this team hang their hat on?
Crickets. Right now, they don't really hang their hat on anything.
Joe, if you just look at their statistics league-wide, they are bottom 3 or 4 in every defensive category.
I guess offensively, though, they are in the top 5 in a lot of these categories, are they not?
Yeah, but I think it's because they're giving up so many points. They've been down. They're just playing a bunch of pickup games.
And I wonder how many of those have to do with blowing out a bad Pacers team,
right?
And then a bad,
and then being blown
Suns
out yesterday,
team.
and you get guys like, I don't like Pat Spencer, but like Pat Spencer's getting any layup he wants and any three-pointer he wants. It's like, well, those are hollow points. This team struggles to beat teams off the dribble. They struggle to defend off the dribble. They struggle to get easy bucket points. They struggle to stop easy bucket points. They foul a lot. They turn it over a lot. That's the hallmark of a bad team.
Well, I think we could agree there. I don't care if you're top 5 in offensive stats, if you're bottom 5 in defensive stats. It means you're not a good team.
Exactly.
I mean, it means you're giving up as much as you're putting in. Kevin's in Cupertino wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's up, Kev?
Trading for Sabonis? Who is allowing Kings fans to call to trade for Sabonis? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You guys agree?
No, I mean, I think he'd be one of your better players, which is kind of an indictment on where your roster is.
Kevin, I think that would be a regular season okay type of move to get you some more wins, but in the playoffs, it would be a losing battle.
I actually think he fits. I do.
All right, I got 2 points. Bear with me. Number one, we're all delusional, right? Alpha Jimmy doesn't exist. I don't think it ever has. Alpha in the NBA is 30-plus points.
Yeah.
Has Jimmy had more than 30-plus, like more than 10 games as a Warrior with 30-plus points?
I don't think so.
So that's delusional. There's no such thing as Alpha Jimmy anymore. Second point, our offense is ridiculously delusional. When Steph is out, it's like spread the floor and do a pick and roll with people who don't know how to pick without committing a foul, people who don't know how to roll. Third point, we have 1 or 2 maybe years of Steph left, right? No one wants to see the decline. We don't want to see him turn into clay. Steph is not going to announce his retirement. He's not going to get an 18-wheeler like Karl Malone. He's just going to disappear. He's humble. I would rather blow it up right now because I think we need 8 more Will Richards. Spadoni, the book is written on JK. It's written on Moody. It's written on Pods. It's written on posts. We know who these people are. They're
role players at
Will
best.
Richards is the only talent going forward that's quick, that's not old. We have 4 people that need to retire. Draymond, GP3, Horford, and Steph. Your offense is having Steph run around for 35 minutes, hoping he doesn't get hurt, hoping he doesn't get his legs tired, and jacking up threes. That is not an offense that's going to win. We were non-competitive last night. If OKC had put their foot on the gas, we would have lost by 50.
Well, and here's the thing. Let me double down.
Thanks, Kev.
We think this is going to get better next year. Because remember, this is a 2-year thing we signed up for. Next year, Steiny is going to be waltzing in here like Vince McMahon today.
That's 12 games into the season, and we're acting like it's all over. Come on. Listen, they're not playing well. I hear you.
Does
it's
Joe
bad.
They're
12 games in, Joe.
Does Joe Lacob think he's watching these games? Do you think that he thinks this is good enough?
Probably no one thinks this is good enough. We got people saying they're not being honest with themselves.
When superstars become available, you've got to be aggressive.
Sure.
Right? So
I think they're making the calls because that's what good organizations do. I'm sure Dunleavy's on the phones.
Is it panicking or upgrading if you consider trading for Ja, trading for AD,
no, I think
trading
blowing
for
it
Sabonis?
Up from Kevin and Cupertino
that was
is
a little
extreme.
aggressive.
Like, come on,
that was a little aggressive, but like we have to be realistic.
Well, we are being realistic with this team, and being realistic is also saying we're 12 games into the season. That's also being a realist.
Sure,
it's like you could have glass half full, half empty if you want. You're in the middle. There's a glass there. It's in the middle.
I just think I'm always opportunistic. Forget your pessimistic. I'm opportunistic. And right now, there are opportunities. Stars are disgruntled. This is the NBA as a nutshell. Stars are disgruntled.
I mean, after one comment, are they really come on? If they keep talking about this stuff.
I'm talking about other stars around the league.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Sure,
and so, when those stars are disgruntled, you have to make tough, bold decisions. Are you willing to do it? And I think for years, we're like, you staple Trey and Steph together. You can't move off them. Dog, I am married to Steph, and that is it. Everything else is up in the air. Always. And I look at this team and I say, I have maybe one more year after this one of Steph being Steph. Maybe, okay? Maybe. If Anthony Davis gets me an inch closer to my ultimate goal, it is worth considering.
Sean Oakland. He has a trade idea. What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's going on? That Anthony Davis thing is intriguing. So we talk about the Warriors' problems and issues. Obviously, we know they're old. They lack front court depth. They need an athletic 4. Draymond, if you keep him or not, he's probably only good at 20, 25 minutes a night. So there's my idea. We need a young athletic front court player who's a beast. I like Jalen Duren from Detroit, or somebody like him. So, a way to get somebody like that in here to play the 4 or the 5 and who's athletic and rebound.
It's funny you bring that up because I worked out a 4-team trade this morning. I had a couple of trades.
Oh, God.
Anthony Davis would land at the Warriors. This is from the trade machine. The Mavericks would get the expiring deal of Tobias Harris, DeRozan, and Pods. He's not expiring, but that's who they would get. The Pistons would get Dre, Clay, and Buddy Hield. The Kings would get Moody, Ivan, and Duran. I think Detroit is the team I'm circling, and I'm trying to work out a 3 or 4 team trade and get Draymond over there.
Well, who are the teams we know are going to be trading at the deadline and trying to move off salary?
Memphis, Sacramento,
and
Dallas Mavericks.
That's 3
and
right there.
I would also say that Charlotte might be in the mix.
Okay, and Charlotte, and I can't even name it.
I know.
Outside of LaMelo Ball and who else?
Maybe
is there?
Indiana.
Miller guy, yeah, the shooter. Yeah.
Like Nembhard. Nembhard, if Nembhard's available, you wouldn't take him in a heartbeat? He can beat men off the dribble.
Sure.
He can set up the offense.
Indiana's a good one, yeah.
You know, Neesmith, if you can get him, wouldn't you love to have a shooter like him? He's a stud.
I don't know what they're doing in Indiana because it's clearly they don't have their best player. There's no Halliburton.
They're kind of in like a hard reset.
Yeah, they're just taking a year off maybe.
But those
Lowry
are the kinds of
Markkanen,
teams.
we're getting on the Boxer Gerson working
you know what? I am in on Lowry Markkanen. Let me tell you why. How many open threes has Quentin Post got?
Open?
Yeah, he gets a lot. He gets pretty much any shot he wants at the top of the key. Lowry Markkanen would make a lot of buckets in our system, and stretching the floor would do something. Yes, you'd lose a little on the defensive end, but this would be incumbent on what? On either Draymond being a part of that trade or Draymond taking a bench role like Iggy, and again, not bench for the whole game, but an Iggy-like role, and you start with Lowry. Getting more shooting on the floor would space the floor better. They need shooting. Like if you put Moody and Markkanen in the lineup with Jimmy, because Jimmy wants to pass, you need to have stretch shooters. And Steph Curry, now we're talking about floor spacing to start a game.
12 games into the season, and we bring up Lowry Markkanen, Domantas Sabonis, Anthony Davis.
This is not about 12 games in the season.
Insane.
This is about, no. This is about you have less than 150 games left of this trio. That's what you have.
Jay,
right?
The Bay.
Regular season, 150 games or less now. We are down to it.
What's up, Jay?
How y'all doing this morning? I got heart palpitations after that game last night because y'all know once again we were down only 3 points. Put Steph back in the game. He made 2 crucial turnovers. Put us down by 9 points. They had their foot on our necks. They took it to the kill. We had no way to come back from that. Constantly making turnovers. Bring up Cryer, man. That dude killing in the G League. I'm a ball watcher. That dude got 20, 25. Yeah, Cryer. He got 25, 22, 25, and had 7 assists. That dude is balling. Put him with Richie Rich, let him run. Everybody else, they up for trade. I say they got to make a trade. They got to make a trade.
Totally.
Don't trade Steph. Don't trade Steph, but don't burn him out either. If Steph is not well, sit him down. Give him a month. Let him get well. Bring up Cryer. Y'all watch that game. Watch the Warriors. Watch the G League Warriors. That boy is burning them. Just like I said, Richie Rich going to be fired if he keep playing with that spirit and the tenacity. What did I say? Look at that kid. Man, they better bring up Cryer and let him run. All that babysitting Pies, babysitting Kuminga. He going to get, no, you got to be ready. You in the line, dude. You on the fire line. Let's go. We ain't got time to babysit. I'm out. That's all I got.
Good call.
I'm mad.
Look, every
love
week that goes on longer is a week you get closer to being the same spot you were last year, which is around 500, fighting for your life just to get into the playoffs and exerting all your energy just to get in.
And you know what, Joe? I think that's where Warriors fans are at right now. They didn't expect that this early into the season. We thought if I was a Warrior fan
Get
heading
off
into
to
the
a good
season,
start.
we were going to pick up where we left off, right?
We didn't, but we're not.
And they haven't. And they haven't been able to do that. And Draymond Green talked about it after yesterday's loss with Anthony Slater one more time. They're saying they don't want it as bad.
In your losses, your guys' turnover numbers have been really high. How is that the biggest issue right now?
It's definitely an issue. But they had 20 turnovers too, and they beat us by 30. So it's a lot more issues than just that.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Right there. They were committed to winning in any way possible because they had to just to fight to stay in the play-in and to maybe be a playoff team. And they ended up being a play-in team, win a first-round series, and then you lose Steph, you lose the series to the Timberwolves in the Western Conference semis, and you thought you were getting that version of the Warriors throughout the entire regular season. Well, you're not getting that right now. And that's what's frustrating a lot of Warriors fans because you started out so hot, you were 5-1, and now it's all just kind of dissipated. Where is this team right now? Where do they hang their hat? I think you've been asking all morning, and I think it's a fair question because I don't know where they hang their hat on.
You got to be good at something. You know what I mean? Like that's the good teams hang their hat on stuff.
We
for
have people
example,
calling for LJ Cryer, and God love the guy. I do not want another undersized 6-foot point guard on this team.
Look,
that is what I do not need.
Joe, these are the guys that have been rumored over the last 6 months to either want out or the team was considering moving them because of financial reasons. Ja, Zion, AD, Sabonis, Booker. Can we revisit that Kuminga trade? Booker, Jaylen Brown. What's going on with the Celtics? They say they don't want to keep Tatum and Brown. They want to move off one of them.
His hair's falling onto jerseys.
I don't care. Fits right in. Let's go.
Fits right in with the receding hairline.
If you're not considering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus options right now, I think that you are realizing that, like, this is not good enough. And so now you're looking at 150 games left of this trio to not really compete for anything special.
We got the Saintly one joining us at 8:30 in about 40 minutes of time. I'm sure he will have some very interesting thoughts on the comments after the game, where this team is at and how they can improve. AD is also in traffic right now. Is this Anthony Davis that's in traffic listening over in Dallas? What's up, AD?
No, this is not. Shafty, I commented on one of your posts early in the year. I told you the Lakers were better than the Warriors, and look what happened. Again,
guess what? Hey, real quick. You might be right.
Yeah. So, again, you can't get Anthony Davis. He plays 14 of 46 games. What a waste. You saw what he did when the Warriors beat you. I'm sorry, when the Lakers beat you guys in the playoffs that one year, right? You saw that Anthony Davis played awful every other game. So he's out the picture. You want Sabonis? We'll see you. Go ahead. You want Jalen Duran? Like, that's one of Detroit's best players. They're not trading him.
No, they're not trading Duran.
You need to be smart. Go get Nick Claxton. Go get somebody that kind of fits in there. You should have went after Vooch when you had the chance. So you're looking at all the wrong teams. You got to look at the bottom of the barrel.
See, I think what you're doing is you're picking somebody who's like a stopgap role guy, and I'm telling you they need to trade one of the stars or the conceivable stars.
At least he's under 27.
Nick Claxton is an interesting role player. He's not carrying you in a playoff series.
The guy's doing. Hold on, and also it's 12 games in the season. We're doing victory laps because the Lakers are like 8-2. Relax. Just stop.
6-6 versus 8-2.
God, just relax, everyone. 12 games in. Oh my God. I get it. The Thunder they waxed them yesterday. It's been disappointing. There's some bad losses. I'm not defending the Pacers loss. I'm not defending the Bucks loss. It's been bad. They're not 1-11. They're 6-6. There's been some good. There's been some bad. There's been some ugly. Shout out Clint Eastwood. Let's talk about it all.
Look, I'm not out of the realm of flipping Jimmy. Like, I know I've been kind of stuck on the Draymond thing today, but that's because I think Anthony Davis, you would get rid of your big and get Anthony Davis.
But watching
and that's
that
why
game
I would find a third team.
Watching that game yesterday, though, there's only two players that felt like I could believe that could hang with Oklahoma City yesterday.
Jimmy was one of them.
Jimmy and JK.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, they were hanging with those guys.
But here's the only reason why. You look at their roster, they can't trade some of these guys because they were signed until December 15th or whatever. And then other guys you can't trade till January because of when they signed their deal. So I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about right now, $60 million or 52, I guess, in this particular scenario is what Jimmy's making. He logically fits with a lot of other max stars.
Correct.
So that's why, you have to be open-minded to anything.
Well, if you're moving off Jimmy, then that means you're not going to sacrifice your depth. If you're not moving off Jimmy, you're probably going to be sacrificing some depth. That's what that means.
The only way you're getting someone who's making $40 million is including Draymond or including Jimmy. It's one or the other.
That's the only way.
And if you were asking me today, I'm 100% going with Jimmy over Dre.
Before we hit the injury report, we got full phone lines right now. People are fired up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Blowout loss to the Thunder. This Warriors team is 6-6 right now after being 5-1. Where are we at with this team right now, Warriors fans? What are we not being honest about when it comes to this Warriors team? As Jimmy Butler said in the locker room after the loss yesterday, people aren't being honest with themselves when it came to his teammates. Dylan Modesto. Good morning, Dylan.
You know what, you guys, the Warriors, they need, like you said, Jimmy and JK, they could run with them boys and they could run with the rest of the NBA, but we need 5 or 6 of them. That's how the NBA has been moving, and you need a big man, like they say about Durant in the middle and stuff like that, but I'm not really, I'm not too high on them this year, but it's okay. Like, we make a couple of trades and move forward and keep building to the future.
Are you high this morning? Because you sound so chill.
But I am chill. I've been kind of low on the Warriors for a long time, to be honest with you. I watch all NBA all day, and I see how athletic the league is. This is so athletic these days. And they're so slow up and down the court. I'm like, oh, my gosh.
I'm with you, though. I'm 100% with you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I watched that Rockets. You were talking about
Dylan.
So the Friday night game the other day. It was Rockets, Spurs. The Spurs were hitting you with waves of athleticism.
Oh, my God.
And that's against the Rockets, who are hitting you with waves of athleticism.
I watched that. Not only that, like the Milwaukee Bucks
Waves.
with the Giannis, like with the Giannis, with the Greek Freak, like him against Şengün, the size and the athleticism. I was just like, oh my God.
Moody on the floor yesterday.
Who's guarding either of these guys for the Warriors, especially the Rockets? We saw that.
No one
You're
is.
up 3-1 against them, and they add Kevin Durant on top of it. I get it. No Fred VanVleet. And by the way, the Rockets are going to make a trade for a point guard.
Oh,
you
Pods.
best believe it.
Do they want Pods?
Please.
Can I get Jabari Smith?
They want size and athleticism.
No, Pods, dude. White Shohei.
Pods with the hair is like 6'4". The white Shohei, please. The Warriors could use an actual Shohei Ohtani on this team. Can Shohei play basketball? Probably. His wife does, right? Like professionally for Japan. And why not? Bring her over too.
Who has the fan base flipped more on, Brock Purdy or Brandon Pajemski?
Oh, Pods.
Oh,
sure.
my goodness.
Well,
wow.
But let's be honest. Purdy's not out there saying, you know what?
That's what I'm saying.
You know, I think I could be, if I played in the NBA, like the white LeBron James. I think I could be that. Like, come on. That's basically what Pods is saying for baseball.
I want the keys to the Chiefs franchise when Mahomes is done.
Oh, my God.
I want him to hand me those keys and say, you earned it.
No, Purdy's like, you know what? I've talked to Joe. I've talked to Steve Young. They want me to be that heir apparent for them, right? Hit the injury report, Carter. God. The absurdity. Oh, people are on fire today. Warriors just, where are we at with them? 1-6. They win on the road the first game of the year. They've been 0-for since then with losses against the Giannis-less Bucks, the Indiana Pacers. You can't even name 3 of their players. And then yesterday you faced the champs when you have Steph, when you have Dre and Jimmy, and you get popped 126-102. 888-957-9570. The 49ers say Brandon Ayuk will play this season, but it will not be anytime soon after Kyle Shanahan said they will not open the wide receivers practice window this week. This comes after the Niners also said they were close to opening the window last week. The hope is to see Ayuk on the field in December, but that is still up in the air as he works his way back from having all 3 ligaments in his knee injured last October. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Halfway home here on a Warriors Wednesday. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. KC, Steel Toe, Dave, Skip, all of you on the other side, plus Gary St. Jean at 8:30, the saintly one, talking about this dub season on 95.7 The Game.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fight fighting to make it right.
Jack here, with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
When back to the office means back in traffic
from an earlier crash.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
And has multiple lanes closed.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Get the best deals of the year during Happy Honda Days on the fuel-efficient CR-V Hybrid.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area Bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Post dribbles it over to Draymond, left corner, takes a 3. It's up and good. Draymond Green off to a great start from beyond the arc this year. 1 What were the Warriors doing there?
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
You're damn right, Jimmy. Halfway home here on a Warriors Wednesday, and the Warriors got humbled yesterday against the defending champs. Oklahoma City 126, Golden State 102. We're talking about it all. We got Draymond Green after the game at the podium saying they got guys with personal agendas on this Warriors team. They're not committed to winning enough right now. You also got Jimmy Butler in the locker room saying players aren't being honest with themselves. You got the head coach saying it doesn't feel right at this moment. What the hell is going on with this team? 12 games in, 6-6.
What were the Warriors doing there?
The Saintly one going to be joining us in about 26 minutes. Gary St. Jean, former GM of the Warriors, obviously. Longtime basketball mind. Warriors Roundtable right here on 95.7 The Game with Kevin Dana every week. And we'll ask the Saint what he sees and what is the answer on this team right now. And is the answer still within this Golden State Warriors team? 888-957-9570. And the question I asked this morning, and we're going to continue to ask, if Jimmy Butler is saying people aren't being honest with themselves on the Warriors, what are the fans and the media not being honest about when it comes to this team and covering them? 888-957-9570. Joe, I love that hat, by the way. Shout out to Titleist.
Oh, thank you. We convinced ourselves that all three guys, I'm talking about Clay, Dre, and Steph, we're going to all age gracefully simultaneously together. It never works like that. It never works like that. Remember when, I don't know if you even remember these conversations, but like Matt Cain, Lincecum.
Yeah.
Who will age more gracefully? The reality was none of them did.
Both were shot.
Literally by the same time.
Bumgarner too. Once Bumgarner's
2013, they're all done.
Yeah.
And then, but Bumgarner's bigger. He's got bigger legs. He doesn't throw as hard. He doesn't use all of his elbow snap and this. Done. Like Steph's aging somewhat gracefully. Dre's getting to the end, dude. We're getting to the end. And I feel like I'm watching a guy who kind of knows it too.
Again, if you're just joining us, you missed what Draymond Green had to say last night after the game. Very interesting stuff. Not only about, the Warriors and the agendas, but how he was talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder and their quest to go back-to-back. And I almost kind of inferred from what he was saying, the Thunder having all the things that the Warriors currently don't have. I want to play this one again for the people because he was asked on how the Thunder can repeat. And it starts with having to like each other first and foremost as teammates.
You have to like each other, which you can tell they love each other, which leads to all the magic. And you have to understand roles, which they definitely understand their roles. They got their top dog, they got their number two. Everybody come in, they know their role. From Shea, no disrespect, tonight was the first time I seen 23. To Brooks, everyone knows their role. And that's the way it has to be in order to win in this league. And they're doing that, man. They are a well-oiled machine. They kind of just plug and play, which is how we were during those times, So it was very interesting to watch. But, when you have a leader that has that commitment to excellence day in and day out that Shea does, everyone else has to fall in line. And they're doing that, and it's special to watch.
It's funny. Lou
Dort, they're down J-Dub.
It's all right.
They're down Kenrick Wood.
My bad.
You're good.
I thought he was done. What's funny is he's like, every
Draymond's
night.
Never done.
Everyone knows what their role is. Let me just, every night I have no idea which old Warriors playing.
Nope.
So I know we want to bash Steve Kerr. I know we want to bash the young guys. Every single night, what's the first question you ask yourself as a Warrior fan?
Who's starting?
Who's playing?
Well, yeah.
Who's playing?
Exactly.
Then I ask, who's starting? Right?
By the way, Al Horford expect to be back tonight. Draymond's questionable.
Exactly. How can you carve out a specific role on that OKC team? I guarantee you, outside of getting his foot blown off, SGA's playing 75 games. Right?
Yeah. He is. No, straight up. He's playing.
Okay.
If he's ready,
how many games is he going to play?
A lot.
Yeah. All right. All their guys are going to play. Now, Jay Will's been out, but you know exactly what they're going to do every game. Years ago, all right, when the Warriors were at their peak, you knew what Steph was going to do. He's going to play his 70 games, 75 games. Dre going to play his 70, 75 games. They're too old to do that now. So every single night, we start off the game before it even tips off. I don't even really know who's available, let alone who's starting, let alone what role I'm in tonight. Quinn Post, what's your role? I don't know. I don't even know when I'm driving to the arena. Kuminga, what's your role? I don't know. Moody, what's your role? I don't know. I could see 10 minutes. I could see 30 minutes. So, if we take a step back, the Grandpa Warriors have created a lot of hurdles for everyone else on the team to be able to jump over these obstacles. And I think we're bashing Kerr and we're bashing the young guys when the reality is that the old guys have made this really difficult. I'm not saying that the young guys aren't without blame. And I'm not saying that Kerr's pulling all the right levers. What I'm saying is it's really hard when on a night-to-night basis, I have no idea which old guy is going to be on the shelf.
You mentioned Steve Kerr. He echoed those same sentiments. It doesn't feel right now.
I could feel we weren't in a great place, coming back from Indiana and Milwaukee, that you could just feel that things weren't quite clicking. And that I thought that continued. I mean, we got a couple of wins in there, but we're not playing well, and we haven't been playing well for, really since, the second week of the season. So it doesn't feel right. What's happening right now on the floor, the way we're playing, the way we're approaching things. Guys are, they're trying. It's not like it's a lack of effort, but we're not crashing. All the things we did at the end of last year when we got good, take care of the ball, crash, create good shots for each other, win the possession battle. We're not doing any of those things right now.
I'm going to reiterate this because yesterday it drove me insane. Not only are you being lazy on the court with some of these sloppy mistakes and passes, you can't even show back up to the court after halftime fast enough. You got a delay of game call. Why? Are you playing patty cake back there?
I don't know.
Duck, duck, goose, musical chairs?
What are the Warriors doing there?
I don't know, Tim. I don't know what they were doing.
I'll tell you what they do. They turn it over, they foul, and their only leading shot blocker of significance is Moses Moody. That's their leading shot blocker.
No. Moses?
I'm just saying.
Not JK, not Draymond Green, not Quentin Post?
Quentin Post is second.
Okay.
Moses Moody has 10 blocks this year.
We got full phone lines. No. We're going to go to them. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors fans, what are we not being honest about when it comes to this team? They're 6-6 right now. They have one road win, and that was the very first game of the season in Los Angeles. Since then, they are 0-6. Let's start.
Hard truths cut both ways, Sir Devils.
Thank you, Stannis Baratheon.
They do
the
cut
one
both
true
ways.
king of Westeros. Don't you forget it, baby.
I agree with that. Good cut.
That's right. Hard truths cut.
If I watch Quinn Post pass out of a shot in the lane one more time, my head's going to explode.
Not only him, Podziemski too. Let it rip, dude. If the shot's open, you got to take it.
I think Podziemski's an easy person to just crush and ridicule and everything.
It's everyone.
But I will defend all the young guys. They're playing hard. Moody's been good this year. Pods has been solid. Kuminga's been solid. Not great. Neither of those other two guys have been great. I think Moody's been really good. The stars are going to lead this team, and the other guys are going to fall in line role-wise after the stars establish themselves. The stars have not established themselves enough this year.
Skip and Hayward's going to establish himself right now. What's up, Skip? You're on the roast.
Hey, you guys. I was sitting here trying to wonder what I was going to say about it. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to you guys. I met you guys last week at Pleasant Hill.
Oh, that's right.
And the place was absolutely lit. I was the buff brother that looked like I played football, Guru's buddy.
Oh yeah.
I sat there and I talked to you guys, and you guys are doing an amazing job.
Thanks for coming out.
Let me get to the Warriors. Yeah, absolutely. Let me get to the Warriors, man. The only positive thing about this whole situation is we're 6-6. So it's not over. It's not over.
No.
But I sit there and I listen to Draymond, and Draymond is this friend that points the finger at everything else, and he's doing exactly what he's pointing the finger at. He's not leading. The leaders are not leading. They have to lead these young guys, man. These young guys don't know what to do. They're only following what the old guys are doing, which is not crap. You dribble. You go down, and you miss a three. They get the rebound. They come back, and they hit a three, get the rebound, and take it back, dribble, shoot a three, miss, and then they come down. We're going to have to make some trades. We're going to have to make a couple of trades because Jimmy's looking old. Draymond's looking old. We're not looking like it. We're inferior. Like we knew, everybody that's a fan knew we were going to lose. And we would have lost without Shea. We would have lost the game without Shea. It's no energy. Like, I'm not saying be violent, but I'm saying have some aggression.
I agree.
Act like you want to win. Grab the rebound. Get in there.
Show some heart.
You know, and I'm like, Pros, you're like 7 feet, bro. You're right under the goal. Go up. Get fouled. Try to dunk the ball, man. And Paz, oh my God. And I like the guy. I don't think he's NBA material. I really don't. I'm looking at him, and he's just fell off. And him and Buddy are like killing the team, man.
Buddy's been so bad.
Thanks, Skip.
Buddy's been so bad. Like I get sad when I watch Buddy. He's not defending. He was making a lot of hustle plays last year.
Why they pick
But that was the Buddy Hield experience for the most part, right? Like he opened up very strong last year, but then he was MIA basically up until the playoffs and the playoff push. Remember that?
He's a redundant part who's not worth keeping at the price point he's at, when I think you could staple him to add $10 million to a deal to get the trade money just right.
Well, maybe they will. I'm not, again, we can pick on the Buddy Hields,
No,
the Pajemskis.
but if you have Seth Curry waiting in the wings, would you rather play Seth Curry or Buddy Hield?
I don't know. I've seen Buddy Hield win me a playoff game in Game 7 against the Houston Rockets. So, as far as I'm concerned, Buddy Hield's actually done good stuff
This
in
is
the
about
organization.
team building, though. So, when I'm team building, I can only afford so many things. And I'm looking at it now, Seth Curry on a $2 million deal is better for my roster and my finances than Buddy on a $10 million deal.
Yeah, I get it. He's streaky, and I know that Seth Curry can shoot, but I've seen Buddy Hield, shoot the ball well in a Golden State Warriors uniform in big moments. I'm not willing to move off that yet in a team that desperately needs shooting.
Yeah, I'm not moving. He's not making
I'm not
moving.
12 games in. I'm not moving Buddy Hield just yet. 12 games in, the only thing I'm actually happy about with this Warriors team is probably Will Richard.
Yeah.
He's a guy that could shoot and defend and get steals and assists and play make, and that's been the pleasant surprise of the season thus far.
It's just, Joe, when you pay two guys $60 million, this is part of I've been talking about this for 4 years with Warrior fans. When you pay two guys $60 million, there's only so many contracts that have value on your roster when you're talking trades. So as that caller says, hey, we got to make some trades, right? Well, Dre makes 25, JK makes 22. He can't be moved till January. Buddy's one of the contracts that actually makes a lot. You know who else makes a lot? Moody. Moody makes 11. Buddy Hield makes 10. So if we're asking, who would I rather keep? Who would I rather flip when I'm trying to balance out the salaries? Buddy, take a hike. I want to see more Moody. Right now, I don't want to see any Buddy Hield. I'd rather see Moody. Last year, Buddy got a ton of run. Moody was up and down and whatever. Right now, Moody brings more on rebounding, defense, shot making, off the dribble. I don't need to see Buddy. He's redundant.
Yeah, right now, I agree with you. Moses Moody for a time and stretch last year when he was in the starting lineup with Brandon Pajemski, those guys were insane. That lineup was undefeated and was one of the greatest starts we've seen from a 5-man rotation in the regular season in quite some time. And then the playoffs happened and Moody got hurt and the lights were too bright for him.
Well, he was
for
hurt.
Post.
Buddy
Hield showed up in the playoffs. That's what I remember.
Some young guys.
No, you do. I'm saying that, but I'm not in a position right now if I'm the Warriors to just all of a sudden just rip off and just move off of Buddy Hield. I don't think they can afford to right now. And he's not playing well. I hear you.
Joe.
We're 12 games into the season.
I will pack his bags for him and staple him to whatever contract I need.
Because he did that to him last year, too. And then where would this team be without him in the playoffs last year? But that doesn't mean
I give Cody Ross a lifetime contract to stay on the Giants because he hit 3 home runs against Doc Holliday. Come on. You had a great moment. That's great. You won the trade. Now let's go.
Good moments in the playoffs. This team wouldn't have advanced in the first round without Buddy Hield. I'm not willing to move off of him through 12 games just yet.
I am.
He's a very streaky player. We understand that. Yes, I would like to see more Moody, Richard, and the young guys.
Yeah,
the
but
young
if
guys
you
are playing
have
well.
buddies and you have GP2s, see, this is the...
That's on Steve Kerr then.
No, it stymies the playing time for young players. That is why we're in the position we're in with Moody and Kuminga not getting developed when you hang on to the 30-somethings who are just a little bit better today than those other guys. You never get an opportunity
Moody had 20
to
minutes
play the young
yesterday.
guys.
Will Richard had 22 minutes. Buddy Hield played 12. Just telling you that's the facts yesterday. So you're telling me that Buddy Hield's taking
on the
their
year
minutes.
has I think 200 minutes total.
Okay.
Like we're about 180 more than we need.
I disagree. They're going to continue to play him because they need shooting, and he's very streaky. And yes, he carried you at times last year in the first part of the season. He'll do that again in the regular season. Right now, it's a bad stretch for the Warriors, and no one's playing well outside of a rookie named Will Richard. KC, Los Gatos. What's up, KC?
Hey guys, couple of points, and I hope you'll stick with me because the first one, I'm not trying to make a hot take here. Chasky, you already talked about all the trades that are difficult to do because of the salary stuff, right? So the only value we have beyond that is attaching our first-round picks, right? But all the teams that are good right now and have been good, the Thunder, the Spurs, and even Rockets to some degree, drafted well and got the top picks. They had to stink for a while, right? So the only thing that I'm a Warriors fan, not just a player fan. So there's two paths. One path is the best player you can trade right now on your team is Steph Curry. I know that's going to piss people off, but that's the best long-term play. Otherwise, now the second point. The other thing is you got to get better players in here, right? Guys who are athletic, who can defend, right? You can only do that if you attach picks with either Dre or Jimmy and Pods and JK, whatever the combo is, to get the best player out there. But the biggest problem this short term this team has, if you're not going to trade Steph, you got to get help, is point of attack defense. This team gets penetrated more than Bonnie Blue. We've got to get athletic guys in here.
Get out, Casey. Come on, bro.
Oh my!
You can't be hitting that. Come on. And by the way, he even insinuated trading Stephen Curry. Mike Dunleavy is not Nico Harrison. All right? Let's just make that abundantly clear. That ain't happening. It's Steph and then anyone else. Steph is the guy, then anyone else is on the table for a lot of Warriors fans. I understand. We're 12 games into the season. There's been some good, some bad, and some ugly. And yesterday was ugly. And we're upset, and we're talking about it. I'm not hitting the panic button yet. All right? You got a chance to win. You win tonight, Joe. You beat the Spurs team.
Wait, time out. Was trading for Christian McCaffrey hitting the panic button or making the right trade?
What are you talking about?
Why is it anytime I suggest a trade, it's you guys are panicking?
Because you were telling me a couple weeks ago this team can win it all.
Yeah, well, I've now retconned my opinion. Just like mortgage rates go up and down,
okay.
Interest rates go up and down, do they not?
Yeah.
I'm sure glad I locked mine in.
In a season, there's ups and downs, Joe. In a season, there's ups and downs, and the Warriors are in a down, and then they can go back up in 2 weeks. And then are you saying they're a championship team again?
No. What I'm saying is
they're keeping the top three guys. I'm just letting everyone know right now on November 12th, Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph are going nowhere. So there you go.
Mark that, please.
Yes,
mark that. I want you to mark that.
They're going nowhere.
Because this is from the same guy who claims on Monday that he told me on Friday that the Rams were going to blow out the Niners, and he expected that.
Yeah, because
I looked on Friday. There was no audio of you saying they were going to blow him out. This is the same guy who said, "Oh, Jake Moody's good. Jake Moody's good."
No, I said he had the right to lose
Let's
his
start
job.
keeping track of these things that you said
This sucker.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
I did say that I wouldn't be surprised if the 49ers ended up losing in a heartbreaking way like they've done every other week, because that's what they've done.
And then you came in
long.
like, I saw this blowout coming a mile away. I saw them giving up 6 touchdowns.
Hey, Joe, here's the audio that you need for Sunday or Monday. 49ers are winning. Okay? Let's lock it in. I said it all week long. Is that better for you?
All right. Save the audio.
Thank you. All right.
I'm never gonna sleep on the Arizona Cardinals.
I am sleeping on the dumpster fire.
After I watched Bruce Ellington and Quentin Patton make game-winning plays for the Niners to be able to beat them down in Arizona in 2013 with a catch over someone's shoulder to set up a field goal to game win it. I'm never going to sleep on them.
I'll do you one better. If they do lose to the Arizona Cardinals, their season is over. So how about that? They're done.
So you want to talk about Mr. Overcorrection? You're calling me Mr. Overcorrection, and you're going flying in both directions.
I'm telling you the Niners are winning on Sunday.
Okay, but if they don't.
And by in any miracle that the Cardinals win that game, then the 49ers season is over.
Okay.
Yes. So there you go.
Nothing in between.
No, that's it. That's what I do. Dave, San Francisco. What's up, Dave?
Nothing in between.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Hey, kind of long trade scenario, but listen.
I love it. Give it to me.
All right, we got Daniel Gafford, Max Christie. You're going to need Podziemski, Moody, and Buddy for that deal, but it solves a lot of your problems. You guys wanted aggression.
I would love a big.
Rebounding.
Yeah.
You get Daniel Gafford, 6'10", and then you get Max Christie, who's out in the wing, who could hit a three. And if you get Pods out of there as well, you could open up for Will Richard, and you're going to get Melton back, and you're going to get Steph Curry. So now you're not going to have a plethora of guards, and all the salaries match. Everything works. You get better defensively. You get better rebounding. You get some youth, and you get some aggression.
Yeah, I like that trade, but I'm telling you right now, Spadoni's not giving up Buddy.
Okay, fine. You don't need to. You could give up Pods.
Thank you.
You could give Moody.
We're good. We're good. Thanks, Dave in San Francisco. No, I like Max Christie a lot.
Christie's nice.
He's 22. There's no way. Like, that is a future piece for the Dallas. They're probably keeping. I would be shocked.
I like him a lot.
I like him a lot, too.
I think they're going to
want an underrated part of the Luka trade. It was like, damn, I kind of hate getting rid of Max Christie. He played well against the Warriors on Christmas last year. Remember that? We were acting to the game after it.
Dallas is going to try to dump Anthony Davis, one of the bigs, Klay Thompson. I don't know what they're going to do with the Kyrie contract.
Probably keep it right now.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Probably D'Angelo gets unloaded. Like they're 160 over the cap.
You know, it's an interesting one. I don't think they could do it, but could the Houston Rockets somehow get Kyrie Irving? Could they match the salaries to make that work?
Now I'll go Joe Spadoni on you. If they get KD and Kyrie together, I know they're not winning a championship.
Sure.
Because of the Brooklyn Nets.
I just know something will happen.
Add in James Harden, why not?
Yeah, there's something will happen.
KD just takes an extra step back before he launches that three.
That's true. They would have won.
Honestly, though, I do like that trade for the Warriors. I do a lot.
What was you read one more time?
Well, basically, it was Buddy out the door, Pods out the door. What was the other one? There's one other guy on the Moody. I don't love giving up Moody, but if I get Max Christie back and I get the big, I like that a lot.
And Max Christie has played in playoff type of games and big games
like
before.
But here's the problem:
got size.
When you surrender Moody, given where they're at right now, and this is a sad sentence, if you give up Moody, you are giving up your best current defensive perimeter defender, or one of them, and probably your most in rhythm shooter right now. Outside of Steph.
We are streaming on YouTube, by the way, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, we got a lot of calls to get to on the other side. We got Gary St. Jean, former Warriors GM, host of the Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana. We'll get his thoughts on everything. 12 games into the season. We're already making big-time trades. Don't know about that, but we'll do all of it. Gino, BPA, I promise, all of you hang on the line. We will get to each and every one of you. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And this segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton Yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. They've got on-site milling services. You can get that perfect cut every single time. Do you need expert advice? Well, their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For these larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next day, if not the same day delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and so much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
The NBA season's rolling, and DraftKings' newest game, Pick 6, is the easiest way to play for your shot at big wins. NBA stars are lighting it up. Now their numbers aren't just highlights. They're your shot to cash in. Here's how it works. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in Pick 6 credits with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball. Pick, play, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops?
Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
All right, let's get right into it.
What were the Warriors doing there?
I don't know, Tim. Gary St. Jean, now 9:20, because we want to go to all your calls. So we pushed the St. Louis one back a little bit.
Audible! Omaha!
There you go. Shout out Peyton Manning. We got Gino. We got BPA. We got a lot of callers. 888-957-9570. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. What do we got now?
Per Anthony Slater, this was...
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski.
This has been aggregated all over the internet on an ESPN story from Anthony Slater. Quote, Podziemski's made a number of comments in the lead up to the season about his long-term career ambitions, including a news conference answer to a question about whether he wanted to be as great as Steph Curry. Podziemski said he wants to be better than him, an answer that elicited some eye rolls, and continued references from several within the organization. That's from Anthony Slater. So, were Jimmy and Dre talking about pods and not JK?
Anthony Slater clearly seems to think that's the case. And who's more tapped into this team than Anthony Slater? No one. That's the answer. He's been our 95% of the game insider for a very long time. Formerly The Athletic, now ESPN. Thank you. We love slates.
Wow.
I'm seeing it right now. Draymond Green doesn't feel like Warriors committed to winning. Anthony Slater with the article that dropped this morning, I guess last night, doesn't matter. It's there, and that is very interesting. Wow. I didn't think the players felt like any type of way about the comments. I just thought it was pods being pods. But that's the first time I've heard a credible member of the media, and the Warriors media, that is, and no one more credible than Anthony Slater, basically saying that the teammates were eye-rolling those comments and saying...
Remember what I said 2 weeks ago? Had Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, or James Wiseman made those exact same comments, we'd be like, whoa.
About the white Shohei Ohtani one?
No, I want to be...
It's also insane that we let that one skate, the white Shohei line. Like that's actually ridiculous that he said that.
It's the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. It's like it lacks so much. No one is saying you can't have confidence and believe in yourself.
I think we were laughing at the absurdity of it, like because it was just so out of left field, pun intended.
But it's in line with his character since day one.
Like there's an absurdity level to it, like definitely, but like it's the fact that he's serious. Like the absurdity can't take away from the fact that that's just one of the dumbest things I've ever heard someone say.
Let's go to the phone lines. So now you heard it. I mean, it's not a clear indicator. I still believe Jimmy and Dre were kind of talking to each other as much as they were some of the young guys. But it feels like pods is a lightning rod.
Let me set it up one more time for those of you who are just joining us and you missed what Draymond Green had to say after the game last night, because this is what Anthony Slater's referring to in this article on ESPN. Draymond at the podium talking about what's wrong with this team and personal agendas.
In your losses, your guys' turnover numbers have been really high. How is that the biggest issue right now?
It's definitely an issue. But they had 20 turnovers too, and they beat us by 30. So it's a lot more issues than just that.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or I guess how would you kind of...
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda. Or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas, because a goal is an agenda, And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
What are the Warriors doing there?
And also, as you're playing that sound from Draymond Green and everyone's pointing the finger at everyone, from Zach Lowe and the full court pass, there's going to be an Anthony Davis trade talks of some seriousness. Whether they result in a deal or not is impossible to say. But if I had to bet, I would bet on yes. Everyone is trying to trade for Anthony Davis right now.
Everyone.
And Dallas has to unload these contracts because they're $165 million over the cap.
I mean, the writing was on the wall. They probably should have done that this summer, but the fact that it's 2 weeks into the season, 3 weeks into the season, basically, and now they're just realizing it is hilarious as they fired Nico Harrison, their GM, yesterday.
He'll get a job with either Nike or he'll get a job within the NBA front office. You mark my words.
Yeah, the Lakers. Rob Pelinka. Come on over, Nico. Come hang out with Luka. There you go.
Like when Farhan went back to the Dodgers?
Yeah, come on. It was all we wanted you back all along.
It was an inside job.
There you go. By the way,
I'm all in on AD. Who else is with me?
I'm sure a lot of people are. I mean, Anthony Davis is.
They need a point guard?
He is a top.
Here's Pods.
He is an NBA champion. He's a top 75 player of all time. He is a two-way player, but, and it's a big but, shout out Kim Kardashian, he gets hurt a lot, and he hasn't played a lot with the Mavericks, Lakers the last couple of years. He gets poked in the eye a bunch of times, and he's also, self-admittedly, not in the best of shape, Carter.
Joe, you've got to have some concerns, though, about it for sure.
I mean,
Are you kidding me?
I have major concerns, but you got to do something, right?
Look, guys. When I hear people like talk, about their life when they look back on it, right? Whether we're talking about people that are extremely successful or not, you have to make big, bold moves at some point in your life and swing for it.
Boy, do I know it.
All right. And is this one filled with risk? Absolutely. It's terrifying. I think it's worth the risk.
I think he is just what you need.
Exactly.
And I've been saying this to you. You and I have talked about this a lot, but I think the risk is huge with the injuries.
100%. 100%. And I'm all in on it. At some point, you got to swing. You absolutely do.
This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good. Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. Yeah. You want to squeeze something in real quick?
What's the dude who's about to retire right now? He just wrote the big article to the Wall Street Journal and everything. He's a financial expert. Come on, the name's on the tip of my...
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has always said, like, hey, you're going to make a lot of mistakes, you know? And he was basically reflecting on his life.
God, he's 95. God bless him.
And he's reflecting on his life, and he's, kind of coming to the retirement age, and it's like his last, Thanksgiving shareholder letter for Berkshire Hathaway, and he's basically alluding to, you got to take some risks. You're going to swing and miss. You do, and you want to look back at your life and be like, did I live a life of dignity? It's not about how much money you made. Like, swing big.
Well, he said it. This was the big quote. I owe everything to luck and taking risks. You got to get lucky at some point. But you also have to put yourself in a position where one lucky move is the difference between winning a championship and maybe losing one.
If I said to you, acquiring Anthony Davis would be the best teammate he's had since
Kevin Durant.
Yes.
It's not even close. And I really like Jimmy Butler. And you know how high I was when they did get Jimmy Butler. And I think and Jimmy Butler is a Hall of Fame player. Anthony Davis was the best player in that series when they played Jimmy Butler with LeBron James on the floor. I know it was the bubble. We all saw it, though. When he is healthy, he dominates. Why were the Lakers the thorn in the Warriors' side for so long? Yes, LeBron James is...
it was because AD was able to sag off into the paint and be unstoppable, and they had nothing to guard him with.
Draymond couldn't do anything against him. Just couldn't.
Now, look, he's been a very difficult guard against Jokic. Jokic is just...
I mean, Jokic is Jokic.
Yeah, but for Aaron Gordon, doesn't he help?
Yes.
A lot.
Absolutely.
A lot.
I mean, just watch the game last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Anthony Davis has played well against OKC. That much I do know. Gino's in Las Vegas. What's up, Gino? Wait, is this Geno Smith? What's up? What's up, Gino?
Hey, no Geno Smith, okay? Hold on now. You boys are cooking with grease. You guys are cooking with grease this morning because I had a whole lot to say, but you guys talking about the Anthony Slater report and this possible trade for Anthony Davis. I'm going to keep it real, guys. I hope you guys know that Cooper Flagg's favorite teammate to play with when he was playing with the U.S. select team was Brandon Pajinski. You guys know that?
I did not know that.
You guys can go ahead and fact check me on that one. That's huge. I would love to bring Anthony Davis in. It's huge risk. The guy can't stay healthy, but he is extremely talented. And yes, I do agree. He's been a thorn in our hip for years, especially when he had LeBron. Let's just keep it real about the team. No one's really playing that well outside of Will Richards. And I believe Jonathan put the best stretch of games together, those two, besides his last 3 games. Those are the only 2 bright spots in our team, I think. Maybe Mo Moody. Brandon Pajinski has put some unrealistic expectations on his plate here, and it's really showing.
Can I ask you a question?
Disappointing as well.
Can I ask you a question? You seem very reasonable and knowledgeable. I see suggestions like, we just need a Vucevic. This team needs to add another aging, slow, methodical big who's like a backup player. Like, no, they need to swing big and get a star.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more at this point, especially, and I think we've forgotten our roots. We forgot that we drafted all these guys. We drafted the Jordan Pooles. We drafted the Steph Currys. We drafted Draymond. We drafted Clay. I think that either we need to supplement these picks for an Anthony Davis, a Giannis, with somebody who's really, really good, or we need to start getting back to our roots and drafting well, because the energy is low. I don't know. And another thing, guys, who was Draymond and Jimmy talking about? You guys are cooking with grease, because I also
sounds
feel
like
they were
pods.
talking about each other.
Yeah, now it's starting to feel like Brandon Pajemski. Yeah, because this article, and thank you, Gino in Las Vegas, Anthony Slater, he's the most tapped-in member of the media when it comes to the Warriors. He's been doing this for a long time, covering this exact team. This is his latest piece for ESPN. We played the sound. Draymond Green talking about players having personal agendas. When the term agenda enters the mix, this is per Anthony Slater, the attention tends to shift towards two of the Warriors' youngest core members who have been outspoken about their desire for more. Third-year guard Brandon Pajemski and fifth-year forward Jonathan Kuminga. Pajemski made a number of comments in the lead-up to the season about his long-term career ambitions, including a news conference answer to a question about whether he wanted to be as great as Stephen Curry. Pajemski said he, quote, wants to be better than him, end quote, an answer that elicited some eye rolls and continued references from several within the Warriors organization. That could be teammates, that could be coaches, that could be a lot of people. Fact of the matter is, when Pajemski says he wants to be better than Steph, and players or coaches or members of the organization are rolling their eyes, that means they're over this kid.
So, I'll give you a little, let's go back in time. When I was doing shows with Chris Townsend, could you imagine?
Love Townie.
I do too. Could you imagine if I would have said to, in front of a bunch of people with Townie standing next to me, like my first couple weeks on the job, maybe first 6 months on the job, I'm like, hey, like, Joe, what are your career ambitions? I want to be better than Townie. That would be pretty funny.
Right.
He'd look at me like, hey, bro, why don't you just get on like a full-time job first?
Well, he'd also laugh and say, you want to reach higher than me. Like Townie's that kind of guy. He's like, really, me? Like, but that just speaks to who himself. But yeah, you're right. Like, I want to be better than Howard Stern. Okay. It's just a guy that changed
While working
radio.
for Howard.
Yeah, exactly. While working for Howard Stern. Like,
I think that's the part we have to
it's
acknowledge.
Like Artie Lang saying that when he was the
come on.
sidekick. Yeah, come on, bro.
I mean, you could feel that way internally. You can't say it out loud. And like, when I read the article about his dad, because I've been coaching for so long, I'm like, oh, his dad has been pumping him for years, dude, with this like delusional, and look, you have to have confidence. Like, I agree, you have to have confidence. Do you know how many parents think their kid's the great? I've never seen a 4-year-old take, coach pitch and hit line drives like this guy. He was hyping up this baseball stuff from when he was a kid. It's like, bro, stop. He's in the NBA. You made it. You don't need to like tell us all the things he did when he was little. Like, let it speak for himself. When you hear Steph Curry's parents talk, or like, I don't even know if I've heard anything from LeBron James's mom about the accomplishments of him as a child. You just kind of let it like speak for itself.
Yeah. You don't have to be there. You're always going to be their number one fan no matter what.
Yes.
You don't need to go out there and say it. Even LeVar Ball. Haven't even heard of that guy in a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been dealing with obviously some personal, like physical stuff with his health, but everyone was worried about LeVar Ball, LaMelo. You can't draft him because LeVar. Just once they got there, he backed off.
The pods thing, oh boy.
Yeah, now they're talking about Brandon Pajemski. And Pajemski, is he the guy that they're going to move off ahead of the trade deadline sooner rather than later?
I'm getting text messages. I'm just going to read the text message.
Do it.
It's reckless speculation, but I love the way it was phrased.
Boxer and Gerson working to attorney's text line.
You already know Draymond's the hit man, a.k.a. the one who fed this to Slater. That hit came from the boss, Curry himself, and you know the boss doesn't get his hands dirty. That is such a great text. Do you believe that?
Again, this is per Anthony Slater. Pajemski said, when he said, quote, I want to be better than Steph Curry, that was an answer that elicited some eye rolls within the Warriors organization.
That's a funny text. Can we laugh?
Who's rolling their eyes at that? I know Stephen Curry has to be, for sure. He's not going to go out there and say it. Well, he's going to be like, I love the confidence from the young player and all that. It's like, but come on. And then you say you're the white Shohei. Like, that's the one for
ridiculous.
me. Like, come on,
It's
man.
ridiculous.
Like, come on.
It's ridiculous.
I want to be better than Stephen Curry, and I can be the white Shohei Ohtani.
You'd almost think that was part of like an SNL sketch or something. Like a player like just trying to say the most ridiculous things possible.
Brother,
Like,
Had Jordan Poole said the exact same thing about wanting to be better than Steph, even when he was balling, everyone would have lost their minds.
You can't even outplay Will Richard right now, and you want to be the white Shohei Ohtani. That's the route on the table,
Can't be a
brought to you by
white Pods
Atco.
right now.
Stop.
Hard truths cut both ways.
Now let's be fair here. Curry, I love you. Your last great performance was beating Bryson DeChambeau in a driving contest on the Let's Break 50.
The Nuggets,
Come on, doggy.
The Nuggets game.
I'm
game
joking.
two. Come
I'm
on.
joking.
That's pretty
I'm
good,
joking.
though. Well, LeBron watched the whole thing. You watched that? LeBron.
Oh, I did. Steve Nash. I've only
Steve
watched
Nash.
half of it. Why is Steve Nash
you hate
there?
that you love that, though? You
What?
did like the trio of them talking about the game.
Yeah, but
It was
can
pretty
LeBron
cool.
put some shoes on? I mean, he's in the slides.
I mean,
It's
when,
like, put some
when
shoes
you're
on.
the king, you don't have to wear shoes.
The amount of dads I see that are doing the line judging on volleyball games over the weekend, and they're in Crocs. I'm like, put some shoes on.
I'm anti-Croc. I refuse to wear them. My kids
you
can
guys
wear
are
them.
missing out.
No, flip-flops for life, Sam.
They're not good for my feet. I got these Usos. I forget what they're called, but it's a different brand.
Usos are from WWE, I believe.
Oh, gosh, I'm going to
Crocs
look
are
it.
known for their bad arch support.
UFOs. I think it's UFOs. Let me look it up. I'll tell you.
I have a high arch, so I don't know. Sports Talk
Yep.
on 95.7 The Game
UFOs.
is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on
That's what
much
I have.
these days, but you can always count on
They're hella
Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
But I don't use the clogs. I use the straight sandals.
Clogs?
So they have like the clogs
Wooden
look like the
ones
Crocs.
from like Deutschland?
Well, have you ever worked food service? The clogs are in style.
No,
of
I've
food
never.
service.
I have not.
Yeah.
I have tremendous respect for people that do work in food service, though, Joe.
Great pivot.
Thank you. I got tremendous respect for AJ in LA. He's been a pretty reasonable caller here on the roast.
Hey, AJ.
He's pretty rational. What's up, AJ?
Oh, what's going on? Do you really have respect for me, man? I bring the heat every time. And
That's why I
think
have
you guys
respect
roll
for
your
you,
eyes when I
AJ.
call.
I need the heat.
No,
Let's go.
You roll your eyes when I call, man. It's all good, man.
No, I never.
But,
I've never rolled my eyes in
AJ,
my
you
life.
have a great voice. I mean
I
that.
appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
I worked in radio a little bit, to be
Okay.
honest, but,
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
here or there.
I like your
Hey,
cadence.
Appreciate it, man. Damn, it kind of took my heat. They took my heat. The guy who texted in, who Draymond was the hit man that Slater. I was originally going to kind of trash Anthony Slater because I didn't really like the setup of the question. It came out of context. It had no narrative. I mean, the personal narrative was within the question because the question had nothing to do with the context of the conversation. And when I first heard it, I was like, oh, okay, they're going to rip Draymond apart because the media is going to set it up in a way that Draymond brought up the question and the answer. But in reality, Anthony Slater, he brought up the question. And I thought it was an atrocious question, especially in the moment. 12 games into the season, are we really asking about personal agendas? It's crazy. But
were you listening to the
why
whole press conference? Because I was not. I freely admit that.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to most of it.
Gotcha.
When you're watching NBA on NBA TV, it goes straight to the conference, and I had no plans on listening. I was kind of beat up from watching a game, but it just popped in, and I kind of overheard what was going on. So. The reason I was calling, man, is because of roster construction. I hate it. I've been hating the construction of the roster. In fact, this team hasn't, if we're being honest, let's be honest, this team hasn't been fun to watch pretty much in years.
They have
Once
no
in the
shooting.
last 5 years.
They have no perimeter defense. They have no legit big men that can rim protect. It's been a tough watch.
Hold on, both of you. Hold on. AJ, I'll let you finish. You didn't have fun watching this team post Jimmy Butler?
No, I did.
Have
I did.
playoff
That was a
push?
good 2 months. That was fun 2 months.
No, because, well, to be honest, because I knew it was all fluff. I mean, I knew the schedule was kind of weak. So I knew, you know what I mean, the rollout, we were going to all be consumed
So
by.
you were never buying into
it,
AJ. You were never buying into it.
No. I was never.
Okay.
Interesting.
But you know, but once in the last 5 years, and the year obviously was the championship year, and let's be honest, that year, half of the season, we were kind of beat up also.
Yeah,
you know,
and they
it
were
was
trying to
kinda
work
up and down.
Clay in. It was I had a lot of fun with Poole though.
Absolutely. But eventually it came together, you know, and we were all excited for Clay to return. And then Andrew Wiggins, he turned the corner. He had the best season of his career in the back end of that season. And then obviously Jordan Poole, he was doing his thing since coming back from the G League. We were actually excited that a guy could carry the load when Steph Curry was out. And that's the last time we were excited. You know, and then it goes back, and I hate to put this on Steve Kerr, but man, like for some reason, the player development, the player operations kind of adjusted when Bob Myers left. Like it's hard for me to believe that Dunleavy even have this job. He feels like an assistant because the entire roster construction is full of Steve Kerr guys.
Do you not
That's
like
AJ in
Will
LA.
Richard?
Well, he's gone. But, you know, we're going to go back to Mike Dunleavy. We're going to go back to Steve Kerr. And AJ, I think, is, you know, in the minority when he hasn't enjoyed watching this team for a few years now. He never bought into the Jimmy Butler run last year. Listen, I was buying into it. If Steph doesn't get hurt, I don't know what happens. People can say, hey, you saw the Oklahoma City Thunder team yesterday. I think they waxed the Warriors. That's fine. I know how
I'm not convinced they get through Minnesota, but continue.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll never know. And that sucks.
No, I
and
agree.
you know what, Joe? We
I
might
agree.
look back and say that was their best opportunity, which sucks.
That would suck.
That would suck.
I have a hard time. I think
But we were having fun watching that team last
I was
year.
having a lot of fun.
It was.
Their big mistake was mailing it in after getting the lead against Houston and not playing well.
That
And maybe
cost
it's
them.
also, I got to give more credit to Houston, but, you know, they played terrible.
Yeah.
And then they forced their own hand. They had played so many games. I had done the math. Remember, it was something like 42 games in 85 nights or something. Like, they were cooked.
Yeah.
I'm not as dire as he is. I still think they have one more good trade left in their back pocket.
So we know, or we think that it was Draymond, you know, talking about pods. At least that's what Anthony Slater's insinuating. And I disagree with AJ in LA, saying he thought it was a personal question. And AJ, I like you. It's okay. You can bring the heat. I'm not rolling my eyes at you. You can feel that type of way. I think some Warriors fans definitely feel like that when Anthony presented the question in a way that he thought he was trying to get, you know, a hot take. But that's also part of the media. And that's also part of trying to get a good answer. And you know what? He gave a great answer there. If I'm Anthony Slater, like, we've been playing that sound nonstop this morning. It's really good stuff. And I think it's very interesting. And I just think the word agenda is triggering a lot of people right now, because when you think of agenda, Shasky has a personal agenda. I have a personal agenda. Everyone's got a personal
ulterior motive.
Well, but I actually understand, and I agree with Draymond there. Everyone has a personal agenda. Everyone's trying to do what's best for them at the end of the day, first and foremost. And if that works into the team frame, the team time frame, if you will, sure, that's great. But you don't think Jonathan Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, hell, Will Richard as a rookie, Pat Spencer.
Can I take you back in time?
Steph, everyone's got an agenda.
You don't think Dre had a little tiny agenda against Kevin Durant when Kevin Durant's impending free agency would have impacted whether he stayed on the team or not?
Kidding me?
Remember, Clay and Dre and KD, they were all kind of coming up around the same time. And if you paid one, then it would affect the other two and how much you could afford and who you couldn't and who would be out the door. And I don't know.
Yeah, are you kidding me? Did you see them going back and forth on Twitter the other week? He's like, oh, it was defense. He's like, yeah, great. But it was also the greatest offense ever, Draymond. You forget that? And that was because of me, Kevin Durant. That was some great back and forth, by the way. I love
those two are going to be angry at each other the rest of their life.
Absolutely.
Was that movie Life? Was that the movie Life where they're in prison together?
Oh, with
and they're
Martin
holding
Lawrence,
grudges forever.
Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy,
Yeah.
right? It's classic. It's
It
so
really
good.
was. The Hatfields and the McCoys, the Durants and the Greens.
Hatfields and McCoys, they had a good little miniseries on History Channel like a decade ago with, I want to say, who is it? Kevin Costner and Bill Paxton, rest in peace, I believe was also in that series. I don't think Brian and Powell.
Grumpy old men, bro.
I know, it's
That's
exactly
such
what
a
it
good
is.
Call.
Well, now we know. Now we know though that it might not have been Draymond and Jimmy talking about each other. Maybe everyone's talking about the young guys and Podziemski. Life comes at you fast, Joe.
So I've been showing LJ a ton of like basketball highlights. So I went through like the Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's highlights are just, they age even better than you think.
Here's Kobe's 81 against the Toronto Raptors. Here you go.
Well, we did the Larry Bird one,
There you
right?
go.
And Larry's looks like it was filmed on like Supermax, Super 8, whatever the hell it's called.
Right.
And Michelle just could not get over the shorts.
Oh, the short shorts?
It's just the short shorts.
Well, and
she's
he's
like,
so pasty too.
She's
so
like,
it
it's so 70s. I go, this was like 82.
Well, they're kind of bringing back like the short shorts for a second. Like they're kind of bringing them back.
I could tell what religion everyone was on the court. That's how short the shorts were.
God.
All right. And so, like,
Shout the
that's a
anteaters.
joke. That's a joke.
Got the snips.
And
Hard truths cut both ways, Sir Devils.
Emphasis on cut.
And so then Michelle, like, I'm playing the Michael Jordan stuff, and Michelle, like, had reference like, God, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, huh? And I was like, what? She's like, well, they hate each other. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I mean, Jordan sicked his son on his ex-wife, and
This team is DTF, Jim.
And I'm
really
thinking to myself,
were?
like, is it going to get that bad for Dre and KD down the line where one of them is with the other one's ex-wife?
What team?
If KD ever gets married?
What team was first team all DTF, Carter? 888-957-9570.
What were the Warriors doing there?
Brian in Palo Alto.
The Jordan highlights are so great.
He's awesome.
Dude, he's the best. He's the GOAT. It's not even close.
What's up, Brian?
Morning. How you doing?
Dude, I'm just beaming. Do you want AD?
Do I want? It's not gonna. I mean, it's not gonna happen. Who are they gonna trade? Kuminga for him?
Kuminga,
I don't even know.
Draymond.
What's AD's contract? I don't even know what his contract is.
$54 million. I'll give you the trade machine. Here it is. I got.
He's been waiting, Brian, for someone to ask
you to
him.
ask. So it's a 4-team deal. Sacramento gets Moses Moody, Jaden Ivey, Jalen Duran, and some picks. Draymond Green goes to Detroit with Klay Thompson and Buddy Hield. I mean, chef's kiss there. Dallas Mavericks get expiring deals because they need to move off stuff. Tobias Harris, DeMar DeRozan, and they get pods. Warriors get Anthony Davis. Picks galore everywhere.
Sure, whatever. Okay. And so Kuminga stays in that scenario, I'm assuming?
Say that again.
Yes, Kuminga stays.
Kuminga stays, just for the fun.
I mean, look, the two, it's you still incredibly have these two timelines in direct and absolute conflict with each other. Like, it's the second timeline is like Lakers' little pet project, right? That even quoted the other day, he said, I'm obsessed with us being good after Steph's gone. I think about it all the time. Essentially said that, right?
I saw that
and
quote.
So
and he's like
line is,
fired up to be good.
The bottom line is these guys aren't that good, right? And by the way, right now, the first timeline's not that good at the moment, right? And
Not good.
You essentially have two timelines that suck at the moment, that don't seem to get along and aren't aligned. And so I'm going to say it. This might be the first person to say it. And I love the guy. I think this keeps on, and Kerr's at risk, right? If the second and first timeline suck, someone's going to get blamed for it. And he does. I think his contract's over at the end of this year. So I'm just going to put it out there. I don't think he should be fired. I love Kerr, but that call will be out there.
Mutually, you think a mutual parting?
I don't know, but something's not right now.
I would
right?
agree.
And so I think that, if you still have the fundamental issue of are you committed to the first or the second timeline? You can't have both because the second timeline
not good enough.
Isn't good enough.
Not good.
It's just not good enough. I mean, I like Will Richard. I like Moody. Kuminga's fallen off a cliff with his play since the start of the year, and Shohei Podziemski, right, is, he's got his own deal going, right, which is he thinks he's going to be a player that he's not now and will never be. And so that's fundamentally an issue. So, yeah, you still have the fundamental issue of you commit to the first or the second timeline.
Who's more overrated, the young core or the Horford, Butler, Draymond core, not named Steph?
I think that it's not been a great week for anybody, right? The last 7 to 10 days, including Butler. I still think Butler is a great player. He was last year, and I think he'll be great again. I do believe track records count. Draymond, Yeah, not looking incredibly spry, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Good
But
call,
it's not
BP.
good
Thanks,
right
Brian.
now.
Thanks. I think from now, like we used to have a graphic when my dad would call in on the YouTube. I think now I would like a Batman-like graphic where instead of a bat
silhouette,
instead of a bat in the moon, I want a salt shaker for saltiness.
Can we have Yin Yang Twins salt shaker, please? Yin Yang Twins, shake it like a salt shaker. There we go. That's Brian in Palo Alto. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. In Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We've got former Warriors GM Gary St. Jean joining us in about 20 minutes.
I'll ask you the same question I asked him. What's been more disappointing through 12 games? All the old guys not named Curry, all the young guys.
Probably all the old guys not named Curry, because Steph, at least, because you didn't include Curry there, and Steph won you that second game, and it was incredible, and it was probably the highlight of the season thus far. And I thought Jimmy played very well in that game one, but really since those first couple games against who we think are like legit contenders in the West, I mean, everyone's been disappointing. But at least the young guys, they've shown some improvements upon last season. I'm not expecting the old guys at this stage of their careers to show like improvement in anything, right? I guess what I'm kind of frustrated with is Jimmy Butler, and I get it. We've had callers say, hey, he's never been Alpha Jimmy. He's never been Alpha Jimmy. I'm not saying he has to be this mythical playoff Jimmy from years ago. Can I get more than 3 shots when Steph's chucking up 13, though? Can I get more aggressive, Jimmy? I don't need you to be All-Star Hall of Fame Jimmy. I just need you to shoot the ball more, man. That's it.
And they're making all the money.
Yes.
I'm getting flooded with text messages asking if Matt Steinmetz has a brother.
Yes, he does.
Does he?
Yep.
Is his name Brian in Palo Alto?
Steiny actually loves when Brian calls him too. Like, that's the thing. He has a little smile on his face, like kind of like you. You have just a little smile, a little smirk whenever you hear Brian's voice. Whenever you see a tweet pop up from him with his Brandon Pajemski avatar with the braids. Braided Pajemski. How about that? Is that his nickname? Yeah, but hey, Pods and Cooper Flagg, they're homies, so.
Should Buster trade for Pods?
I mean, it would give a rival to a division in the Los Angeles Dodgers, because you already got, the Japanese Shohei Ohtani. Now let's get the white version of him.
I have a question from YouTube, David Martin. If Draymond wasn't on the team, would KD have accepted a trade back to us last year?
I think that ship has sailed overall, but it wouldn't have hurt. How about that?
I think he would have.
I think we were all talking about it when it was, because remember, Joe, that was their second or first week together in this current iteration of the Morning Roast. And I was saying, yeah, I just don't think KD wants to come back here. Like, I think that ship has sailed. And it's not the ownership. It's because of one guy.
It's not Curry.
It's not Curry. It's the guy that's still there. And it's not,
how many guys? I mean, it's just.
And Bob Myers wasn't there anymore. It's Draymond Green. That's the dirty little secret. Shout out All-American Rejects. Hey, Steve Kerr, speaking of you, what happened to the decision-making last night?
Well, we had 12 turnovers at halftime, and they didn't feel like they were forced. They just, from the defense. I mean, obviously OKC's got a great defense and a great team, but felt like mostly decision-making. So we've got to make better decisions if we're going to be a good team, and I've got to do a better job of putting our guys in position to do so.
And if you're just joining us, the comments made from Draymond Green after the game at the podium saying everyone has a personal agenda. It's about all, being included in the team agenda. And you got Jimmy Butler in the locker room saying players and teammates aren't being honest with themselves. And then you have Anthony Slater, who covers the team for ESPN, with his article released saying that, yeah, those comments could be directed at one or two people, either Brandon Pajemski or Jonathan Kuminga. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors
So
fans,
unfair,
How are you
dude.
feeling about that? But then I think it's more so Pods, the way Slater presents it, because he's talking about the comments that Pod's been making all summer for years now about wanting to be better than Stephen Curry, about being the white Shohei. And there's some eye rolls within the organization now, according to Slater, within the Warriors organization, that are kind of fed up with that stuff.
I mean, is this going to galvanize them or force their hand in a trade?
It's one of the two options, right? They're 12 games in. So let's see what this team is in December and through January when the trade deadline is upon us.
Can I just interrupt you? And I'm sorry that I'm doing that again.
No. What?
Jimmy Butler has a history of ejecting from situations. Jimmy Butler, in particular, part of why he had so many red flags on him is because the way it ends with teammates and organizations. And I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen here, but that is an element you have to acknowledge.
Well, the jokes I kept seeing on social media yesterday were from a lot of Heat fans and Warriors. And
What were
and
they
people,
saying?
They're just like, oh, it's already started. Jimmy Butler making comments about teammates not trusting each other. We got to be honest with each other. Oh, it's already started.
Well, did he do that in Miami?
He's done it everywhere, apparently. He's made comments like this. So this is the start of the big fire that usually burns within the Jimmy Butler teammates and
So
teams.
it's funny that you mentioned. So I've got 2 different trades up, and I'm going to throw another one at you, and you're going to think I'm nuts. So one of them I told you was to get Anthony Davis. The other one was to get Jaren Jackson Jr. and John Morant, and that would include Jimmy Butler, Guy Santos, and TJD. Would you do that? Would you double dip like that?
Yeah, and like 50 picks going to like the Grizzlies.
So what?
Okay. Well, at least
if I said goodbye to almost everyone on the team and I reset the team with Anthony Davis, Jaren Jackson Jr., John Morant, and Steph.
Sure. Is that what we're like?
I'm just throwing stuff at you.
Sure.
Just throwing stuff at you.
No. Like, yeah.
John Morant makes only 39.
I feel like Brian and Palo Alto.
Jaren Jackson Jr. only makes 23.
I mean,
23.
What were the Warriors doing there?
He's got 1 year left on the deal after this one.
Samita.
Just throwing out ideas.
Samita.
Just throwing out ideas.
We're just throwing out ideas, Samita, on the morning roast.
I would take Jaren Jackson Jr. yesterday.
Yeah, I would take JJJ as well. I think he's great. But, you guys, last night's performance was, I don't know that there's a better word for it than pathetic. But, I think the pods conversation, yeah, he drank too much of his own Kool-Aid. But Mr. Jimmy Butler had 12 points, 8 of which were free throws. So what are we doing here? We're paying this guy so much money. Where are the buckets? Jimmy Buckets, where are the buckets? He played 22 minutes or 20-plus minutes. He had 12 points, of which he made 2 baskets, 8 free throws. Like, that's not the offensive production that we are expecting from this guy. So we can talk about, the young core and all of that, but we need some smoke for these other guys because I'm not very impressed with any of the core guys. Steph had like 11 points or something. Kuminga was the highest scorer with 13 points. I was looking at the box score, and I'm like, what happened? What is going on here? Like, I had to turn the game off because I was like, this is just painful to watch. Like, after a certain amount of time, you're like, this is just feels like sadistic or, but what's going on with Jimmy Butler? Where are the buckets, Mr. Jimmy Buckets? I don't see any buckets. So I think, he can say whatever he wants about people aren't being honest with themselves, but he needs to be honest with himself too.
Totally.
And I think I agree that Kerr's time, and I love Steve Kerr. I've loved him since he was a player, but I think his time might be coming to an end because when you see your team performing like that, you got to make adjustments. Why aren't we doing something? We're just keeping on doing the same thing, and it's not working.
I mean,
I love Samita.
You're asking a guy to be honest with himself that's been on 5 different teams in the NBA. So I'm just presenting it to you.
So after Steve Kerr, we're going to go player coach Draymond?
You know what? Why not? You know what? Bring him up. Hey, what's the NBA equivalent of the Tony Vitello? Let's do that. Let's just get someone from high school. Get Joe. You go out there.
No, I want him. I think he could do the Bill Russell.
Let's ask Gary St. Jean.
Yeah, you know what? The saintly one. We'll have a thought on that.
I need Bonte to coach the team.
You know what? Why not at this point? Why not? Just go. You got Terry
Dre,
Stotts.
I'm actually not going to play you right now.
Terry
The answer to your
Stotts.
question would be Dan Hurley.
Dan
Hurley.
Chuck,
I'm
you
so
coaching
out
me.
on him. I root against Dan Hurley. What a miserable human being.
Same.
What a jerk.
JJ Redick? Steve Nash?
No, I like. What about Stackhouse? He's already on the staff. I like Stack.
Let's ask Gary St. Jean on the other side. By the way, quick 49ers nugget on our way out. Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent an emergency appendectomy this week.
Oh, no.
He's going to be out against the Niners.
That's That's good for us, bad for him.
Well, they were already winning regardless of whether or not he was playing, but now it's even more of a lock, Carter. Lock it in, Niners over the Cardinals, and also lock in on the other side, the saintly one, Gary St. Jean, brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
The NBA season's rollin', and DraftKings' newest game, Pick 6, is the easiest way to play for your shot at big wins. NBA stars are lighting it up. Now their numbers aren't just highlights, they're your shot to cash in. Here's how it works. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in Pick 6 credits with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball. Pick, play, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg. Sausage grilling? You busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step?
Well, whoever said it must have been talking about GlideStep hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. Because with GlideStep, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology? Just step in, and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try GlideStep hands-free Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What are you laughing at, Joe?
Oh, y'all playing with me.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Pods? Oh. Pods, hot topic today. We'll just say that. And I'm not talking Hot Topic, the store, which I know Joe Shasky used to frequent back in 2010. That was his store of choice. You know what my guest of choice is right now, though? It's the saintly one. That's Gary St. Jean, who's joining us now on The Morning Roast, former Warriors GM, Warriors Roundtable as well with Kevin Dana this Thursday. That's tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Be there or be square. Gary, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And where do we start with this team right now? That was just an ugly, ugly loss right now for a team that struggled mightily on the road. Outside of that Lakers win in Game 1, Gary, I mean, 0-6, and they're 6-6 on the season right now. Where do we start with this team?
First, I love this backcourt of Joe and Joe.
Makes it easy.
Has the potential to really score. It kind of reminds me of Thompson and Curry.
You know what, Gary? Like, I'm going to be real. I feel like I'm Monte Ellis in this scenario.
Oh my God.
I don't know if I could play with this guy. I don't know if I could play with him.
Off he went to Milwaukee. Sometimes the trades you don't make are the best you ever make.
Exactly.
And that Curry was involved in that discussion. Imagine if that ever happened. That would have been worse than Luka Doncic.
Seriously. So what do you make of this team after 12 games?
Yeah. You know what, guys? It's early, and the first 4 games, I was scratching my head, and I said, are they really this good? I mean, they look terrific. And then they've come down to earth, and you touch on the point, the road has been really hard, and the defense hasn't been very good on the road. But I am going to share with you last night that they played against the best team in the league. There's no debate. And that team there has all the makings to repeat this year. SGA is a special, special player. He's got some qualities that Steph has. He's very humble. He's a great leader to his team. He makes big plays. He's special. And we can easily use that excuse, but the team did not play well. And if the defense doesn't get itself in line, it's going to be a struggle. The road is tough, and you guys know the West is brutal. I watched last night after the Warrior game, I watched Sacramento play Denver. I don't think there's any debate, guys. The 2 best teams in the West are Oklahoma City and Denver. And then after that, you've got to probably put Houston in just below there. And then after that, I can't tell you what the heck is going to happen.
Gary, I agree. Their defense, especially perimeter, and then because they don't have a funneler, meaning a big shot blocker, in the middle of the paint, like they get blown by and they give up a lot of easy buckets, and they're always in help mode. What do you think their best lineup? I'm sorry. Get in there.
Joe, that's a good breakdown. And in today's game, you have to crowd the three-point line. And KYP, know your personnel. So if you're playing a non-shooter, you can sag off a little. But if you're playing somebody with that shot, you got to get up and crowd them. Now, what happens then? That guy pump fakes, he can go by you like you're saying. And what's been so tight in the past has kind of disappeared. That means your weak side, the help side guys, have got to rotate from weak to strong to pick up the dribbler coming toward the rack. And that hasn't been there as good as it should be. So you got a big problem in that you're getting beat with the three ball, you're getting beat off the bounce, and you're getting beat at the rim. And oh, by the way, you turned the ball over again 20 times last night. Well, that's a recipe for big-time road problems.
Yeah, I mean, they have 320 assists and 190 turnovers as a team this year. It's a horrible ratio. What's their best lineup, just overall? If you were going to go a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense, I don't even know if I have a feel for that right now.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement. And, when you look at it, you got Steph back there. And, I can't tell you that I'm sold on Podziemski starting. You could convince me you wanted to play Moody. You could convince me you want to play Richard. That young guy has really surprised me. I watched him in the summer league closely with Kevin Dana, and I didn't see all this good stuff in him. He's got it. And as you guys noted, you got Butler and you got Draymond. So now what do you want to do at the 5 spot? And this is the dilemma here. You can't play Draymond there a ton of times. Now we know about the older guys, and you're going to do game management with Horford. But I think in the big picture, I think you're going to see Horford there as we get further into the season with no repetitive back-to-backs. And that will take the wear and tear off of Draymond. And you got these guys a little nicked up. I mean, Steph is still hurt. There's no doubt about it. I think Draymond might be sitting out tonight. I read a note that Steve said he's kind of banged up. So that means Horford will play. And back-to-back on the road in the Western Conference is not a lot of fun. I think I would have had I would have had a very strong bottle of Cabernet last night.
I think a lot of Warriors fans did too. Gary St. Jean joining us here on the River Islands guest line, former Warriors GM and host of Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana. Again, you could hear that tomorrow at 6 o'clock on Thursday. A guy we haven't brought up yet, really saying, is Jimmy Butler. And there's a lot of Warriors fans frustrated with the performance yesterday. Not saying he was bad. They just would have liked to see more of him. When you got guys struggling to shoot, and you got Steph there, clearly the shot's not there. He's missed a couple games. And you only get 3 attempts from the field from Jimmy Butler, 2 of 3. He got to the line and made 8 free throws. But, the lack of aggression at times for Jimmy Butler, are you sensing that? And you think he's just picking and choosing his spots early on in the season?
That's a sit down with Steve and maybe Terry Stotts, kind of offensive coordinator, and said, hey, with our situation right now, we need you to be more aggressive. Go into the rack. We need you. And here's an expression we all use in the NBA. You can be unselfish to a fault. And recognize that home game the other night where he was going in the paint and 4 times he found Al Horford because he was trying to get him going. Well, right now, he's your best ISO player, and you need some points out of him. He's so darn smart. I think he can do that if they have a good discussion about it. Joe, the guy that showed me a lot in the very beginning, but I'm hoping he can get back on track here, is Kuminga. He's like a wild card to me. And if you told me you weren't going to start a big and you wanted to stay, you're going to go Kuminga, Green, and Butler, okay. But again, we need to have those guys playing at a high level. Gary, and he's a big, big key.
Gary, I'm looking at Draymond. He's a great player overall. I mean, his resume speaks for itself. He's just getting so up there, and I feel like I'm watching a guy laboring, getting up and down the floor. At what point do you consider putting him in some form, as you navigate the regular season, of an Iguodala role where he's off the bench, he's 20 minutes a night, you're trying to have him at his freshest so that he can impact winning late in games in that small ball role? Can they have that conversation with him? I think it's I don't know. Like I feel like we're kind of avoiding the inevitable here, Gary. And I love the guy. He's awesome, but he's going to wear down. He can barely get up and down the floor.
No, that's a valid point. And as we said before, he is dinged up. And as emotional as he is on the court, he's one of the most cerebral players you've ever come across. Now, let's take that cerebral nature and take it to a meeting with the coach. And I think he would do anything that the team needs. I really believe that. Now, with that said, you get into managing minutes, exactly what you're talking about. So is it, you sit down and you say, okay, if he really wants to start, do I just play him the first 4 or 5? And I sit him out the rest of the quarter. And I give him 4 or 5 minutes in the second quarter. I got to save those minutes for the second half and especially down the stretch of the game. So that's game management that Steve, I think, is exceptional with. And your point is well taken. I think Draymond would be receptive of that. Again, taking care of him. Sometimes a player, he doesn't see it. And, you got to hug him. You got to embrace him. You got to tell him you love him. And can you accept this thought? Let me share something with you. And that's the way you go about it.
What's the bigger issue right now on this team? Is it too many non-shooters in too many different lineups, or just the overall lack of perimeter defense?
Well, we always just go crazy about Steph and the shots and all that. But when you won the championships, and we've been so blessed, guys, 4 championships in a decade, now we're in the real world here. And the defense has to be a constant. It's been there for years and years and years. Now you got some new guys, and the rookie, surprisingly, is doing very well with it. But, Post is not a real good defender. I would say Davis is okay. And I can go down the line here with the whole roster. It's a collective team effort. We have to be 5 guys holding onto the rope, playing together. And guys, I'm being blunt. It's got to get a lot better. There's no doubt about it. In your point about the shooting, how many non-shooters can you have on the floor at a time? That's what you got to break down. Can I have 2? And then you got some guys that might be considered shooters that are inconsistent. So, for example, Moody, his youth, but I think he's got a real upside. I think he can be a consistent 3 guy. Has Podziemski convinced me that he's a heck of a perimeter shooter? No, I don't. I can't say that. So that's what you're getting in the young guys. Now, and listen, guys, Hield really can help you. He can shoot you in. He can shoot you out, meaning he launches and they're not going. But some nights he's going to make them and you keep them in there. It's an interesting roster to me, and you're playing with it a little bit. You got to figure out what can work here. Guys are going to be in and out of the rotation. As time goes on, they'll shorten the rotation. They won't be playing 12 guys. They just can't do that.
No, and Gary St. Jean joining us here on the Morning Roast, former Warriors GM, Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana this Thursday at 6 o'clock. And a guy that a lot of Warriors fans want to see more of, Saint, Will Richard. I mean, what a find early on. Every single time I see him on the court, I want more and more of this kid. Is there, I know he's had one start when all the old guys were out against the Kings. I want to see more starts for Will Richard. Does that sound insane?
No, I think he's knocking on the door really, really hard. And these performances where he goes in there and keeps doing real positive stuff. There's an expression we have in the league, a 3-and-D guy, meaning this guy looks like he can make the 3 ball, but he's also might be as good a perimeter defender as you have on the whole roster. This guy can really defend. He's been very, very well coached down there at Florida. Golden was a head coach at USF, and this guy knows how to play. I'm really impressed with him. Give Mike Dunleavy and his crew a lot of credit. That's a great pick.
Yeah, he's made some really nice defensive plays at the top of the key, whether it's on ball by himself or as a helper, blitzing someone. He moves without the ball. The shot looks funky, but it goes in. Like I like everything about him. He's tougher than he looks. He's a really solid player. Let me ask you about, there's a lot of rumors about Anthony Davis, Gary, yeah, I mean, he's a great player. It comes with tremendous risk. He's always injured. He would solve a lot of problems for this team. Forget who's going out the door or anything like that. If I said to you that there's a path for them to get Anthony Davis, should they consider that?
I think you got to. If you're going to chase a championship, you got a ton of players on your roster. But I can share with you that my son Greg, who's an assistant with the Lakers, was with AD when they won the championship and loves him as a guy, as a teammate. LeBron loves him. And he goes in the Luka deal. Well, what are we looking at here? You got a history of injuries. And he's lucky he didn't tear his Achilles with this calf injury. You got to talk about him. When he's right, he's as good a big as we have on both ends of the floor. I'm with you. And that would solve a lot of issues. Now, I can chat with you again next week, and you guys are going to tell me who the heck you're putting in this deal because they are hurting because they gave away a lot of firsts down there in Dallas. Yeah. They are in a bad to rebuild this thing down there. They're in a tough position. I know Michael Finley real well from his playing days, and I know Matt Riccardi when I was with the Nets years ago. And these guys got a tough task.
Michael Finley, Wisconsin, way back when. They're talking my ear.
Go, that away.
He was great. Yeah. He was a stud player, very underrated.
Badgers. A Saint.
Agree.
A Saint. They see a guy tonight in Victor Wembanyama. I mean, I watched it. No, seriously. Just let me just read the stat line of his game against the Bulls. 38 points, 11 of 19 shooting, 6 of 9 from beyond the arc, 12 boards, 5 assists, 5 blocks. Saint, I almost called you Wemby. This guy's incredible. We've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. These blocks are amazing. He's averaging 5.5 in the short time that we've had in the season. That's 2 more than the best ever in the NBA. Guys, did you watch at the end of the game? Normally they're calling, he's got the ball. He tells the guy who's going to come up and set a pick, get out of here. And he flattens it out. You got a 7'6" guy running a 1-4 flat up top, and he goes at you to the left side, plants his right foot in a step back, and knocks down the 3. I mean, guys, we've never, ever, ever seen anything like this. And I'm enjoying the heck out of it. I sure wouldn't want to be on the other bench coaching against him. But that team there, we've got to watch out with them. I don't think anybody saw this growth in him. Now, Fox is back, and he's played well for having not played. And don't go to sleep on this kid, Castle.
I love him.
He's leading them in assists, and he is a great two-way player. Did he play at UConn?
Yeah, for 1 year, I believe.
Yeah. Boy, I'm impressed with him. And you know the way they run things down there in San Antonio. Everybody knows their role, and they're doing a heck of a job down there.
Gary, you know, I love when we talk with you. I was just at Lenardi's the other day, by the way, getting a turkey sandwich.
Love Lenardi's.
I do love Lenardi's.
Wait
Quite
a
simply
minute,
the
time
best.
out. Yesterday, my girl Darlene, she gets me the chicken noodle soup for my grandsons, William and Joe. Now, she's nice to me. We put a little extra noodles in there. And then I mosey on to the next aisle to the fruit. Now there, I get the best romaine lettuce for my chicken Caesar. And then I mosey up to the apples. I'm from Massachusetts. You guys don't even know what Macintosh apples are. I get excited when I go in there.
Gary,
We
let me
got
ask
the
you.
best produce in America, maybe the world, in the California
It's true.
Saint. Come
It's
on.
true. But Gary, how old are the boys
I agree
now?
with you 100%.
How old are the grandkids right now?
William is 6 and Joe is 3, and William can do a step back, and my son Greg, when he's home, has him working on the Kobe pivots and up and under.
I love it.
I love it.
I love that.
I have two hoops in the front of my yard, and I'm out there with them every day. I'm having the best time of my whole life. People say, "Hey, Coach, what are you doing now?" I said, "I have a limo business." They go, "What?" I said, "Yes, I do. I got 2 car seats in the back." And I sit those 2 guys back there. I put on my hat, and they say, "Papa, we need to go to Lunardi's, or we need to go to Danville Chocolates, or we need to Locanda Ravello for pizza." So we're big in Danville.
You know, I'm imagining, because I'm meeting all the parents of a bunch of new kids this year, a crop of new kids, and I always do the introductions, and I'm waiting for the day that you are dropping off one of the boys at basketball practice and you're watching some inferior coach who has no idea what your resume is, and you're like, "Yeah, I know what I'm doing, Gary." Like, will it be difficult for you to stand afar and watch and not chime in?
I could say yes, but my wife's in the other room, guys, and she said, "Will you be quiet? Stop yelling." And of course, I'm telling them, "Hey, look up, and that kind of thing, and hold it's."
Play with
I'm
your
having
head
the
up.
best time.
Oh, good for you.
It's great.
Good for you.
That's
Hey,
awesome.
Hey, Saint, we appreciate the
love
time
ya.
this morning, man.
We
We'll
love
be
ya.
listening tomorrow with you and Kevin Dan, all right?
Hey, you guys call anytime. You made my morning.
I miss you,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Have a good one.
He makes our mornings every day. That's Gary
love
St.
Gary
Jean
St.
right there, former Warriors GM.
Just makes me smile.
Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana
Yeah.
this Thursday, 6 o'clock. And he's like our grandpa here, man. I don't think he wants us to say that, but
No.
he is. He reminds me of it.
I'm going to read a tweet from the internet right now.
From the internet.
Can you give me some magical music or something? I don't know. Just some magical music. Just give me something.
Just give me, hey, Carter, give me magic. How about that?
Let me go get my keyboard and start figuring it
Magic
out.
had a sound.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe Reading Rainbow? I don't know. You see the story I'm about to tell? Another tweet about that
Just
Yale?
pot it down and take it off YouTube.
All right. Here is the tweet. I'm going to read the whole thing. And I think that this individual, in however many characters, summarized how I feel. Steph Kerr in this organization.
Steph or Steve?
Steph Kerr in this organization.
Okay, got it.
Steve in this organization. Okay. Trying to make Draymond work on this team is going to be the true death of this thing. Forget about tonight. If anybody has really paid attention, this team has been trying to build around, trying to hide Draymond's waning value for years. All of these trades people want. Players having to cover for having Draymond on the team, both offensively and defensively. It's all connected. The nostalgia act is over. This is not hate. This isn't being ungrateful. This is the cold, hard truth. And I hate that it has to come to this. But the sad part is they won't let him go because Steph doesn't want to let him go. Kerr doesn't want to let him go. Forget about hating the kids. Just look around. You can only do so much when your team has to make concessions for Draymond. And that is from Bryant Got Game. And I thought that was a really well thought out, really insightful tweet. He is a useful player. He is good. But to start games, listen to what no matter who you have on, whatever an expert, you can't play Dre at the 5 all game. He's going to wear down. So now I'm starting someone else at the 5 so that Dre plays the 4. I'm limiting who I would be drafting at the 4 because you got to have Draymond at the 4 to start the game, right? But I got to close the game with Draymond as well, right? All right, so he's going to be my closer at the 5, all right. But then in my starting lineups, because he's the 4 and he's a non-shooter, I got to have other shooters out there. All right, well, let's put in Pods. Yeah, but he doesn't defend. All right, let's put in JK. Yeah, but he's a non-shooter. Yeah, let's go with Trace Jackson Davis. Yeah, but he doesn't shoot either. No. All right, let's go with Quentin Post. Yeah, but he doesn't really defend.
No.
Now, again, it's not about just Draymond. It's about the complications of if you play Draymond at the desired position of the 4 to start the game, you're at a compromise. If you play Draymond at small ball 5, you're wearing him out. He's still useful. He is. He's still useful to end games. And this is where I keep saying, the only way this team to keep Draymond on it is going to go somewhere of significance is if he embraces an Iguodala-like role where he is less emphasized to start games and more emphasized and ready to go to end games.
The Draymond Green conundrum is going to be the one the next couple months to monitor because they're not moving him. I'm just going to say I just don't believe they're moving him, but this version of Draymond cannot be starting and playing as many minutes as he's doing.
They're not getting to a Western Conference Finals with Draymond being a 30-minute-a-night guy for 75 games a year.
No, and
they're just not.
You want to save the ball. Like, the best version of this team has Draymond playing at a high defensive level and still facilitating offensively, but he's got to close. But in order to close, like, the best version of him is not playing a lot of minutes every night.
How many calls did we take?
But Joe, the problem is, like, they kind of need him because they don't have a lot of, like, these players, and he's not a two-way player. But that's also this team right now. They don't have any two-way players that you can trust. Like, Jimmy Butler's probably the only, like, him and Kuminga, I guess, but you're not trusting Kuminga consistently offensively right now.
If you could, you couldn't, like, why couldn't you start Kuminga at the 4 and go, I'm just hypothetically, either TJD or Quentin Post, depending on what the matchup is. And then you got Kuminga at the 4.
We're not starting Al Horford, but like
Moody at the 3, Butler at the 2, or, whatever, he's at the 3 and Moody's at the 2, and then Curry. You already have a de facto point guard in Jimmy Butler and in Steph Curry, right? And then now you have, Draymond coming off the bench. He doesn't get a couple of cheapo depot fouls against another team. Like, yeah, you're going to take a hit defensively. You are, but I'm hoping the collective of my defense is better because of the combinations I'm able to play out there alongside of those guys. I don't think that Kuminga is some unbelievable 4. He's not. They don't really have a 4 on the roster.
No.
Like, they just don't. So I'm just going with what I have right now, right? And so they're in a tough spot, but I'm telling you, like, they absolutely have got to find a way to de-emphasize Draymond and at the beginning of games and emphasize him more at the end of games. And it sounds like a contradiction, but it's reality. Think about where we were with Klay Thompson. Guys, if you could retcon and go backwards, if you could, we would have solved all this by having Klay come off the bench. I'm not sure you would have found a way to salvage Jordan Poole, but knowing everything we know now, wouldn't you have tinkered with Klay coming off the bench?
Yeah, the person that you tinkered with all the time is the guy that had no ego and you could get away with it. It was Andrew Wiggins.
Yes.
He was the only one that ever bought into, like,
totally.
You want me to start? You want me to come off the bench? Whatever.
Like, whatever.
Because he has no, I hate it sounds so cruel. He has no personality. He has no ego within him.
Well, plus there wasn't an invested stock of,
correct.
I helped build this.
Correct. But again, that also spoke to him being able to do that because even a player like Andrew Wiggins, he probably felt some type of way about coming off the bench and he knew he wasn't playing well, but he accepted it. He did it. I don't know if Draymond Green could accept that. I don't. Like right now, if I asked you that, do you think he accepts that this season
if
at any
point? If he can't, then he's not the team player that he makes himself out to be.
And
he's all about winning.
And Saint brought that up with us. He's like, hey, if he has a sit down with Steve Kerr and they tell you that like that's the best option for the team, he thinks that Draymond Green would accept it because he is a team player.
Well, the mirror is the last to know. A lot of these guys, I remember when Jerry Rice at the end was like, no. The offense still goes through me. And it was like, Jerry, you're 41.
It's T.O.
I love you.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm going back to the Raiders.
Oh, the Raiders was like Tim Brown and
Jerry Porter.
Jerry Porter.
It was like, dude, you're 41. Dude, we love you. You're still really good. The offense does not go through you anymore.
It's not.
Like, it just doesn't. So, like, I don't think people
Zach Crockett
understand that in his mind, Dre absolutely thinks that he is the key to winning. And that's part of what makes him him. But, I mean, there's got to be a come to Jesus moment.
TC and Sack has a come to Jesus moment for the Warriors with a trade idea. How about that? What's up, TC? You're on the roast.
Hey, big dog. I got a trade idea, right? So I got Domas coming to you guys, and we'll take Draymond and Kuminga. Fair deal?
So we got Sabonis for Kuminga and Draymond.
No. That is not the trade you told me on the phone there, TC. Come on, tell me the trade you really told me.
Hold on. You told our screener, Sam Lubman, something else?
No, listen, because I was thinking about that trade. If you really want to trade, I said DeMar DeRozan, Devin Carter to you guys.
Devin Carter. No one wants Devin Carter and his hair that's growing in some spots on his head, but not others.
Shasky, let me ask you a question.
Devin Carter sucks.
Listen, you wouldn't take Domas to help you guys rebound, and now for a guy and two guys that you guys don't even want on the team. You guys are talking about Green can go somewhere else.
No, I said Green can come off the bench. No, I said Green can come off the bench.
You guys been over,
for Anthony Davis, though.
Listen, bro, for a guy that you guys don't want in JK and Draymond Green, bro.
Wait, who's saying they don't want Jonathan Kuminga? I think Warriors fans want Jonathan Kuminga.
What are we talking about here?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
Thanks, TC.
I'm getting a text from Scooter Berry, Rick's son here.
Scooter,
and
number one
he's his own man. I don't know why I always have to say Rick's son. I apologize, Scooter. I hope you and your family are doing well, by the way. He goes, you nailed it, Joe. Draymond has to assume an Iguodala-type role to allow them to maximize talent in other positions. Look, not every team is built the way OKC is. Like, it feels like they don't have a flaw, right? Would you agree? Like, very few teams are built that way.
They were without two of their starters yesterday, and if I was just a random observer from space, I wouldn't have known because they just look better even without those guys.
All right, so every team's going to have strengths and weaknesses. Right now, who is one of the strengths on this team? Moses Moody. I kind of want to see more of him. Maybe it's Will Richard. Maybe I want to see more of Will Richard. Like, I do believe they owe it to themselves to try out various combinations and staggering minutes. And I think it starts with accepting. I challenge anyone. I want you to watch Draymond on offense. He's laboring up the floor. He passes at the top of the key. If he's not in the corner three position, he doesn't bring a lot to the table offensively right now. He is standing 5 feet away from the three-point line. He's not a threat. He doesn't need to be guarded. You got, Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren sagging so far off him. They're clogging passing lanes. It's created a ton of turnovers for everyone. It's not the same. I love him. We all love him. We admitted when Klay lost a step. We have to admit Draymond's losing a step here. Look, come on. Be real, Warrior fans.
Speaking of Draymond Green, this is what Steve Kerr had to say about his availability tonight and Al Horford's. Yeah, and if you're a Warriors fan, great. Oh, we get like the best big man in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama, and we're not going to have our best big man defender in Draymond Green. All right. Well, it rains, it pours. And by the way, it is scheduled to rain today and tomorrow in the Bay Area. Maybe not in San Antonio. Who knows?
My final thought is this. Happy birthday to my little brother.
Oh, that's awesome.
He will always be my little brother.
Always.
He'll always be number 2.
Number 2.
I love him dearly. I'm very proud of the man that he's become. He's a great father. He's a good, not great plumber.
I was going to say, what about golfer?
Because I hold great out for Uncle Matt. That's a joke, Pat. And he's an okay golfer.
Just okay?
He's beaten me a couple times.
Okay, there you go.
I let him,
that one day at Coyote Creek, I remember him doing pretty well.
Yeah, no. I mean,
I actually don't remember.
Wow,
you don't have to give him that much credit.
Look at you.
Here's the funny thing. My brother thinks he's better than me in golf, yet is begging for strokes on both sides of the scorecard. And at that point, it's like, well, then who's better?
Yeah.
No, but I love you, Pat. I'm proud of you. And happy birthday, you old fart.
He shares a birthday with Ryan Gosling.
Kind of like Draymond, though. He's lost a step.
Whoa. That's okay. He's crushing as a dad, though. At least he knows who he is at this point, right? Does he know?
I don't know. I mean, the guy, I got a little mad at him. He went to dad shoes. He went to Air Monarchs. I was like, bro, you really gave up?
Air Monarchs?
You just gave up?
Pete Carroll?
Come on, dog.
See, it's funny because Pete Carroll's like in his 70s and he's been doing that. But come on, Pat, you're 40 years younger. Come on.
That's what I'm saying.
At least rock the Vans. He was a skater boy back in the day, right? Come on, dude. Rock the Vans.
Yeah.
Come on.
You and him would have got along with all that Hot Topic BS
You
you're trying to
loved
spew.
Hot Topic. That was your favorite store.
I don't think I've ever bought anything from Hot Topic.
Multiple band t-shirts. Joe Shasky frequents there, Carter.
Yeah.
Am I right, dude? Am I right?
Yeah, I could totally see you in Hot Topics, Spadona.
No, 100%. I wasn't a Hot Topic guy.
Where's your Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings section?
Flip-flops.
No, big Abercrombie and
Where's
Fitch
the
guy.
Blink 182 stuff?
No. I like their music, but I was more preppy back in high school. More Hollister and Abercrombie.
I need Hollister gear.
I can see it.
Yeah, there you go. But that was popular when Sam and
Do you
Carter
have
and I
any
were back-
Billabong?
Yeah. Billabong is dope. Quicksilver?
O'Neal.
Yeah.
O'Neal.
Not Shaquille, but just O'Neal brand. There you go.
My final thought of the day. My final thought of the day is I really would like to see the Warriors give the ball to Jimmy Moore in the post. Right outside, kind of short corner there. I just think they haven't been doing that enough. I think you can work a lot of that. It takes a weak side defender away, and that opens up shooters for Steph potentially or anything. Just think they need to work off of him more and like less of this like just dumping to Steph and looking for Steph. I just think that's where the Warriors offense really gets into a bad spot.
What's up, Sammy?
Two-parter. Part one, happy birthday, Pat Shasky. Love you, buddy. Definitely in the top 3 Shaskys of all time. And then my second thought is,
LJ's
while we were crying about the Warriors last night, Macklin, Celebrini, and the Sharks, just stay hot.
Ryan Warsofsky said to us this morning that Celebrini is a lot stronger than last year. Said he's got a more step. Celebrini across, score! And here is Celebrini moving in with Grass. Then one across, score! Macklin Magic on the setup.
Macklin setting up both those goals last night. Guys, that first goal that Will Smith had, a beautiful tic-tac-toe passing, 4 passes there, and then just drops it right under the goalie's legs. Don't let the Sharks get hot. Oh, actually, it's too late. They're getting too hot.
Look at that. Macklin Celebrini. Are Celebrini good times come on?
He'll be on Team Canada come Olympic time.
Well, then he's going to be our enemy because USA.
For 2 weeks.
24 points through his first 16 games. Macklin Celebrini has the most through that stretch for any teammate of, who is? Carey Price? How about that? Carey Price's career. You know who Carey Price is, Sam?
Go ahead. Hobbs legend.
Hobbs, there you go. By the way,
Macklin Celebrini, I'm going to say right now, best athlete in the Bay Area right now.
Wow. That's disrespectful to Rafi Devers, by the way. He's the best. Just saying. Hey, my final thought is, you had Stephen Curry, top 5, top 10 player in the history of the game last night. You had the reigning MVP and the champion, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. How was that not nationally televised? No, seriously. If you want to get mad at Adam Silver, Joey, how was that game not on the NBCs, the Amazon Primes? Like, how was that not nationally televised? And for a Warriors' sake, you're probably glad it's not, but that is indefensible as far as I'm concerned. That's my final thought.
You know I hate Adam Silver.
I know you do.
He'll be hiring
I did not know
Nico
that.
very shortly.
You're going to be very upset, though, when he's gone, because you're not going to have anyone else to hate. You need someone to hate sometimes.
No, there's always a Joe Madden out there making dumb comments.
That guy.
It's another Joe. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today, and visit Steiny and Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And Carter, that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed.
Hi, it's Bonte, here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. Who doesn't like that? The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your own community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours in home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000 to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget, building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte. Get festive with an iced gingerbread chai. Or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Frey and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities. From LPL Financial.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at HotelViaSF.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Who the F?
And together, There's Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead.
No, it's go ahead.
Go ahead. Welcome back. And I'm glad you're back and everything's okay at home.
Yeah, but about that, and I'm going to just make it about me real quick.
I'm out.
So my wife's got some complications going on, and sometimes the complications rear its head, Steiny, and then we go to Kaiser and we spend the whole day there. So that's where I was at, and that's what happens, and you guys had my back. But that was the worst part of the day until she got better, and then we come home.
Okay.
I order some food out. It comes, arrives.
Can I ask you what you got?
Some Chinese food.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. And I'm thinking, okay, if the Warriors don't win, they'll be 6-6, but they'll be competitive. And what I saw and what I heard after, I'm talking to you all with a broken heart. I am the biggest boo-boo the fool dude ever. You told me last year, shout out to the casino in Vegas, was a mirage. I didn't want to believe it. I thought that the Warriors could put and sustain what they concocted last regular season into this season, and we're only 12 games in, and you're down 36. You're stink on the road. But, Steiny, what's breaking my heart is what the captains are saying after the game. And you know I love team. My dad was in the Navy 30 years. He's always told me about rank. I've worked in corporate. What I don't like is if you're going to call somebody out, put a name on it. All these insinuations, just put a name on who you're talking about, because now I am hurt as a lifelong Warrior fan, Steiny, not just with the poorest play, but now we're talking after 12. The season just started. And now look at the internet. It's running rampant with the Warriors and what I deem stabbing guys in the back. And now Pods, when he said he could be the next Curry, who's going to tell him? Now, allegedly, via Anthony Slater, some guys on the team and in the organization were like, what, WTF? I'm letting it out early, Steiny, because it's still not 20 games or 15, but this is what happened to 4-1?
Oh, well,
what happened to 4-1?
Well, if you start the season 4-1 and then you lose 5 of 7, then you become a 500 team.
We look slow, we look old, and we're small.
All right, this is what Guru's referring to when he's talking about what was said after the game. This is Draymond Green on what's ailing the Warriors right now.
But you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda. Or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas, because a goal is an agenda, you know? And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
All right.
Wow.
That was Draymond Green talking about the Warriors after their loss to the Thunder. And, of course, the question is, well, who's he talking about?
And how heavy, before you finish, do you think that comment is after the 12th game? Like on a scale of a 1 to 10, Steiny, how problematic is that quote to you? Is it a nothing burger? Because to me, it's a 9.5. What are you saying? Do you know what you're alluding to?
I wouldn't say it's a nothing burger, because he's alluding to the fact that this team's got some issues that maybe we can't even see other than the ones we see on the floor. And, you know, he leaves it up to the imagination. Who's he talking about? Anthony Slater in the ESPN talking about probably Kuminga and Podziemski to some degree. I don't know who else, but before I go any further, I mean, when we talk about personal agendas, I mean, it was Draymond Green before the season who was talking about and using the word stamps. Like he wants more stamps on his career in terms of all defensive teams and stuff like that. So he's right, everybody's got a personal agenda, but it's a matter of how you figure it out. And right now, they're not on the same page.
I'm throwing everything in regard to feelings, out here today, along with the kitchen sink. And Steiny, this is 12 games in, but I'm so hurt by both comments from Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. I personally, this early on, wish that they would have had a closed-door meeting before you went public. And now we got to play the game of who was he talking about. And, oh, by the way, just go look at the timing from Slater's comments about, allegedly the Warriors being irritated with, and I'm using that word, paraphrasing, irritated with Young Pods in his comments. And I don't know if you've noticed lately, Pods is not being phased out, but it feels that way. He's no longer starting. But if you're trying to nourish or help the young guys, if that's who Dre and Jimmy are talking about, how does this go over? How does this help going public with it?
Well, it could help in the same way that Steve Kerr thought it would help to say Podziemski can't be that guy.
I'm gonna give you 3.
It's the same.
Be that guy.
It's the same kind of criticism that Kerr leveled toward Kuminga late last season and into the postseason about what he's got to get better at. The only difference is that Draymond didn't name names, but I mean, when you don't name the names, then we're here to wonder, and he's got to be talking about Pods and Kuminga, you would figure, but I'm sure there's other guys that he would lump in to avoid making it seem like he's just calling those two guys out.
Yeah, and I'll say this about Kuminga, because I'm in the fan club, Stoney, and I still am. He leads the team in turnovers. So when you want more and you get more, the handle, again, Coach and Vallejo and Tim and Raleigh, we can't ignore that the handle is not tight. It's not. And he leads the team with turnovers with 34. And right behind him, Steiny, is Draymond Green, who I noticed something in the second half. Jimmy had the ball in his hands more, and I want that more. And I'm wondering, Draymond brings it down, but he's not a threat offensively, Steiny. And I'm wondering, is there a way? I feel like it's overkill. You're doing things that Jimmy should be doing to start the game. I know Jimmy had 3 shots, went to the line 7 or 8 times. But, man, Matt Steinmetz, I thought about this, and I'm ashamed. If Steve Kerr had this on his bingo card, because I sure didn't, I almost want to where's Willard at? Redo the summit over, because I'm not running from what I thought this team can accomplish, but now I'm starting to look and think the chickens are coming home to roost. You don't have many guys you can throw the ball to. Thank God for Moody and Kuminga to create their own shot. I'm not seeing that from Jimmy. He's kind of touch and go. But Steiny, I say all that to say is maybe this is why Steve Kerr doesn't have a multi-year contract or hasn't re-upped. But there's no way in hell anybody could have saw this coming this fast. And when I say this, they look stagnant. They look lifeless. We don't do anything in the paint. Every other team body punches us. We have no rebuttal at all. Nothing in the paint. Everything is threes.
Well, we'll get Horford back tonight.
And why? But real quick, any team needed Horford. It wasn't a team like this that is old. And he can only go every other game. We needed a Thundercat, Steiny. Something down low. And what's his forte? I'm not even mad at you, Al. This team don't match. It does not match.
Well, Steve Kerr said it matches as well as any team in the last few years for the Warriors.
Then what are Jimmy and Dre talking about? Agendas. And Draymond, I'm going to say this. You have gone to the lab. You're taking the corner 3, but the checklist on the other things you used to do defensively, they're not afraid of you anymore. And they're not afraid of the Warriors. Point of attack, dribble, we have no resistance. And maybe that's why Pod is no longer in there. But when he's not in there, it still happens. If I'm an NBA team, I want to face the Warriors.
Well, that's a very different sentiment. I mean, I know you're going to think I'm trolling. That is a great team that they played last night. That was a game the Warriors used to play against other teams.
Right. But, Steiny, you don't have to get down 36 with the chef back. Everybody available but Al. They didn't have Jalen Williams. I'm 36? And I love Fitz and Kalina. I love them to death. You know that. They're in my phone. But there was nothing to gain at the end of that game as I'm watching and hearing them talk about maybe this could be. No! This game, you were down 40. And then, again, Steiny, I'm going to quit being emotional. The comments hurt. It's too early for that stuff.
Well, it might be better to get it out of the way early than to let it linger. What do you give me for, they got beat by the Oklahoma City Thundercats?
I'm going to give you a 4.
All right.
Okay, but Steiny, this was the 6th game that they've allowed the 60-point half. Okay.
888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. For Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore,
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore,
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
Think for the Warriors now. You think your goal in this last 5:30 of the half. Just trying to stay close. Nobody's stopping the ball. Ball thrown out to Jalen Williams. Topside. That's a three. And the predictable timeout from Steve Kerr. What were the Warriors doing there? You don't run away from the ball.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. Tim Roy on the call, 95.7 The Game.
I hadn't heard that tone or disappointment. I appreciate the honesty.
What were the Warriors doing there?
And real quick, Stein, I'm going to let you set it up. I've been watching this team forever and a day under Steve Kerr every game. I've never seen a game where they got a delay of game coming out of the half.
Well, they had to talk about it.
What are we doing?
Well, there's a lot of stuff to talk about in the first half. I'd rather have them be late coming out and be ready.
Like, you guys could laugh. Like, what is going on? Marvin Gaye, what is going on?
Didn't cost him.
He missed a free. Dude.
Yeah, it's like the offsetting penalties to Kittle and the other guy. They scored on it anyway.
Everything.
Now, I got with you two real quick, Stan. I'll throw it back to you, I promise. I don't know if a game tonight is a good or a bad thing. Dre, you can't do what you...
Well, he's not playing tonight.
So you need to stop talking. How are you going to lay that inferno out there, but you're not going to be on the court tonight? How is that leadership? And you're talking to a guy that missed work yesterday. All right, let me slow down. Wow, both of you laughing.
I'm laughing. I didn't.
It's slightly different circumstances,
But that, come on, Evan Steiny, you can't talk that talk and then not play tonight.
I agree with you.
That hurts me as a fan. Whatever's ailing me, I'd be like, not tonight because I said what I said. I'm going to do that and then take a night off? That's weak sauce to me.
Well, yeah,
I'm sorry, man.
The highlight we came in with was part of an unbelievably bad stretch for the Warriors. So I pointed this play out to Evan, and I don't know if you saw it or not, but
Which
to me,
one?
The one that preceded that.
Okay.
So the Thunder are, and I'd love to know if anybody else caught it.
Okay, go ahead.
So it was with about 6 minutes left in the third quarter, and the Thunder are inbounding the ball, I think on the side, but it may have been underneath, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Kuminga's on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he's kind of like leaning his head on him. You know how they kind of do that.
Before the inbound.
Kuminga's kind of laughing, and he might have been talking to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Hartenstein's right there. And I think Trace Jackson-Davis was in. I couldn't remember, but they just showed a close-up of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's face right before the play, and you can clearly hear him saying to Hartenstein, slip. And the Warrior players didn't hear it or weren't paying attention. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets the ball. Hartenstein fakes like he's setting a pick, slips it, rolls, dunk. Then the Warriors come down, they score, and then on the next possession up is when the Tim Roy call was, here it is. Then the next possession, this is what happened after a make.
Think for the Warriors now, you think your goal in this last 5:30 of the half. Just trying to stay close. Nobody's stopping the ball. Ball thrown out to Jalen Williams. Topside. That's a three. And the predictable timeout from Steve Kerr. What were the Warriors doing there? You don't run away from the ball.
So Buddy Hield was pointing to Kuminga saying, you pick this guy up. And Trace Jackson-Davis, I think, got lost. And the next thing you know, guy just has a clear run at the basket. They help. 3-point play, and Kerr's fuming. So they had... That was a bad stretch.
Yeah, I mean, man.
Yeah, I mean that.
And
that's
again,
a damn
you're
good team
down 36 points. It's over. I get it. I don't know what to say. And I'm watching the Indiana Pacer game because it's bigger than just last night. It's 65-65 in the middle of the third, and I'm like, how is this? It should have been down by 30 early, but. I don't know where we go for here, Steiny. I'm still on record as saying, Western Conference Finals. But when I hear the stewards of the team, and I disagree, Jimmy Butler and Draymond say what they said after the game. And
what do you disagree with?
Not putting a name on it.
Oh, they're just saying it in the first place.
Yeah, and saying this early on in the season, why wouldn't you say this behind closed doors before going public? Because now, to me, all hell has broke loose when you talk about the 6-6 Warriors. Now there's water on the boat or drops or what have you, because now everybody's running with, what do you mean and who are you talking to? And all of a sudden, the nugget of pods, when he made those comments that I kind of told you who's going to tell him, now that's growing life.
Well, maybe, in fairness, we have to allow for the possibility that the team did talk about it right after the game and talked about agendas, and then Draymond came out and talked about, something that the team was dealing with that they knew about. So to me, it's not, Draymond's delivered a million messages over the course of his career. This is just the latest one, but it's certainly indicating that this team's got some bigger issues than we thought, and we knew they were going to have some big issues.
Yeah. I know we got calls. Can I just tell you what I'd like to happen if I'm Steve Kerr, and you could tell me what you think? I don't know how and who, but Moses Moody needs to be a starter again.
Okay.
What would you say to that?
I don't know why he wouldn't be a starter. If you've declared him your best on-ball defender, then I think he's got to start. If he's your best on-ball defender and you're starting with at least two offensive players in Butler and Steph, and if you're going to start Kuminga, well then that's another scorer and a average defender. So sure, put Moody back in that starting lineup. Let's start off with Austin and Redwood City. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Besides the Warriors game last night, man. Hey, when Jimmy Butler shot on the side of the backboard, I was like, "Oh, this is over with." That man came to the clear worth a lick.
Right.
Oh man, but I'm calling this serious. Hey, everybody look like they stuck in the mud on the court, man, on the Warriors team, and only one person is not, and he's knocking on the door. And Steve Kerr, he's somewhat opening the door for him, but he ain't, and that's Bro Richard, man. That boy need to be in that starting lineup with Moody. One of these veterans, they got to come off that bench, play that. I've been saying it. Play that Iguodala role. Put y'all Eagles to the side. Nobody's saying y'all career over or anything like that. The same thing y'all asked Iguodala to do. Y'all need to do the same thing. Come off that bench, Dre or Butler. And then Kuminga, man, I like you, player, but you done played yourself to the bench.
Thanks,
Bring
Austin.
Moody in.
Thanks, Austin. Go
One
ahead.
more thing. One more thing. Hey, when is Melton and Stephen Curry, brother, come in? And if they do come, is Pods and Gary Payton on the way out?
Yeah. Yes, Austin. Yes. Gary Payton II isn't much of a factor right now.
And he's laughing, and it just seems like, he's a fan favorite, Steiny, and we got an argument. Not an argument. You were like, "Goo, come on, man." But I'm looking at him, and everything's a joke on the court, and I know that's probably his personality. But that game when you're getting hammered, and I'm just watching him because I care, and I'm like, dude, everything is it's not funny. And you should be mad that you're out here in garbage time. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think physically Gary Payton is second shot, but he's clearly out of the rotation. And when I'm watching him, Steiny, just everything he's doing, when he does come in, it just seems like everything's a joke. And Jonathan Kuminga, just real quick, 5 turnovers in 24 minutes. He was 6 of 9, but I can't defend the last 4 or 5 games or tell you clearly, Steiny, did you see SGA take that ball from him?
Which time?
I thought I heard a noise from the TV that beep, beep when the Roadrunner takes off. Yeah. Beep, beep. I felt like I saw the claws of SGA. Just give me that. And ripped it from JK, and they went the other way. But
was Kuminga carrying an Acme Supplies?
No, he wasn't.
Attaché?
But I'm getting concerned about his thought process because, Steiny, is he playing or thinking too much that I can go fast and get mine, but I got to go slow it down with this old because we don't run, so I don't want to look like I'm just being a renegade. Shout out Eminem, but again, it is what it is, but I'm starting to wonder, is he thinking too much, Steiny? Because clearly these last 4 or 5 games, he's turning it over, and he's not hitting his shots. Last night, 6 of 9.
To me, when you say he's thinking too much, I'm not saying you're wrong.
About, if I do my thing, am I going to get called out like Dre and am I what Jay and Jimmy were talking about? And Jimmy just had him over for dinner the other night, I thought I read.
Okay, so that doesn't mean...
So he couldn't have been talking about...
Jimmy Buckets!
This is not last year.
This is from the YouTube
really
chat, Super Chat, $4.99, and it's not... And it's from G.
Okay.
It's paying $5. Guru Steiny doesn't want to take a victory lap. I don't, and I'm not gonna. It's too early.
But I want to give you
This isn't the
one.
day to pile on. But I'll take one for him. He told you this was going to happen. This team is old and slow.
And that's what I said early, man.
Like, here's what and then 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, and that, look.
Down 36.
That was as sobering a loss as we've had for this team, I think, in a long time.
Down 56.
They're fully whole. They know they're starting a tough road trip against a really good team, and I certainly expected way more competitiveness.
Oh, man.
But it didn't happen. Here's what what's Draymond talking about? I mean, what do you think he's talking about, Steiny? All right, I'll tell you what I think he's talking about.
Because a good partner would have asked, and I didn't.
I think Kuminga and Podziemski really do think they should be starting on this team and have roles, like legitimate roles. I actually think Moody's pissed off that he's not starting.
Okay, I get that.
And I think he's got a right to be. And even he, like the aggressiveness that Moody's playing with isn't even like he's almost
it's an attitude
making a statement that, you know what, if this is the way it's going to be, I'm going to come out and I'm shooting the ball I'm going to interject myself in games. So, those are a couple things. I'm thinking Quentin Post, he's still out there playing. He's not out there making winning type plays.
And I love QP, but Steiny, he doesn't throw his girth around right now. He don't use his size. He's out there for shooting. But when I look at this team and what they lack defensively, should he be starting on this team?
Who?
Quentin Post.
I mean,
who's going to set a defensive tone? It's not Draymond. And the Rat on the Table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Steiny. Jimmy no longer is that top-tier defender.
Well, that I thought you were going to say he's no longer that top-tier offensive player, and I might have agreed with that. I think his defense is average. Like, I don't remember even like last year. Jimmy's a good player. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but I don't remember him excelling in defense yesterday. I mean, last year, rather. I'm sorry. Tim in North Carolina.
Tim called.
Yeah, he wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Specifically,
what's up, Tim?
it looks like.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, how you doing? Guru's here.
You know, we family, baby.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
Hey, I can't run from it. I mean,
I
heard the
love
bat
that.
signal all the way across the country. And I don't, that's one of the reasons I probably don't think that he's talking about Kuminga, because I think he's going overboard trying to sacrifice and fit in to the point of he don't know when to go left or right. He needs to just play basketball.
Right.
If you get pulled out of the game, come out of the game. Like, stop worrying. You got your contract. Stop trying to overthink this thing. If you're going to go. If you're not, get rid of the ball and get missed and do something different. So I agree with you, Guru. If they, you know what Kuminga almost should do is go to Steve Kerr and say, Coach, what do you want me to do? You want me to go to the bench and be the guy I was last year? Whatever. I don't know. But I think it starts with Steph. Steph looks horrendous right now. Steph, you're talking about somebody trying to get theirs. Steph he's trying to get his, and I don't know if it's for just to find his rhythm, or if he's second guessing himself on his speed, his quickness. He can't really get around folks. I don't know. They definitely look slow. They look like they're in quicksand. And I don't know, fellas. I mean, but I'm not going to run from it. The guy need to make a decision like he did the first 4 or 5 games of the year. He was crashing the boards. He was penetrating left, right, quick decisions, and he needs to just play basketball like he's trying to not get taken out of the game. As far as pods, fellas, I mean, everybody thought everything was cute. Oh, cute pods. He wants to be the white Shohei. Cute pods. He wants to be better than Curry. I think at some point in time, you guys play sports. You know what it's about, man. You sit in the locker room and people start saying crazy stuff. You're looking at them a little crazy. You're looking at them a little sideways. And it's not about the little cute, fluffy head guy. Hey, man, just shut up and let's go ball. So I agree with Steiny even on his Moody point.
Yeah.
Moody almost seemed like coming out there to go get it.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Everybody's team a little. I think Kuminga has sacrificed to the point of now he's becoming a head case because he's scared to be taken out of the game. And I think Pods and Moody kind of just trying to go get theirs. Pods' contract is next summer. You don't think he's thinking about that? You know what I mean? So it's some different things going on. Moody don't have his starting spot anymore. You don't think he's thinking about that? And then Kuminga is out there playing to not be taken out of the game instead of just go ball out, man, and play basketball. So I own it, Goo. I ain't going to run from it.
But he's not the only problem. This is a team-wide problem, Tim. I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, appreciate you, Tim.
Yeah, it ain't just J.K., Stoney. It's just not.
510, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Kuminga doesn't have any counter moves. If he can't beat his guy off the dribble initially, he doesn't know what to do.
Man. He made a cut yesterday. I think Jimmy hit him with the ball, and he went up with the two-hand flush, and I'm like, coming downhill. But I'm like, damn, like, how can we not get more of that? But that's one play. But,
What was Curry's role in that game last night?
It wasn't. It's on, and that's it. I'm looking at the 50, 40, 90 Stein. I know it's only 12 games, but when you hold him to that, that standard, the only one he's hitting right now is the free throws, the 90%. But from deep, 36%, and field goal percentage, 42. And I love the chef. We love the chef. But Steiny, I can't say you still got sinus issues if you're out there to play and we're waiting on you. That wasn't it yesterday.
Yeah, and that's like, again, on a night like last night, the brunt of the criticism still, to me, has to go to the big three. Curry, Butler, and Draymond were no factor for the most part. Jimmy Butler took 3 shots. 3 shots. Here's what I was watching this game last night. I'm like, what if any advantage do the Warriors have over the Thunder? What do they do better than the Thunder? What are they better at than the Thunder? And that's where I think reality hits you right in the face. They're younger, they're more athletic, they're deeper than the Warriors. Their stars are as good as your stars, and they are playing like a machine right now. They're playing like the Warriors played in, 16, 17.
I love that. And what if I told you there's no shame in taking an offer? Because I couldn't say the Warriors in any of that. But, Steiny, last night was just one game. You got 5 other losses. Right. What if we went to Saturday against the Pacers when they had nobody playing last week? Or Milwaukee with no Giannis? What if we played that? That's where I'm talking about. There's something's up, Steiny. There's a a spark plug is off, or two in the something's not firing.
See, that's where I'm not gonna.
There's a miss.
Well, I'm not going there yet. I think this might be who they are. Unfortunately. Wow. Now,
so what changed from last year's second half regular season to now? That's I get, and I'm holding them to that standard. What happened?
It's a year later, which matters. It's the beginning of the season, and I do think maybe their veteran players need to ease into things. I think last year was some fool's gold that people bought into because when Jimmy got here, they were at a favorable point in the schedule.
But they played better in as one.
But if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. And if you look at every Warrior player, who's having a good year? Now, 12 games.
Richard and Moody.
Exactly.
I'm going to give Richard and Moody.
So your 8th and 9th men are your best players or having the best seasons. Curry hasn't been great. He's had a couple good games. Draymond, shell.
Okay. Right,
we call him Peanut because he's been a shell of himself.
I'll give you 3.
How about Jimmy Butler? Butler, Curry, and Draymond, they need to be better. That's where it needs to start. And what we may be finding out is they're not going to be able to do it consistently.
Speaking of the big 3, this is from Anthony Slater of ESPN. All 3 of the big 3 have been cleared for tonight's game against San Antonio, including Draymond Green.
Okay, so Green is playing.
Yeah.
Kuminga's questionable.
Had to play.
Are you serious?
Knee tendonitis.
Okay.
Dre had to play. I love that. I don't know what went into that, Steiny, but now he's doing his Klay Thompson tour. Evan pointed that out to me. What was Klay doing before he left and watching him, just watching his superpowers kind of go away? He argued with he did what Durant did. He argued with every reporter, everybody on Twitter. And now Dre, who did he go back with this morning about his comments about who he was talking to? If you can help me out, Steiny, Draymond Green,
Kevin O'Connor, sports writer.
But that's what you start doing when your superpowers are waning.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm glad they're playing tonight.
All right, let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View, and then we'll start getting into some calls. What's up, Jan? How are you? Thank you for calling.
I'm going to get out the way.
I'm fine, gentlemen. I'm just kind of disgusted. I heard the interviews from last night at the podium from Draymond, and as far as he's concerned, he needs to look at himself in the mirror and take a look at himself because, as far as I'm concerned, he should be taking the role that was given to him when. What was
David Lee?
What was the guy's name?
Yeah, David Lee. David Lee.
Yeah. He should be taking his role and be coming off the bench. And as far as being a leader, I mean, you need to look at yourself and be more accountable. And the same goes for Jimmy Butler. I mean, I like Jimmy and how he, was talking about bringing them. Well, I'm losing it.
No, take your time, young lady. We know. I'm odd too.
JK under his wings.
Right.
Well, for heaven's sakes, I'm hearing him at the locker last night, kind of making it sound like as if, okay, you don't turn the ball over as often, and maybe, the rest of them have to. Be more accountable too. I mean, this whole team seems to not be,
together,
listening to each other, and they're going against each other. They're not playing as a team. They're playing more like forgetting my own and forget the rest. And that OKC Thunder, my goodness, they look just exactly like we did back in 2015 and 16. I mean, they were just running all over us and. the more turnovers. I mean, they made 20, but we made more than they did. We used to be able to account for those turnovers when we made them. We can't do that anymore. We're older. We're slower. We need more youth on this team, and until they do, I'm sorry, it's not a championship team. And as far as I'm concerned, Stephen Curry, I don't think you're going to get a fifth ring on this team. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Wow. I'm seeing a lot of
we'll be fine.
People on the YouTube chat.
I need to hear that one more.
YouTube chat.
Give it to me one more time.
Saying they're fed up. What are you fed up with?
What we've been sold. Oh, this team's connected. They're connectors. And now you got guys stabbing guys in the back, which I believe. And now everybody then pranced on Prince Charming Pods, huh? They didn't yank his ass out the starting lineup. Now it's bigger than Pods too, though. But Steiny, why wasn't there a closed door meeting?
Maybe there was.
Well, we would have heard about it. We got two guys, and to Shasky and Spadona, they had a phenomenal show with the listeners. Shasky said this. You tell me, was Jimmy talking to Dre and Dre maybe talking to Jimmy? Oh, my. Look at the clock, Goo.
888-957-9570. Calls on the other side. I see you lined up. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jay from San Rafael. Hector came out and fixed my garage door and was super courteous, informative, and did a fantastic job. He explained everything clearly and made sure everything worked perfectly before leaving. Couldn't be happier. Definitely recommend.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at LifeMD.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at freedmansappliance.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Isaiah Joe on top of the logo. Pressure by Buddy Hield. And Joe goes to the... Hield knocks it away as Joe went down. Butler on the break. Slows down. Goes up. Scored and got fouled. What a play. It started with Buddy Hield putting pressure on Isaiah Joe.
I'm losing it.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
All right, Jimmy.
I'm losing it.
I think he had more pump fakes than shots last night.
It should be Jimmy Pump Fake. I ain't mad at Jimmy.
All right, before we get into calls, I'm going to stick up for one guy last night because he got hosed. This guy got hosed so bad, it's really not even fair.
Can I one guess real quick?
Sure.
Trace Jackson Davis.
That's correct.
How'd he get hosed?
I'll tell you exactly why. He's in the box score for 6 turnovers. That was wrong.
Wow.
That was wrong.
Okay, why?
Because you can, I didn't know this, you can click on to the 6 in the box score and see all his turnovers. First one, Curry throws the ball out of bounds. He's got to make a save, and he throws it back in, and they steal it, and he gets the turnover. Then he got one of Curry's turnovers when he wasn't even on the floor.
What are you talking about?
Evan.
So if you go to NBA.com, like you can go look at every single shot, every single play.
I got it up now, E.
Well, kind of. So you can go to the box score. It's interactive. If you click on Trace Jackson Davis's 6 turnovers, the number 6, it will show you all 6 clips that were put into the system by the official stat keeper in the Oklahoma City Thunder Stadium. And it will show you each of the plays.
Now that
the first turnover, he wasn't in the game. The second one, Sonny's right, Curry threw it out of bounds. And there were also 2 that he got called for where he basically had an offensive rebound near the baseline and stepped out of bounds.
Wow.
So he got hit
one
with
got
6.
Stripped after an offensive
He
rebound.
had 1 illegal screen and a bad pass.
Yeah.
Wow.
Poor guy.
22 minutes for him, though, Stoney.
Well, that'll happen when you lose by 30. All right, here we go. Lamont in Oakland, get us started.
Lamont.
What's going on, Lamont? How you doing?
Good, fellas. How y'all doing this morning?
Trying to figure it out.
So there's not much to figure out in reality. The reality is they face a championship basketball team. They are not a championship basketball team. It's simpler than you think, really.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what people have been saying and all the rumblings about what they're supposed to do this year. But the reality is they face the best team in the NBA and a team that might be on its way to a dynasty. We don't know. But the reality is that's the best team in the league.
Yeah.
And so the Warriors are right where they're supposed to be, probably a 5th seed, 6th seed, something like that, I would say. I still think they can play without hitting the play-in. But when you look at the OKC team and how it's orchestrated, you got 2 athletic bigs in there. Now, where are the Warriors' athletic bigs who actually get some time?
Man.
They don't really have them, right? Jonathan Davis doesn't really play that much. Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren, as we can see, the league has shifted again. So I was puzzled when the Warriors went and got Al Horford. Now, God bless him. He can make a three-pointer. He was on the Boston Celtics, but they even got rid of it. They even got younger with the bigs that they have. And so to think that this team could really go toe-to-toe with OKC, and even if they'd have won last night, I'm going to even say that even if they'd have had a good game last night, you got to play these boys 7 times in the playoffs.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
This game shows them where they're at, but I don't think it should be depressing because they are not an NBA championship basketball
Okay,
team.
Lamont, I feel what you're putting down, but real quick, I hear you. What about Thursday of last week and Saturday, Indiana in Milwaukee?
Right.
That's inexcusable. So forget OKC, Lamont. What are your thoughts on that? Because that was unacceptable.
Well, inconsistent basketball teams can sometimes, have issues. But I'm saying that's it's first 12 games. They're going to have some issues, but they'll still make the play. They're a playoff team.
Okay.
They're a playoff basketball team, and that's fine. But they're not an NBA championship team. And once people realize that we can stop killing the expectations of what's killing us, acknowledging what the Warriors are possible to do. Stop expecting them to get a chip and realize who they are and some investment in these youngsters, like we talked about earlier, the young guys, and say, hey, we'll be a playoff team, and that's fine, but we are not going to win the championship anytime soon, and we got to embrace that. That's okay. We got 4 of them.
Thanks, Lamont. Appreciate the call.
That's pretty. But I don't agree, Stoney. I hear
what don't you agree with?
Like Lamont's like you and my boy Reg B from the Uni. He texted me last night saying I was so down I needed a diary and an outlet outside of you and Evan, and he responded just like you because you guys are similar. He was like, couldn't you see it coming? They're old. Yeah. So Lamont doesn't expect a championship. Right. But damn near 5 of my brothers at the summit outside of you, we thought they got action, and I said Western Conference Finals, and that's why I'm holding them to that standard.
Well, okay. Fair.
I get OKC, but down 36, so that's embarrassing.
Are you willing at any point to say, as the season progresses, maybe they might not be that team?
No, I want to know why they're not the team of last year, the second half after the Jimmy Butler. All you added was Al Horford. So he couldn't have messed anything up. So I'm looking at you with your glasses on, Steiny, like just real quick through 12, what the hell has changed?
1 year. It's a new season. Nothing matters from last year. Draymond Green, after the game, made it clear something's going on in that locker room. This is what we're talking about.
In your losses, your guys' turnover numbers have been really high. How is that the biggest issue right now?
It's definitely an issue. But they had 20 turnovers too, and they beat us by 30. So it's a lot more issues than just that.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or I guess how was you kind of?
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda, or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so, I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas, because a goal is an agenda, And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
All right. That was Draymond Green.
After he scored 3 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 turnovers, and you're the second on the team in turnovers with 32, why wouldn't somebody put the mic up there and say, let's talk about what you're doing and what you're not doing? Why are you careless with the rock, Draymond, at this point in your career? That's what I want to hear. You don't go up there and say all that and insinuate dudes are doing different stuff when you're not playing. This ain't the Draymond Green I know. I don't feel him when I watch Warrior games. And nobody's scared of him.
Right.
But you want to get up there and go that route? That ain't cool to me. Steph can do that. And Jimmy.
Draymond Green
3 points
is available tonight. The big three are available. We'll see if they end up playing or not, but
hopefully the game goes 4 quarters.
It will.
You know what I mean.
Oh, you mean they're competitive?
Yes, that's the word.
Well,
wow.
I mean, this is San Antonio. They're a big team. They're an upstart. They're young.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Kevin in, by the way, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, coming up at 1 o'clock, covers the Golden State Warriors as well as anybody. Monty Poole at 1 o'clock. And Kevin's in Louisiana. Hey, Kevin, how are you, man? What's going on?
How you doing?
Good.
Look, Stoney, you were right as far as the certain individuals, but nobody is paying attention to Curry's face. I had to bring my wife back to health with the same situation down here in Louisiana. It's going to take him at least 5 or 6 days to get back to normal with the stuff he had. But look, you got a guy in the G League that's balling out. Warriors need somebody at the point of attack.
Yes.
If you watch the film, well, Clyde can give you that because he can take people off the dribble. When Podziemski has the ball, they're not worried about him. Last night they attacked Draymond and they attacked Steph. Those are the 2 guys at the point of attack. Yeah. They attacked them 2 people. You know, they didn't worry about Podziemski because they know Podziemski can get into the paint and he stops. The ball goes nowhere. He don't move the ball. You got to have somebody else at the point of attack that can keep the defense honest. And you got to get back to playing defensive basketball. I mean, they can fix this. I mean, I'm not panicking like that, but it didn't look good last night.
Right.
But Steph is not really 100% yet. You can see it in his face.
You might be right. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the call. You say, why are they not? What happened? The first thing that happened is Draymond, Steph, and Butler are not playing even close to the level that they played in the last month or 2 of the season. It's not even close.
All right. Let's say, because that's scary, the season just started.
Right.
How can that be the case? Because what's going to happen when you log more miles and minutes on these legs? How can you get off to such a horrid start is what I'm asking.
Because we still think that they have a game or they have a season of 10 years ago in them. They don't. Here's the other thing, and I'm who called before Tim in North Carolina, and he was right. I'm looking at that game last night, and I'm like, I watched the first quarter, second quarter. I'm like, they're probably not going to win this game. But then I'm thinking, well, even if they win this game, how the hell can they beat a team like this 4 times in the playoffs? And before I started thinking about it, I thought, well, it doesn't matter right now because that's 5 months away. But you look at some of the teams around the league, and you have to.
Yeah, no,
you have to wake up.
Yeah, and maybe that's what I'm doing in front of you. This is therapy. Now, you always accuse me of making up words, and I may make up one, right now. But what I don't like about this Warrior team is nobody can or create and put pressure on the rim. Pods will do it, but he doesn't trust it because he's small and he knows it might get swatted. And I could put 8 more names. Dre ain't gonna there's no rim pressure from anybody outside Kuminga in a Warrior uniform and Jimmy on occasions. But I'm gonna say this about Will Richard. Steiny, you know how much I love Jordan Poole. What was his Achilles heel? He was a turnstile on D, but on a good day, Jordan Poole could give you that wah-wah. I'm looking at Richard And I'm thinking he can be, when I see him, the ball go in from deep, I'm wondering, with more minutes and as he grows, because they got the same body type, but he's stronger, like maybe he could give guys the business when in due time, offensively, like Jordan Poole did, but defensively, he's got Moody in him. So I'm looking at Richard like the sky's the limit from the goo with you. But that's not what's going on here. What's going on here, Steiny, is, and you want to take the victory lap, you can, is I undersold this team looking old on most nights. And what's concerning is they're looking old and the race just started. That's my concern.
The one thing,
Jimmy included.
The one thing I've always been worried about with the Warriors, and I've said it, and I've never really been able to explain it other than saying I've seen it. I can't really explain it, but a lot of times guys get old in a hurry in the NBA. Not all of them, but it can happen. And right now, I am worried that Draymond Green might be getting very old very quickly in front of our eyes. That's my biggest individual concern right now about this team, because without him giving you some level of defensive consistency, you're in big. Not to mention what he can help with through Steph on the offensive end. But if he's turning into a role player, then they're just not the same team, and they're not as good.
I jotted this down, and you could tell me if I'm being unfair, or you could say, "Goo, that's what you wrote down with your pen." Don't be ashamed. But in the first quarter, the Warriors shot 9 3-pointers. 5 of them came from Green and post. And Steiny, I don't like that. The post part, I'm okay. He took 3, but I'm just like, that's what Dre's worked on. That's cool, but you're still not talking about what you're not doing defensively. And the ball's in his hands so much, I think he's in Butler's way at times. Get that ball. And in the second half, at the start of it, I don't know if you noticed, Jimmy had the ball in his hands more. And maybe we need to.
I did notice, because the ball stops with Jimmy. It just does. And you know what? That to me was one of the most frightening things is so they have an older team, so they probably, that team's going to have to be very discerning with how much they run and how much they play in the half court. But I'm watching this game last night, and I'm like, oh my God, the Warriors can get shut down in the half court by this team.
Oh, man.
Like they just.
Everything offensively seems rushed.
Exactly. To me, it seems hard. Everything offensively is hard because
that's worse.
Yeah. Well, when the ball sticks, and you are, again, I'll ask you this: who on the Warriors can cook against that team? Because if you say Steph Curry, I'm going to say maybe, but
what if I say Kuminga and / Moody, Steiny?
That's a problem because. Moody's lack of athleticism will show up against that team, and Kuminga's lack of a tightness with the ball will show up against that team.
He's dizzy. I'm a little upset with him, Steiny. He's not playing bad. He got off to a great start, but I always said about Kuminga, he's the Spider-Man meme. When he has to go get buckets or cook against guys that have same or more in regard to the athletic gifts and length, it gives him problems.
Yes. Yes, it does. Let's go to Caleb in Newark.
Oh, man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, my man?
What's going on? Hey, Steiny, can you read through those readings again real quick?
Which one?
The whole thing? I didn't hear it.
Not the right day.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
I'm feeling good. What's up, y'all? I'm 3 days post. I had my wisdom teeth taken out.
Oh, nice.
I'm getting out of the pain.
You're going to lose some weight if you need to. I know I lost some.
Yeah. But before I start, though, in all seriousness, Goo, man, I hope the wifey's all right, man.
Right on, man. I appreciate that. Right on. Look at Caleb, my man.
There you go. But, look, I want to break down, because everyone's talking about this Draymond Green stuff. First of all, it's always entertaining in a Warriors season. It never disappoints. Look, he's not talking about specific guy. He's talking about the whole team. And you know what? I think it goes good to this. Steve Kerr said the team is exhausted. All these back-to-backs, they're tired. They got to weather the storm. And when you're tired as an athlete, you tend to start playing not in the confines of the team. You start trying to do stuff on your own because things aren't going good, and you're trying to just figure stuff out. The team is going to be fine. They're just, in my opinion, right now, I think they're exhausted from all these back-to-backs, playing all these teams in this crazy schedule. But it's not like some kind of warning sign to specific players. But people are going to take it out of context. It is what it is. They'll be fine. It's just,
so what is
I'm shocked at you.
What does fine mean?
Yeah, because I'm shocked that you look at it like that, Caleb. Like, I feel like you're being blind. But go ahead and answer that one.
I'm not being blind, dude. It's 12 games into the season. They're still what?
No, what did he mean, though? What did he mean by saying that? That wasn't a good thing.
No. What he's saying is, I think, look, everyone is trying to do stuff. When you're struggling, you naturally want to do things on your own because things aren't going right, you're losing, and so guys start to go one-on-one, that sort of thing. And I think he's talking about himself, too. I think Draymond has made some decisions throughout the game where he's like, that was probably, I should have done better. But I think that happens, though. I think guys start to do their own thing when you're not winning, right? When you're tired, when you're fatigued, when things aren't going well. But part of that also is because of the schedule. Like Steve Kerr talked about it. The team just is fatigued.
I'm going into my Stoney mode.
Appreciate the call.
I was going to tell, here I am. I'm being real, Stoney. I'm coming around. That's what happens when you get old.
Exactly.
You get tired.
Yeah.
Norm is 83. Pops, how you doing? I'm tired.
I know.
Why? I'm 83.
Exactly.
Yeah, Steiny at 212.
That's a 9.
Well, the shoe fits.
Come on, that was pretty good.
199 super chat. Alan Day on the YouTube chat. Iggy was Jimmy Butler when he came to Golden State. A great sixth man.
No, he was everything. He was spry. Where's that? Steiny, I swear to God.
Jimmy Butler is not spry.
He was last year when he came. No, why did all the metrics change?
Please.
There's no standings for the jump ball in the minute after. Okay. I don't like how we look when the game starts. Draymond's running on that trot like me on Saturday mornings when it's a labor just to run up and down.
I want to know what Caleb means by fine. Oh,
yeah,
like when
that
people
was
say we're
denial.
going to be fine.
No, that was denial.
Yeah, I think you could be a fine 42 and 42.
Is there anything going on with Mike Dunleavy or the Warriors and Joe Lacob with what's going on possibly in some locales, Dallas? I heard Shasky and Spadoni talking about it, Johnny, and I'll just put it out there. I was like, we're not ready for that. But is Anthony Davis...
How are they getting Anthony Davis? What do you have? What do you possess that would make the Dallas Mavericks want to trade Anthony Davis?
Oh,
stop. Stop.
If they're going to try to start over, Kuminga, some picks, Pods,
stop.
Moody.
Stop. And that's the mistake we make right there. That's the mistake.
You saying they would hang out?
Yes. Kuminga and Pods and some picks. That's where we mess up. Pods and Kuminga.
Well, hey, don't come at me.
I'm just saying.
Ago, we were told that Pods was untouchable in a trade. That we were told that.
Stop believing everything a front office says.
I'm hurt, man. I am hurt.
Those picks might be looking pretty good.
It's true.
Those first-round unprotected picks.
But that doesn't mean get excited about tonight.
Let me tell you something. You give up 4 unprotected picks for Anthony Davis, you deserve everything you get at that point. Oh, man. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Caleb sounded like me in the past.
Yes. If you would think this was they might be fine. They might be 44 and 38 fine.
I'm going to say
they might be 41 and 41 fine. They might be 48 and 34 fine.
No, that's playing Central again.
Okay,
who had that on the bingo card?
Well, so they were playing team last year, and they won with Jimmy Butler, and people not you.
But no, you can say it.
They were 23 and 8 with Butler.
And
people really thought, okay,
a top
now
defensive team.
We'll just pick up where we left off.
Yeah, but what's crazy in that with rest? The season ends, everybody's vacation, chilling with their family, get your mentals right. And then, 12 games in, we can't be 8-4.
No.
9-3?
Why?
Because we toyed with the association regular season last year.
Oh, really?
So what I'm asking you, what ingredient am I missing from last year?
When Jimmy Butler came to this team, they had some desperation. Okay? And Curry got energized. And they won 23 of 31 games. And
defense they were playing deep.
Okay, if you think so.
But the numbers said it. We saw it.
You know what? F the numbers. Look at every game. Look at who they played. Look at the circumstances. It was a perfect storm to give them an opportunity to get on a roll, and they did. And here's the other thing that happens. Jimmy Butler's old. And this is the way he sometimes plays regular seasons. Like, we knew that. We knew that about Jimmy Butler.
Is there anything from Butler and Dre after the loss, because they got TKO'd, with both of what they said, Stoney, that could be a positive leading into tonight? Because that's what's bothering me. I'm like, all hell has broke loose if we're saying this after 12 games.
I wouldn't say all hell is broken loose. I would just say they're struggling. They're trying to figure some stuff out, and they got some things going on that they gotta fix. But they can do all of that. All it means is they're going to reach their potential. I don't think their potential is a Western Conference final, but they still got to try to be the best team they can be. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock. NBC Sports Bay Area covers the Golden State Warriors. And don't forget, Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
It's Black Friday sale time at Big O Tires. Get the tires you want for less. Michelin, BF Goodrich, Pirelli, and more. Plus, buy 3, get 1 free on Big O branded tires. Hurry, sale ends December 7th. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Stand-up comedian Tom Segura is coming back to the Bay Area with his Come Together tour. He'll be performing at the Paramount Theater in Oakland on November 30th. Get your tickets at livenation.com. For a chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Curry waiting. Neither team have found a gift. Curry straightens up on the far wing. Gets a switch. Now gets Hartenstein. Now gets doubled. Comes back on Joe. Cut off. Now doubled. Pass to Draymond. Draymond to Moody. Takes the three. It's on the way. It's good from Moses Moody. Boy, that was close. I don't know if he got it off in time.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He didn't get it off in time, and then they fouled the three-point shooter at the other end, and a three-point game seemingly turned into a 9-point game.
You ever get jealous of a friend, Steiny?
Never.
When it comes,
not anymore. Not anymore. Those days are long gone.
You know what? Since you said it like that, we know you check people's pockets. So if you got rich friends, I can see you being jealous.
I have a lot of rich friends.
So do I, and I'm happy for them.
Mine are richer than yours, I think.
Oh, it's fine. But my friend Pete Lawrence, I'm a little jealous of him.
He's loaded.
No, he loves the Lakers. He loves the Lakers. They're off to a great start, and they won a couple years ago.
Sure.
And the Dodgers and the Rams. And it's just like, It's been so long for
what do
me.
we have? We only have 3 Giants World Series and 4 49ers
the Warriors 2022.
and 4 trips to the Super Bowl and the conference finals.
Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Did you tell Goo about what you've been working on since yesterday?
What did I be? Lay it on me.
Your self-report.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Self-report?
No, self-reference.
No. But there was a report that was 42 pages about you.
I'll tell him later. That's going to occupy too much time.
42
right
pages. Oh my.
So how did they?
That's not how I talk.
How did they get? No, I know. Just this is my enthusiastic Warrior fan voice. So Jimmy came last year, and we went 23-8. How can we be so? Why? What changed? Let's look at the 23-8. You wanna? Let's look at it.
But why are you hating on it? Happened. I don't want you to look. What if I said, you know what's partner?
Well, then you don't want the answer.
No, because you know every metric improved. Defensively, we were involved.
And
what the hell was Dre talking about?
You just want to let it
Jimmy
there.
That they don't want to. What are they talking about? And I'm going to put another rat on the table. How bad did this reflect on Kerr? If you're the captain of the ship and you got your 2 stewards saying stuff is running rampant in the thing that you can't control, because that's what I'm trying to.
It's the first time this has happened to the Warriors.
No, not like, dude. Who?
Not like
Draymond 3 points.
This is
3
a
points,
one.
and you want a whole shop, whole court.
Listen, hey, this is nothing compared to a dude punching a teammate.
Okay, but that you know what?
I'm doing it anyway.
I swear, coming in.
Okay, here comes Jimmy Butler. Who do we got? At Chicago. They stink. They didn't make the playoffs. You won.
They were down early.
At Milwaukee, no Giannis. You won. You lost to Dallas. Okay? You laughed at this all last year. They beat Houston before the break. Houston didn't play any of their guys.
Oh, my God.
So it was a free win against Houston. At Sac, they stink. Home against Dallas, they weren't very good. Home against Charlotte, worst team in the league. Orlando, I guess, was a pretty good team last year. They won.
Right.
They lost to Philly. Then they beat Charlotte. Knicks, good win over the Knicks. Brooklyn, stinks. Detroit, average. Portland, not very good last year. Sac, terrible. Knicks, another nice win. Denver, you get beat. You beat Milwaukee. You beat Toronto, not very good. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't see a lot of Denvers, OKCs, and the big boys in that group.
But what has me so concerned, I won't let last week go. You lost to Indy's JV team. You lost to the Bucks without Giannis.
Right.
And you had Steph.
So what?
And you had Jimmy and Dre.
They're older. They can't just show up and win anymore, Goo. They can't.
What about the second timeline taking steps to help them?
How?
Seriously, man.
What do you mean?
I got that exercise. You win.
Okay, fine. Then let's go to the other guys. You want to talk about Kuminga? You want to talk about Moody? You want to talk about Podge? You want
Just
to talk
2 weeks ago, and I said it at the summit. Right. Now everybody's kissing his ass.
Guru, look at the Thunder's young players. The Warriors. Okay, so let's just put a rat on the table. The Oklahoma City Thunder stars, they're better than the Warriors stars.
And I'm okay with that.
And their role players and young players are better than the Warriors' young players.
I got that.
They're better top to bottom.
All right, but how did Portland whoop us by 30 that Friday night?
Because they're athletic, and it was a back-to-back. Let's go to Skip in Hayward.
Skip.
Hey, Skip, how you doing?
Hey, you guys. You guys are doing an amazing job.
Hey.
I was there last week, and I seen Steiny, and I was like, I didn't get a chance to have a beer with you, man. I think you exited the side.
Guru was having all the beers for me that night.
He did an Irish goodbye, Skip. Waited to call him out. Yeah, Steiny did an Irish goodbye.
Hey, but look, Guru, it was great seeing you too, brother. It's so much stuff to talk about with these Warriors, man. I think that they're just so inferior. They show up knowing that they're going to lose. You know, and every fan knows that they're going to lose. It's like, okay, I'm going to watch the first quarter, and I'm going to turn to Gunsmoke and watch a little bit of Gunsmoke.
Wow.
And I'll turn it back in the second quarter. There's so many holes. This starts at the top, though. I really just want Draymond. Day, shut up. Just shut your title.
Man.
Shut up,
man.
Bro. Or be an assistant coach. Sit down with your 3 and 2 rebounds, bro.
Yeah.
Because you stuck it up. I see 11, 3, 13, and 12. That's what it was. The big 3 is really Kuminga, Steph, and Jimmy. That's 11, 13, and 12, man. Those are the numbers. And Paz also runs his mouth. I want to be better than Steph. Bro, how about just be good in the G League? Yeah. How about you're 1 foot out of the league? You're garbage. You can't even keep up with anybody in the NBA. No one is scared of the Warriors. And it's Moody and Will Richard are dogs, bro. If we had about 7 more of those cats, DJF attitude, nobody cares who the Warriors are. Bro, I just, the team looks and are inferior, and you know, that's all I have.
No,
today,
I got you,
Thanks, Skip. Appreciate the call.
And I'm going to say something, Steiny. You tell me if I'm wrong, and I love the Warriors. You know I do. Clifford Ray, Joe Barry Carroll. They're not a fun watch offensively. Can I say that? They're not. It's hard. It's the pregnancy offense. It's a labor. And if Curry's not going bonkers or YOLO, what do we really got? And Jimmy now is leaning on the pump fake more than ever. But you know what that means? Hey, it'll work. You'll get to the line 11, 12 times tonight. But you know what's happening, Steiny? Is that's a sign of you're dependent on it. You ain't a superhero no more, it doesn't feel like.
Right. And I
offensively
felt
and defensively.
And didn't we feel a good chunk of that last year with Butler as the season wore on?
Well, he hurt me in the mini-series, but I put that on the back.
Okay. Well, because you can still put it on the back. You can put it on the back. You can put it on Steph's sickness. You can put it on Draymond's tendonitis or whatever he has.
I have a question about what Skip said real quick, Steiny.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about Steve Kerr until these guys start talking and barking. That's not a good look on the head coach.
You think he cares?
Ooh.
I don't mean he doesn't care.
No, but
I'm sure he's like.
Well, when he joins Willard and Dibbs this week, we'll find out. But I got to be honest, Steiny, I don't know if I like that from my OGs this early.
Yeah, I can see that.
And you guys are not exactly lighting it up.
They're not good. The big 3 have not been good this year. Why can't we just say that? None of the big 3 have come close.
Well, how close is Dre to being out of the big 3? Because he's right, Skip's right. It's Kuminga.
Well, if he's out of the big 3, then you're done. Because you can't there is no alternative if Draymond is falling off.
Well, you're going to laugh. I want more Richard and Moody.
Great. That's great. And you may get them. And what do you think you're going to get with that? A winning streak?
No, I'm going to get guys as soon as the ball's tipped, I'm going to get energy. This team has no life early on.
See, here's the thing. 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 408. You guys are so negative, and Steiny is having a field day today. No one wants to listen to him today. Okay, they might stink, but it's still our team. Gosh. And that's the problem. I don't think they stink, but you want to keep talking about this team like they're a championship potential team and they can go deep. That's where, what am I supposed to say? No, you're right. No, you guys are right. They can make it. They can make a big run. Right now, I don't think they can. But if you keep looking at this team like Western Conference Finals, well, yes, then they stink. They're underachieving.
But that's only one more round than last year. You know
what are you saying?
Let me ask you everything for Steph.
Here's my question.
They admitted that's what they're doing.
Very simple question. Did the Warriors get better over the offseason?
No.
Exactly. They got worse because their most important players are now a year older.
Or the additions that you brought in or something that this team didn't need.
They only brought in one guy.
Yeah.
He brought in Al Horford.
And he brought his Kane.
But what did you think, though? I thought Horford would be a nice acquisition.
Don't get somebody that can cause some ruckus. They don't
have the money to do that.
Energy is on 100. You can... Steiny, I see lesser guys doing
this.
Yeah.
I hate to do this. Go ahead. Go out there. Get a young guy, whoever he is, 6'10", athletic. Guess what? He won't fit in.
I'm getting goosebumps.
He won't fit in.
Well, that's a problem.
Because he's going to be too young, too raw. and not able to play in this system. There's a reason they went to get Horford, and it's because they knew that even if he was older, he could come in here and understand things absolutely right away. And he understands the system, but he's 40 years old.
I'll say this, and I hear you. I hear every word, and I hear what's being written. And the Warrior fans on the station all day with the other two shows, Willard and Dibbs and the Morning Rose Steiny. But the bottom line is I'm watching Bonte. Everybody's wearing this. I'm listening to Fitz and Kalena. I'm listening to Tim Roy. We could just play that. Like, how many times can you go find clips of, they didn't say it, but I'll say it. It sounds of disgust. Like, what is going on? And what is alarming to me is you just showed up to work. It's not even the 10 o'clock coffee break, and you're talking about getting out of work. That's what's concerning. And for Jimmy Butler, who I do believe might be frustrated, because Draymond, you need to get a ball to Jimmy. That's just me. I'm no coach. And Draymond, you're frustrated with your play. But for you two to go up there and kind of just go Ghostbusters as if guys aren't on the right page, you do that stuff when you are playing your A game. And they're not.
Well, if they're playing their A game, they're winning, and then they're not going to need to do that. I'll meet you in the middle, Sabo, on the YouTube chat. Meet me in the middle. They aren't as bad as they look, but they're not that good either.
So that means playing.
Well, there's still 70 games left, so I don't want to. Who knows?
They were 4-1 at one point.
Okay. I mean, great. And they were 12-3 last year, and then they were 15-5 and 15-15. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Oh man, I'm waiting to hear from him.
Hey, Coach.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right.
So Goo. First of all, you're looking at the Warriors of 10 years ago. Okay, and this is not that team.
Okay.
And the other NBA teams. You don't have. They don't look at the Warriors and say we have to play our A game. No, they're looking at the Warriors and say these old men aren't going to beat us.
Damn.
That's why that young guy for Indianapolis, he looked at Steph and
Quentin Jackson.
I can take Steph Curry. Yeah, he said I could take Steph Curry. That's why the guys, scowling down at Draymond, they say these old men cannot keep up with us. So
Wow.
Steiny's right. We're looking at the Warriors the wrong way. They are not a championship team. And, a year ago, Goo, is a year ago. And when you're older, a year ago is like 10 years ago.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, so that's the sad
But, Coach,
part.
let me say this, and I'll let you finish.
Sure.
Am I off base to you by being upset by the comments of Dre, who I don't think is playing well, and Jimmy for that matter, because I'm holding him to a high standard? I didn't appreciate those comments last night. Say who you're talking to if you're going to take it there this early, and now you got the whole world looking at the Warriors from afar like, oh, all hell is broken loose. I don't define that as leadership.
Goo, you're absolutely correct. If Draymond wanted to say that type of conversation, he should have started with self first. You always start with self first.
Damn.
If you're any type of leader at all, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Steph and I and Jimmy, we're the leaders of the team. We're not doing this.
Wow.
That's what a real leader is. Draymond is a coward, okay? He's always been a coward. With the sucker punch with Poole, he's a coward, okay? So, Draymond, you know what? I think Draymond would make an excellent coach of the Warriors. I think he should take off his uniform, take Kerr's place. I think Draymond knows the X's and O's as well as anybody in basketball. But as a player now, he is not an all-star. He is not a defensive player of the year. This is not the Draymond of 7 or 8, 10 years ago, okay? So, no, Draymond shouldn't even be in the starting lineup, and that's my take. I'm an older guy. I'm 70 years old. I know something about being older. You have to step aside and let the young guys take over. When is that? The smart people, like I did, I knew when to retire from my job. I was tired of being the old man at the job.
Wow.
Okay? The young people that look up at me.
Me too.
They were saying, Coach. They were saying, Coach, hey, it's time to go. So, no, you don't want to be the old dude at the club, Goo.
No, I got you. Hey, before hey, Coach, I was in the gym the other day, and I'm listening to your compliment to Evan. So I told Stoddy I'm waiting. I'm hitting the iron, so when you call, I can get one of those in the future.
You got it, Goo. You got it. I will give you the compliment.
I got to get in there first. Yeah.
I mean, the thing that...
Wow, Coach, start with yourself.
The thing that hits me, too, is I get it. You can be disappointed, and you can think that, this team should be better. But here's what I don't get.
Give it to me.
I don't get... I'm going to say the word.
Yeah.
I don't get the incredulity.
Yeah.
I don't get why people are incredulous. I just don't understand how people can't, believe or understand what they're seeing. We know what we're seeing.
So you think I'm living in the past? Coach said it.
Yes.
But if I go to last April, when I went to visit Bob Myers on the ESPN
so we're going to do this. We're going to do this all year.
No, that's not 2016. That wasn't 2000. That was just months ago, Steiny.
Let me ask you a question. I'm not saying you got to tell me I'm right or Steiny. How many times have I said that it happens fast?
A million.
Okay, well, this is what's happening. It's happening right in front of our eyes, especially with Draymond Green.
And
it's
Jimmy's
happening
not
to
too
Klay
far
Thompson in Dallas. But why?
Surgery and the doctor took away.
Well, Jimmy Butler's been hurt his whole career here and there.
Man.
Let's go to Frank in Atlanta.
Oh, Frank.
Hey, Frank. How you doing, buddy?
We need answers.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We need
Everybody
answers.
Okay?
We need answers, Frank.
Okay, okay, Guru. I'm going to put it to you like this. This is it's not a hard concept to understand. The Warriors are old. We have to change our pace of play. The Warriors cannot run up and down the court and lose a game because they make 20 turnovers. The Warriors will be a 45-win team at the most as long as they keep doing the same thing that's on the scouting report that everybody already knows. Jimmy Butler came here last year and changed our scouting report because he caught the ball inside and went to the basket. So nobody knew what to do with the Warriors. And then they got a scouting report, and they figured out how to defend it. So this year, we started out, nobody had a scouting report for the first 4 or 5 games. Then they figured out they're the same Warriors, and this is who we are, and this is who we've been for the last 2.5 years. We are a team that plays on 2 levels, and 2 levels only. If we do not make a layup, it's a 3-point shot. Until the Warriors learn how to create, take, and make mid-range jump shots, you will continue to exist in mediocrity because everybody knows what to do and everybody knows how to defend you.
Wow.
And that's the end of the discussion. You will never be a threat in the NBA.
Wow.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah,
Appreciate
we're not scaring nobody, Stoney. No, seriously, we are not.
And I don't think it doesn't matter. I don't really think they were scary last year, but who knows? Here's the other thing. So let's just take Curry and Green.
Yeah.
Do you understand that here's what
they're not improving if that's where you're going.
They're going to turn the ball over at a higher rate.
They're in the top 3, second and third.
Right.
Dre with 32,
why?
Curry with 24.
Why did they've always
but
turned
Curry's
the ball
always
over.
been careless. So I got you. Even when they were young, that came with it, but you were so prolific in what
Steph
you did
Curry
outside.
And Draymond Green are turning the ball over more because of their age. They just are. Curry's not quite as quick. Draymond's telegraphing
But it doesn't make it any better or worse.
What did you expect? Nobody gets better at this age. And here's the other thing. Kuminga, guess what? You want to play him like you're playing him? He's going to be a very high turnover guy.
And he's on the scouting report.
Because he's not a great ball handler.
So what do we really have? Like, seriously, you're laughing. That's why I'm saying Anthony Davis, Ja, whatever. Who used the Giannis dream? Like, I'll ask you right now. How's Mike D done? And I'm saying that without an answer. I don't have an answer.
This is what I mean. Like, I'm not going to throw in the towel after that game last night. I mean,
my towel is the Western Conference Finals.
I can't. Yeah, I can't say when they're 4-1, they're going to the Western Conference Finals, and now just because they're 6-6, they flat out stink. I mean,
but we don't control what they do. What I'm saying to you, Steiny, 6-6 hits different when you got guys talking at the end of the game about the team dynamic behind closed doors. That lets me know something else is going on in that locker room. And that's not Warrior-like.
Yes, it is. It's been their MO as long as Draymond's been here. Like, it just has. Like, this is the good and the bad of Draymond. Like, the good is that he's this guy who can do this and has done it and gotten results. But he's not the same player anymore.
Well, he needs to figure that out,
neither is Steph and neither is Butler.
Do you think it's a good thing they got a game tonight? I don't know if it is.
Well, it doesn't.
No, I'm just asking you.
Well, they had to play this. The schedule came out, 4 months ago. So, yes, it's a good thing.
They get beat by 20. What happens after the game? Now I'm glued to that stuff after the game. Because you set a standard yesterday where you get blown out, you're down 36, while one of your stars takes 3 shots. Like, come on, man. In a league of greed and guys getting out of bed, trying to shoot it 20, 25 times, Jimmy's at a point to where, I'll just shoot it 3 times. And that's okay. But then all hell breaks loose. What I deem all hell breaks loose. What's part 2 of it?
So
please win tonight.
Why don't you just say, you know what? They're not a Western Conference Finals team right now.
Because I'm going to do what you just told me. I'm not throwing in the towel. Because I seen just last year them do it was better than this.
I'm losing it.
Well, of course it was better than this.
Evan, get Priest on the phone.
Because it was new.
Yeah.
And now?
He's too old.
888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
In San Jose today, mostly cloudy with a high of 71 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Gilgeous-Alexander gets post. He's going to back up. They're going to let him ISO. Draymond comes over. Defensive help. So the shot's up, and it's good. It's a 3. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has the confidence not only of an MVP, but also of a champion. And it's a 13-9 lead for the Thunder.
Dub Nation, this is Quinton Post, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Posty! He got a jump. He got a Jimmy, man.
Dub Nation, this is Quinton Post, coming to you
That's
live.
That's how I say Guru.
So, good point here by 707, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. This isn't something that you would come up with. Evan did, though. But now credit to 707. Kerr still hasn't played the lineup that went 23-8 last year. Steph, Pods, Butler, Moody, Draymond. We should be talking about that also.
I wonder what he would say to that.
Who?
Steve.
Well, he would say, I've been mandated to placate Jonathan Kuminga.
I got my own complaint.
Wow. Steve.
No, I mean, I'm not
Go ahead.
I'm being half serious, but they're shoehorning Kuminga in there, and that comes at the expense of Moody.
But let's be honest, because you're not saying this, but I just want to make sure, Stoney, I'm checking you. Kuminga is not what ails this team at all.
Yes, he is. They all
He
are.
is one thing you don't have mostly, and that's athleticism, length, speed. He is a unicorn damn near on his team with Moody right behind him.
Okay. He had a good first 6 games.
Now that's a whole different conversation.
Guru, sometimes
imagine him not on this team. What would their record be? I'm just being real. Think about that, and then you can get back to me.
6-6. This is what I mean about Kuminga.
I get what you're saying, and I will not defend his last few games, but man, we were all kissing his ass. I wasn't. I didn't have to. I was in the club. And now everybody's turning on him, and that's what we do, and I get it. But I'm talking about the stench of why we look so damn old. And maybe, partner, the answer is because we are.
Exactly.
And I do got to tell you, nobody wants to hear this. I'm being real, Stoney. I'm over 50, and I play basketball still. I don't feel 50. I can still do the splits. But I'm noticing it happens fast. It happens over. You don't see it. No, I'm being real. You don't see it. What? Father Time is invisible.
You're emphasizing many of the things that I believe also. Okay, here's another thing I think that's
what life's about.
That's going on with the Warriors.
Give it to me.
And this is, I think, we don't look when Draymond Green says we're not on the same page, but doesn't say why or how or who. We're left to interpret. And here's what I think. You ready?
Yeah.
I think Pods and Moody in particular, the young guys, Pods, Moody, and Kuminga.
Okay.
They think they want more of a role. Like, they think they should be playing more.
I want my young guys to think like that, though.
Okay.
All right?
However, they're not good enough yet, and the old guys know it. So the old guys can feel themselves slipping, and they need more help, and the young guys say they should be given more responsibility. But the reality is, I don't think the veterans think they've done enough to earn that playing time or these roles on the team. So Draymond's saying, yeah, you know what? We're getting old. These young guys, they want to play 30 minutes a game, but they're not helping us either.
And you got one guy calling himself Ohtani, wanting the keys. How the hell you want the keys and you might not even be getting a ride? Now, just think about that. I came in here and I was honest. I was like, even if you thought that, you're not that caliber of player, Pods. I would say it to his face. Even if you think that, okay, but you don't go public with it because sometimes that can rub people the wrong way. And all of a sudden, months later, eye rolls by some of the guys. And just think if you're Pods today, reading that piece by Slater or that report.
Okay.
You think you're closer to going out and having 30, 10, and 8? Or are you going to be on eggshells like, damn? But the owner started it. He might be an all-star. He's untouchable.
Did you believe him?
No.
You didn't believe Lacob?
I didn't believe Lacob thought that.
All right. This is what we're talking about today. Draymond Green. Something's going on. What is it?
In your losses, your guys' turnover numbers have been really high. How is that the biggest issue right now?
It's definitely an issue. But they had 20 turnovers too, and they beat us by 30. So it's a lot more issues than just that.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or I guess how was you kind of?
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda, or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so, I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas, because a goal is an agenda, and so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
All right, that's what Draymond Green said after the loss last night. What does he mean? Who's he talking about?
Who's not committed to winning? Wow. And Slater did his best. He said how big of a problem. He talked about the turnovers, then he said they had 20. But we're not talking about them. We're talking about this team.
This is a text that I kind of agree wholeheartedly with on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 415, pointing the finger anywhere besides Butler, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler is a fool's errand. Jimmy took 3 shots. Draymond was embarrassing. And hopefully Steph was just rusty, but he was a step slow. You're going nowhere.
I agree with that.
You're going nowhere on the nights when the big 3 doesn't play well. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. What's up, Smooth?
Oh, I'm so glad you guys have this.
Hey, it's lots happened since your last call, man. I can't wait to hear you.
Hey, please let me get this all out. Please. I must.
Right.
First of all, how you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah.
Let me say this, man. Something disturbs me. First of all, Draymond has his pulse in that locker. Don't be deceived. He's talking to 2 people. We all know he's talking to 2 people. He's talking to Kuminga. He's talking to Pilots. Now, here's the thing. What I saw an interview 3 days ago. Pods was visiting the other club, the club in Santa Cruz, and they were interviewing him. And they asked him, "Hey, what were you working on this summer?" You know, people working at jump shots. You know what Pod's answer was? That disturbed me.
I didn't hear it.
He said he's been working. Let me tell you what he said. I said, "Wait a minute, what?" He said, I've been working on my leadership." Not what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear, I've been working on my dribbling.
Dude!
I wanted to hear, I was working on my jump shot. What the heck are you talking about? See, Pies has been getting gaslit by somebody in that organization. Because he's talking crazy. Wow. Listen, last night I saw a championship team against a team that was never a threat. That's just what I saw.
Yeah.
I would have thought, as former champs, that we would have some pride. We said, I'm at least make you feel me. They never felt it, man. They never felt us. I'm going to say, I wasn't playing, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I do.
Now, Draymond is talking to somebody, guys. Draymond is not a dum-dum. He's talking to someone.
Right.
And he got his message sent. We're trying to figure it out. He knows exactly who he's talking about. I felt better knowing that we would have I would have felt better knowing that loss is disturbing. That's why I'm not mad at Draymond. It lets me know that they're not taking this well. That's good. Whatever you need to work out. But guys, can I just officially, for the first time, put a rat on the table and hear that little squealing sound?
Brought to you by Atco. Go ahead, baby.
Here's what the rat is. Here's what it is. Are we going to continue to stunt Will Richard's growth? Because he's coming. He's coming. And why did he only get a little playing time last night? If we would be honest, I think we would be a better team if he took 5 minutes. I know that's not going to happen. I'm just telling you, I think we'd be a better team. And the last caller, he said something very significant. We're not seeing that team that went off on those rolls last night. Why? Because I believe Steve Kerr has been told, you're putting J.K. up in here. Now, that's what I believe. Because why would we not be seeing the same team that went up on the numbers? The only equation that is and I'm not blaming J.K. His game does not suit what we want to do.
Not with these guys.
Nothing is wrong with him. It just doesn't suit this squad.
Right.
But I believe we're forcing a square peg in a round hole because he doesn't have a choice. I think the owner told him that. Now, here's something that
real quick, Smooth, real quick.
Real quick. Steve Kerr says this team, he knows what this team is going to be. We're like a front-loaded mutual fund right now. We're taking all the hits and the taxes up front. But the schedule's going to work favorable. Guys, don't give up. Don't abandon. We'll be better.
Right.
We'll make the playoffs. But we gotta go through this rough period. All right, thanks, you guys.
Thank you. I wouldn't say we're definitely going to make the playoffs.
I can't believe that answer, and I hadn't heard that. My God, what have you
Hodge
been
does
working
a lot of
on?
interviews, so it's not hard to miss one or two. So after Draymond Green said what he said,
this is what
Nick
I don't
Friedel
like.
went up to Jimmy Butler and said, "This is what Draymond said. What do you think?"
Committed to winning.
And Jimmy Butler said, he thought Draymond was partially correct, and then said, "We've just got to get back to doing whatever it takes to win." This is Jimmy Butler. Everybody's going to have to sacrifice something. I can't tell you what that sacrifice might be for every individual. It may be different for every individual every single night, but it's got to get back to winning is the main thing and the only thing. The fight, honestly, I think that's the fight, that the fight's not always there. We've got to fight no matter what, and most of that fighting I'm talking about is on the defensive end. Not getting stops means you're just not playing hard. You're just not doing whatever it takes to win.
Well, then you know what? The more I feel a little better just letting it all out and this unity you and I are having with the listeners and Evan and everybody, but I do feel a tad bit better, but I am more perplexed now about why we haven't seen that lineup. Like, we should see it tonight. I'm just curious, like, there could be a solid answer from Kerr, but Steiny, the more I think about...
But what do you do with Kuminga then?
We're just... Like, that's what I'm saying. He's nobody for...
But keep in mind...
He's not going to erupt, or you're not going to lose him.
But keep in mind that when Steven Jackson and people say, "Oh, my God, Curry, Butler, Kuminga, Green, and somebody else. That's the best of the best."
I'm with him. Okay, but Kerr could give a rat's behind that. But, Stoney, don't you think it's strange that and maybe he's got something tonight and we see that lineup?
I think that we all...
That is just a little weird.
I think we all got schnookered into thinking that everything's fine with Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors. And I don't think it is. I don't think
he's
playing.
A young player, Stoney.
He's not a young player anymore. He's in his 5th year.
Now, see, when we have other arguments, you say he's young.
He is young, but, he's not inexperienced.
My point is, he's no but one person's bigger than the team. And
right. Everybody can get blamed.
But I know you're like, dude, what you learned today? I want to see that old lineup again.
Okay.
As ASAP.
Okay, but keep in mind, everybody was clamoring for Kuminga. They go 4-1, and everyone's like, "See, Kuminga, he should be starting. Right. He's the man. Look, him and Butler can play together. Him, Butler, Draymond. Well, okay, that's fine. So you think they can play together now? All last year, Steve Kerr said they couldn't. They played well together for 3 games, and everybody thinks it's going to last for 79 more. Right. It's it's not the way basketball works.
But your boy can be used Moody like a yo-yo, Pods for that matter like a yo-yo, but Kuminga can't, and he has been treated like a yo-yo. So why couldn't they, for the betterment of the team? I'm gonna go back to this lineup one night and see what we get.
I'm sure they will at some point. You're listening, but Moody was hurt at the beginning of the year. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Joe's in Toronto.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Canada.
Welcome.
I'm good. All right, guys. How you guys doing?
Trying to figure it out, Joe.
Okay, I just have a few things to talk about. Okay, so last night, the game changed when JK got subbed out of the game. The Warriors were down 4 points. He goes to the bench, sits for 8 minutes, comes back in the game when they're down 20 points. And who came in the game for Kuminga? Buddy Hield. As soon as he came in the game, SGA gets an and 1. That's one mistake. And also, Draymond Green is clogging the lane.
Oh.
Draymond Green is clogging the lane. And Jimmy Butler taking only 3 field goals, getting $60 million. That's insane. Pods gets in the lane, picks up the ball, doesn't kick it out. In 2 games, Pods has two assists only, and he's a point guard. Meanwhile, what's his name? Richards is sitting on the bench, and he's playing well. We have to start criticizing Steve Kerr. We have to start calling out Steve Kerr when he's doing a bad job. And you can't bench JK because he's the only athletic guy on the team. The average age for the OKC is 25 years old. So we can't have a bunch of old guys trying to keep up with the young guys.
Oh, man.
Jenkins should play 30 minutes. Moody, 30 minutes. All the young guys, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Give the old guys 20 minutes, 23 minutes.
Joe, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much. And nobody loves Canada more than I do. Those are facts. By the way, Kuminga may not play tonight.
Yeah.
Tendonitis?
In the knee, I think.
Tendonitis? See,
you ever had that?
I don't think so.
You
so
weren't a jumper.
When he's talking to the last caller in Toronto's, talking about we should play the young guys more. Okay. But what about the strategy that you've been trying to employ for the last 2 years of doing everything and anything for Steph Curry? You can't bring in Jimmy Butler, and you can't re-sign Draymond Green, and you can't have Steph Curry as your cornerstone, and then think these young guys are gonna you know what? I said this a couple years ago. 2 years ago. They're old players, and it's still their old players are too old, and their young players are still too young.
Yeah, I got you.
And that's a problem.
And I'm going to say this, and you could say I'm not overreacting. Steiny, I'm going to ask you a question real quick here. Oh, you don't like that.
Who?
How many total games in the regular season did the Warriors play last year?
82.
Okay.
All right.
Bing, I know you're like, why are you asking? They had 5 losses in 82 games of 20-plus more deficits, okay?
Right.
They've played 12 games this year, and ask me how many 20-point losses do they have through 12?
How many?
3! So something is off. And I think a trade now, all that stuff that I thought, oh, no, we got it, we're good. Steiny, anything is possible, Kevin Garnett now, because we are small, we are older, and we're slow. The slow part to me is watch the games, and the Quentin Jacksons of the world and the Ryan Rollins are giving us problems because naturally we're slower.
Right.
We're older. And they're taking it. I don't know, man, I'm with Gus Johnson. But they're taking advantage of us. And I don't like it.
It's going to happen more.
Don't say that. You don't.
Of course I know.
It starts tonight. Wemby might have 90 rebounds.
I feel like, and I love this from the morning show.
What'd they do?
They basically started to say, are we not being honest with ourselves about this team?
Jimmy Butler said it.
Right. And the answer for you are not being honest about the Warriors.
No, that hurts.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and what
You're
part?
just not.
Tell me
Everything. You believe you don't take into account that as great as these players are, they're getting worse. And the young players that we think might be stars aren't even close to that yet, Jonathan Kuminga included. And now their old guys are up against it, and they can't do what they've been able to do for the majority of their careers. And guess what? The young guys aren't helping. They're starting to maybe get a little selfish, according to Draymond. But you know what? They're looking at the veterans saying, what are you guys doing? And the veterans are looking at the young guys saying, well, you guys aren't good enough yet.
Well, that's a recipe for disaster.
And then the young guys say, what are you guys talking about? You guys have been lousy this year.
That's a recipe for disaster.
I'll never forget this. I still could be wrong. But I asked you, do you allow for the possibility that the Warriors could be relatively healthy this year and not be a very good team?
I'll never forget it.
Right.
And maybe that's why I'm over here reacting the way that I am. But I hope today's show, an episode of Steiny and Guru, has been predicated on what I didn't like from what the leaders last night after the loss and their part of not performing up to their standard. And to your question or theory, Steiny, about the Warriors, through 12 games, what I'm uncomfortable with and what I'm having a hard time with is I didn't know they were going to look like they didn't have the energy night in, night out from the start of the season. If we're in December or January, I could almost process it and digest it. But are you kidding me? This is what we're getting? And now Talkgate has happened. Dre is barking back at any reporter on social. That's when you know you're at the end. You do that stuff at the end.
Goo, come on. He's done that his whole career.
Nah, not like, but you backed it up on the court.
It doesn't feel
He's in the way. Jimmy should have the ball 99.9. Dre's bringing it up for,
So
for what? You ain't going nowhere.
So
you ain't going to shoot it.
You want to change their style? Go to an isolation team with Jimmy Butler. Hold. Like having Carmelo Anthony, only not nearly as good. That ain't going to work.
Put some respect on Melo's name in game.
I mean,
Steiny.
I get why I get.
Yeah. Get what?
I can't self-reference.
We got 42 pages.
It's like.
What would this show become if you can't self-reference?
And the fact people think you're happy, that hurts me.
I'm not happy. I'm frustrated that some people aren't realistic.
Oh, you're
about
talking
this
to me?
team. Yes.
But I'm not proven wrong yet.
But you're so incredulous.
But you know what I'm not seeing is valid. That's what you're not saying.
I disagree.
I need you to build me up more. Say I understand why you're mad. That was crap that Jimmy and Dre said that and started some stuff. Put a name on it. But forget that. The play on the court stinks.
When you want to talk about this team like they are in reality mode and not talk about this team right now like they're a Western Conference final team.
I said it at the summit, and I wasn't by myself.
Well, guess what? Your assessment is going to be completely wrong until it's not. And they're not. They're older.
They look slow, man.
See, this is when I want to strangle your ass.
You meant that.
They looked slower last year than they looked the year before. You know what I mean?
But it was a slower by choice. It was like, this is how we play. This is our style.
What are you talking about?
This slow is like, Steiny, they're sped up. Did you see OKC blowing up the Warriors trying to pick and roll?
Sure.
It was like a great cornerback playing press man on the best receiver, and it worked. It was like, there's no fear factor.
If you want to know the truth,
Curry's all we got
I
with
think
the ball.
I think you're being overly harsh on this team right now. And the reason you're being overly harsh is because right now you think they're better than they are, and they're not.
Wow.
And so you're expecting them to play it to a level that they have not played at, certainly not this year.
Since last year, second half. You guys act like that was 10 years ago. Like, just understand and say, Goo, okay, you're going off of, it was 31.
Doesn't matter.
That was just April. Just give me that to where you could, they weren't in coffins.
I'm not giving you anything.
They went and rested, worked on their body, went on vacation. And I'm wrong to think they couldn't.
Yes, you're wrong to expect it. You can hope for it, but damn it, how can you expect 335 and up guys to be better year after year? All right.
Looks like there's food here.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It is Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appearances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Everyone has a personal agenda. I agree with you.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step in and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Everyone has a personal agenda committed to winning. It doesn't feel that way.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, that was Draymond Green talking about agendas after last night's loss at Oklahoma City, 126-102. And they got to come back tonight and play against San Antonio. Kuminga questionable tonight. Post is also dealing with something, but he's just game timers.
Now, I forgot that we had a potluck here at the job.
Yeah.
If you look at Evan's plate, you think it's potluck. So he's loaded up. Evan, you got a lot on that plate. I'm jealous, but I didn't bring anything.
I brought some rolls.
No, I didn't say you didn't.
I didn't bring anything, so You don't
participate?
Nope, not if I don't bring anything.
I don't trust everybody.
I'll wait till the very, very end.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't usually eat at work after my breakfast
You ate
sandwich.
at the Summit.
Yeah, I did.
Wow, Goop.
That man had the neck down like the horses on the side of the road when they're eating the grass.
Things that bother people. Unbelievable.
That is. It doesn't bother me. I want you to eat.
No,
man. I ain't used to you eating.
It didn't bother you.
Well, did you eat on air like while you guys were doing the show?
Yeah, I was in the middle of.
Well, that's a problem.
Gibbs and Willard.
Yes, I finished the meal as Willard was setting up a question.
Why you go? Will
I knew he was going to go to Shasky.
No, he didn't go to Shasky. Shasky took it. Dude, I love you guys, man.
Well,
I do want to say this. Just remember,
Tim Jordan had me potted down.
Right. We got our own problems here, but something I saw last night as I left the hospital. Hey, Doug Christie, you don't got to tell us what you're going to do. That never works. Just go do it. Sonny, I thought that was whack. You don't call a presser, not take questions, and tell us it's going to change.
Boy, you're
That's
down
like me
on
before
every
the
team
bedroom
right now.
with the missus. You don't talk about it. You kind of just hope you have it, you know?
I'll try to get that for everybody before the end
go.
of the show. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Just do it, Nike.
We just have a fundamental problem, and we're going to have to battle through all year.
Well, I got an army behind me because we're all pissed off, and you feel like we all should have saw it coming.
Well, you should have allowed for it. That's all I'm saying. I didn't think it was good. Oh, it's definitely going to happen. But
and it hasn't happened. We're seeing signs.
Yeah, okay, so then why are you so mad?
Because of the guys talking after. Because now you're telling me it's bigger than the game on the court.
Yes, it is.
If you're Kuminga, Pods,
Oh, my
or
gosh.
Santos, or even Post, honestly, let's just spend a minute on it. How would you take those comments? Would you go up to Dre and say, hey, man, hey, brother, were you talking about me? I couldn't function. I would have to ask. Were you talking to me, Dre?
I was talking to everybody, Goo.
All right, all right. Well, he went
So get
on.
off me.
All right.
And who are you again? Which player were you coming up and asking why?
I'm Pods.
Pods.
Yeah.
You're the last guy who should be coming up and talking
but why
to
do
me.
you say that? People turning on Pods.
People turning on everybody.
But
That's what happens when you lose.
No, but he needed to be humbled. Let's be honest. You don't say you want the keys.
Pods can dunk.
Even if you want the keys, you don't say it. And now they're coming back. Steiny, Otani. Now he's not starting. So it might really be something.
All right. Tom in Sonoma.
Tommy.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Hey, man, the last 5 games, we're playing like a G League, not an NBA team, man. Last night's game, I enjoyed the fourth quarter more than I did the other 3 quarters with the first stringers.
Wow.
Draymond is like a cancer. We can't get rid of him, and he's growing the wrong way. He is toxic. If I got to see him another year, I'm going to have to divorce myself from the Warriors.
Oh, no.
I'm willing to take draft picks for Draymond, and I don't care. That's good with me. Guys, I got to tell you, Guru, Steiny, I love your show, man. Your chemistry is so special. I don't listen to anybody but you every day.
Wow.
I have a little saying, man. You guys have a little wang with a little twang.
There it is.
You're the man, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you for the kind words.
I always like
Appreciate
that word, twang. Twang.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
That one hurts me, man. Scotty.
Hey,
damn.
Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's go to Gary in Daly City. Hey, Gary, he wants to talk about the defense.
All right.
Hey, guys. It's been a while.
Yeah, hey.
Wow.
What's up, buddy?
Devers put it in my face at the end, but I was happy for that. But anyway, yeah, I've been a fan of the 60s, and all this gossip's a bunch of BS. I could care less. It's not going to make them play better defense. They don't play D. They don't. They hung their hat on their defense with Iguodala and those guys. They do this run and gun. They should join the ABA back in the day. They don't play defense, perimeter, inside or out. They don't play defense. The other teams, look at the other teams are better. They're quicker. They're better. They're more fundamentally sound on offense. And you go Oklahoma City, you got all the bling. They're the best defensive team in the league. Usually the team that plays a D in any sport. Look at Philly. Look at the Dodgers. I hate to say that. Play the best D wins. Period. And this is what the fans have to look forward to. I've been here watched them since 1965, born in 57 here. They have to look what they have to look forward to. Is this what's coming here? That's why you bought a WNBA team for the fans to have another type of enjoyment. What's it worth? $500 million now. But this is what they got to look forward to. And you don't talk about Anthony Davis. Nothing against him personally, but would you buy a car named Anthony Davis? No. I don't mean to do that, but you know, guys, where I'm going.
Sure.
Giannis isn't coming here. Why would he leave? The East is tough enough. Why would he come to the West? Well, there's no way in blank, and he would be the only guy in the house after everybody walks away. I mean, Rick Welsh got out. Myers got a halo over his head to get out of here. This is Kerr's last year, if I'm right. And then look what we got coming here. I mean, let's be honest about it. It's been a great ride. I've been a great ride since Bill King, God rest his soul. But this is right in front of you. And all this stuff on the side, it's like Draymond's trying to get out of here. That's what it seems like. But you want to take them?
I know.
I mean, this is what it's about. And pause. You looking for trouble when he sat next to the owner in the WNBA game.
Wow, man.
That was just right in front of everybody. I mean, he didn't see it in front of him. Maya Angelou, who I got to know, God rest her soul, and you guys know what I'm going to say.
Sure.
If somebody tells you who they are, believe them.
Man.
Take care of you guys.
Did you really, Gary, did you really meet her?
Sorry?
Did you really meet her?
Yeah. I watched her in high school. I went to Bow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure I might have seen her at a Warrior game over the last, decade or two.
Yeah, Doler Schwartzer too. I met them both at almost at the same time. God, I mean, she's still alive. God, I mean, they're just gems on this earth, and more people should read about all of them.
Wow. Thank you, Gary. Good stuff.
I can keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
What?
No, I just like Quentin Jackson.
Who's he?
The Pacer guard from the
he's
G
good.
League or wherever they got him from, Costco. The pace of play is bothersome, Sonny, and
they're too slow or too fast?
No, we can't stop anybody. Triple penetration is our kryptonite.
Remember when I was like, I wonder how I'm still wondering how they're gonna be a really good defensive team.
How'd they do it last year for 30 games? Every metric improved. ESPN in this TVs were littered with, hey, Warriors got the best. They were running with him. But you went down. Hey, I got to tell you, that was nice how you went down who they played.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, Guru's asking a fair question, and I don't have all the answers. Why does this team look so different than it looked at the end of last season when essentially their personnel is exactly the same?
And you went and added a 40-year-old who can't play every night. listen, nothing against Horford, Steiny, but that wasn't an antidote. You needed a Thundercat. Even if he wasn't as good as Horford, you needed this team.
You realize they don't
does not look to score in the paint.
Okay, so
just from afar, come on, Steiny, you need body punches.
Let's look at it rationally. That when you decide to continue the Steph thing, you're going to pay Steph $60 million. Okay, he's worth it. Then you acquire Butler and you break him off 50 plus.
Oh my goodness!
Now you have Draymond at 25. You have a Thundercat, Kuminga. You just paid him 25. You have no money to get a Thundercat. Like how? Like, what's your definition of a Thundercat? I can't even believe I'm saying it.
It's not an all-star. It's you got to fit the DNA.
The name
6'8", 6'9", name. Siakam's a Thundercat.
Anybody on the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Oh, that's a 9.
Even Barnhard?
No, but Jiang.
You're gonna laugh. Hachimura for the Lakers. He's a Thunder. Somebody that can move and that is young and move fluidly and can do some things. Okay. That's all I'm asking.
So you're the Lakers. You're what, 8-3?
Man, now Bron's feeling better. Shocker.
What? Why would they get rid of Hachimura?
Oh, no. You said,
but that's my point.
Well, you said you didn't say available. That's how you meant.
But they've put themselves
dudes like that, or
they don't have the money. They can't acquire guys like that.
And that's why I'm saying to you, you got, and I feel like Joe Lacob might say, "Goose, you're onto something" for the first time if he's ever asked that. That's why you got to be very careful of getting rid of or unloading Kuminga, because you don't have a lot of what you need in the league that's giving your defense the business night in, night out.
See, this is where
that's what shocked me through 12 games. I want to play the Warrior defense, whoever I am offensively, and that's a shocker to me. Jimmy Butler is not Jimmy Butler, you're right, of 6 years ago.
Yeah. Nobody is.
OG Anunoby would be God if he was in a Warrior uniform.
Well, we could go down the list of a lot of players and say they could use him.
That, man. Like, seriously, I'm starting to see the light. But it's a train.
Let's go to Father Time in Napa.
Oh, man.
Hey, Father Time, how you doing?
What a name.
Hey, guys. Speaking of old people, let me pander first. Love your show.
Thank you.
There you go. I want to talk about Draymond Green for a second because I feel contractually obligated. He's a top 5 all-time defender? Let's say yes. Let's pretend that that's true. One of the most unique point forward offensive savants ever?
Sure.
He makes a really great backdoor bounce pass and sets great screens at the top of the key. I love it.
Oh, man. I love it.
He may be the worst teammate. The way I qualify teammate of all time. I mean, I think Coach said it. A leader takes all the blame, all the blame, 100% of the blame, and never says anything publicly to anybody else. Matt Nahigian probably takes all the blame at the station, right? Never throws anybody under the bus. Never says, "Hey, somebody here at the station is really not carrying their weight." That would just never happen, and yet he gets away with this stuff. Draymond gets away with this stuff, which has been making me insane for the better part of a decade. I just can't. I mean, I coach basketball. I just can't deal with it, honestly. Right. That's why I'm calling you.
Wow, I'm with you.
He's somebody that, does weird, obtuse, cloaked statements to the press about somebody. He, talks about an agenda. The dude is the only one on the team with the podcast. He wants everybody to stand on their feelings, say it with your chest, and yet he's whispering things in the locker room. It's bananas. So I don't know what to say about that. That's acceptable. I suppose it's acceptable, or at least you can look past it when you're winning championships,
right? Or
you're contending for championships. When you're not and you're aging ungracefully, it's unacceptable. And I think you're right. Steiny. I don't think there's a market for him. I don't think you're going to go get multiple picks. I think if you package something with him, somebody might take it because of the expiring contract next year. I think he's got one more year after this. But I just find the whole, this is the price we pay. I'm nobody. This is the price that's paid for winning 4 championships. You get married to people, you fall in love with people. You can't think of a world in which Steph Curry is not a warrior. But that day is coming because A, he's either going to retire 36 to 48 months from now, or he's going to be traded. And you've got to really start questioning the wisdom of keeping him forever other than nostalgia and selling jerseys, because when he retires, when he steps down, you know what you get, in compensatory picks, you get nothing. You get nothing. So the future that we're all talking about, this 2 timelines reality, is going to get really ugly, because you're picking at, when you know what you get in the middle when you're 41 and 41, you get the 16th pick in the draft, maybe the 14th.
Yeah.
And good luck building your squad. Unless you hit lightning with the 7th pick in the draft, you get Stephen, Curry, you're in deep trouble. So this is going to be a fun year. I know it's only, 12 games in?
We got time.
I think we're going to be fine. Yeah, we're going to be fine. Hey, guys.
No, appreciate you, Father Time. Thank you.
But real quick, Sonny, to Father Time, and Coach and Vallejo said it, and I asked him, I did the follow-up question about how did he perceive those comments, and if Dre, maybe that's what I'm dealing with. Had you started with saying the onus on you, then got into that, maybe that would have hit different. You think?
Well, I mean,
that's finesse 101, corporate 101.
Yeah, but that's not who Draymond is.
Well, who's going to tell him about himself?
Doesn't matter
and
anymore.
What he's not
it's
doing.
Too late, Guru. He's 15 years in. Seriously, this is what happens. He's losing his voice and he's losing his game. That's what happens when you're 35 or 36 years old and you want to be the guy Draymond Green is. It's not going to be pleasant for Draymond Green. He has been a certain type of player and he's been a certain type of teammate his whole career, and now he's losing juice in ways that are not just confined to the court, and we're going to have to figure it out with him.
Let me run this by you and he's eating my Jonathan Kuminga theory. So he's leading the team with 34 turnovers, and I don't care if it's 54.
Well,
keep trying to cook.
Okay, that's a problem.
Okay, I've mentioned I think he's thinking too much. This team, he wants to do something and play at his pace, but I feel like there's just a thought, and I could be wrong, Stoney, there's just a thought that he's like, I got to play the right way. But I've noticed here in the last 2 games.
God forbid he tried to play the right way.
You tell me what you think. This is where I'm going.
Getting sick of him now, too.
He's standing in the corner, not cutting like Richard does, and he's just standing in the corner, and I'm wondering if that's a lack of confidence because he's turning the ball over. Don't just stand like a bump on a pickle in the corner, JK. Cut. Do the things that we see Richard do. But I've just noticed, I wonder if that's just the totality of him losing confidence because he's turning the ball over, hold on to the turnover a bit longer. I could be totally wrong, but I'm like, JK, you're the last guy that needs to be anchored over there in the corner. You move, cut. But if you're turning the ball over and not confident, you probably don't even want to rock. I've just noticed that.
He's a turnover machine when he's trying to make a play.
Damn.
He can't handle the ball.
That's a problem. Well, he's getting 25, and
he
can handle it, Stein.
It's not good enough. Yeah. What do you mean?
The first 5 games, it wasn't as apparent as it is now.
He didn't make one move in the first 5 games where he crossed somebody over. And
maybe that's it, and you're right. But Steiny, man.
But man, what?
He's going into doing the little...
What? What's he doing?
The fadeaway, and he's on the ground and the left, and it's not hitting the rim. It's just
This is what...
I can't wait for Willard and Dibbs when they got Coach on, because they're going to have Kerr on sometime this week. Well, they got a game today? No. They're off tomorrow, so it'll probably be tomorrow.
Right.
You would think I work here. I'd find out before I even brought it up. But I do radio with my sleeve. And I got to say something off the record stuff. That wouldn't have irritated Vallejo.
No.
Earlier, Coach and Vallejo, because I got to say this, Ernie Chavez, we're family forever. Coach from Vallejo called, and I remembered the compliment he gave Evan Saturday. And Ernie said, when you got to beg for the compliment, when you get it, it's kind of it don't hit the same. And I needed to hear that. you can't fish for stuff. Organically, it happens to hit. So I'm in here thirsty, begging for a compliment from the coach. Hopefully in a couple of weeks I've been hitting the gym. You can't ask for compliments.
I agree with you.
It's like the girl, and I'm telling you, before I got married, give me some flowers. Oh. And then they really wanted me to go out and get flowers, come back in and act like I did it organically. Sure. And thank you. No, you told me to go get them. It's not the same. So I got to quit fishing for stuff. Evan got the compliment. Good on E.
Yeah, you do have problems when other people get complimented. It's strange.
Yeah. I've noticed it too.
So,
what you got, man?
You know what? How about this?
6-6 is nasty. That's all I'm going to say.
Go ahead. I do think Kuminga's been pretty lousy the last 5 or 6 games.
I would not
I'm
argue.
not blaming him. The Stars have stunk.
There it is.
Come on, Goo.
I've said that.
You're afraid.
You get mad when I say it because I'm like, JK's the last item on my list, man. And I'm not going to hold the players
Why don't you
accountable.
just acknowledge, Steiny, they are old, and I'm worried. That's fine.
So you just had me on mute.
I want you to say it.
You've been ignoring me.
State it.
I've said it the whole 2 hours I've been here. I might have got it wrong. Father Time looks to be winning with the big 3.
But here's the thing. You can still rip them all year long, even if they're just old and hapless.
No, because then we're going to be on the play-in. If this team's part of the play-in,
this is a play-in team?
No, if it is,
you
I'm
realize
out.
it might not be.
I would not get it. I'll watch it.
Okay,
I love it.
Let me do it this way.
If this team is in the play-in, I'm done.
Okay, I want to take it a step further. So you are not allowing for the possibility that the Warriors could miss the playoffs.
Steiny, if that happened, I'd quit. Like maybe that's what's happening subconsciously.
Quit trying to cheer me up.
Maybe that's where I'm at. That's what's scaring me.
You do realize that's possible.
But how?
One guy goes down for a month.
Or what if one guy doesn't go down and you're just 6-6, 12-12, 24-24, 36-36?
If let's just say they get off this road trip and they're 8-10 or 8-11, then they're 16-17.
Now stop it. That's the last 4 years. Outside of 2022.
And that's strange because you haven't changed the team. So.
But yes, you did. You went and got another alpha male.
No, you didn't. He's not. And that's what we're finding out. Yeah. He's an alpha male on his terms.
Wow. Steiny, I'm going to give you something on that because I am noticing, does Jimmy have a cape?
No, he doesn't. And Steph might not have one either anymore.
He's averaging 25.
Mm-hmm. Look at his percentages. No, go ahead. Say he's not losing anything. Say he's the same player. So you can, and he might be. He's sick. I'm going to give him Steph Curry. I'm going to take that into account.
Tonight.
Yeah.
So is Dre needed to play tonight. That would have been the optics horrible.
Yeah, and you know what? He might stink tonight on the back-to-back.
Was that really a back-to-back when you get down 36? Did you play last?
Play 20 minutes.
Warrior, did you play last night? Back-to-back my tail.
Well, if you're going to scoff at back-to-backs, you shouldn't have said we're building around the old guys. Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors. We'll jump into some other calls on the other side. And that segment was brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, "How did you know?" Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're going to leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. The new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Open select weekends starting Saturday, November 22nd at the Paseta House in History Park. To plan your visit, call 408-287-2290.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Take it away,
Damn.
Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it. Now, I'll tell you what, and one thing I do know about Steph Curry,
the chef,
is, he looks inward, and he asks what he can do better, how he can be more positive about what's going on with this team.
He said he was a part of what those guys were talking about.
From the 707 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, we're talking about honesty. Is it time we get honest about this team?
I'm losing it.
Steiny, now you're tripping. Steph's only had one bad shooting night, and that was the Pacers when he went 4 for 16 from 3. Yes, it's 38% on the season in 8 games, but if you take that game away, he's 53 from 3 on the year.
Let me call. What about the field?
What about last night?
Rob Lowe.
I mean, can we put the rat on the table?
Yeah, it's been a bunch.
Like, if this is who Steph is at this point, and I don't think it is.
Oh, starting the Denver game at home. That's who Steph is. 25 or
That was game 3 of the year.
Yeah, but he's
now
sick.
game 12. Is he sick?
No, I got him lower on my list of what's wrong.
You can have
Jimmy
him,
and Dre are way higher.
I have them all in the same place because they're the 3 most. Like, I honestly, I don't know how you can skip Steph when he's the best player on the team.
Yeah, right.
So you got to look at him and say, well, how's he performing compared to how he has in the past? And the reality is he's not been great for the first 12 games.
To his standard.
Right. But you pay the price for that because you've watched him play at a high standard. It's like, yeah, if 5 years ago he was the best player in the NBA and now he's the 14th best player in the NBA and he's making more money, like, those things got to be compensated for.
And I'll say this to that. You went back, you said you did, you went back and watched that Milwaukee game, but it was more so the Indiana game on that Saturday where he could have closed out the game. They had a lead, and he wasn't his normal self shooting the ball.
This is Steve Kerr on last night. Something's going on with his team. Steve, can you explain it?
I could feel we weren't in a great place, coming back from Indiana and Milwaukee. That you could just feel that things weren't quite clicking, and that I thought that continued. I mean, we got a couple of wins in there, but we're not playing well, and we haven't been playing well for, really since the second week of the season. So it doesn't feel right. What's happening right now on the floor, the way we're playing, the way we're approaching things. Guys are, they're trying. It's not like it's a lack of effort, but like we're not crashing. All the things we did at the end of last year when we got good, take care of the ball, crash, create good shots for each other, win the possession battle. We're not doing any of those things right now.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about the loss last night and the difference. They're turning the ball over more, I guess, than last year when they were clicking. And turnovers are going to be a problem with this team.
And that's a major flaw or death blow.
The reality of the situation is, whether we like it or not, Steph and Draymond are high turnover guys, and so is Jonathan Kuminga.
But when you used to be, I got you. For the other two guys, Dre and Steph, you brought so much that, hey, it was kind of fun. You can overcome it. Just like OKC, Draymond pointed that out, but you don't have that firepower weaponry.
Right.
But
hopefully we watched that game last night, saw Oklahoma City, acknowledged it was just one game, but also saw
the disparity.
We got a big chasm between these two teams. And it's okay. They're the best team in the NBA. But
go ahead.
Until you prove you can play with these teams, you can't. You can't. And like, this is the other thing. This is one of those things where, it'll get defined as being a hater, but the reality was, I'm sorry, the win over Denver. I mean, yes, it counts. It was a win.
Oh, before the loss to Denver, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yes, they beat Denver, and Denver's really good.
But Denver had that, and you can say Denver blew the game. I got you.
Jokic was terrible.
Yeah, I got you.
Now he's in better shape.
Oh, I watched him last night against Zach.
People might hate to see you beat Denver because Jokic was out of shape and was terrible.
You know why I'm mad and how I've lowered my standards this season?
No, you haven't.
that I'm ready to pop bubbly that Draymond's playing tonight. Because when we first walked in here at 10:01, I thought he wasn't playing and there were reports. But what does that say about the state of affairs that a Warrior fan, because that's what I am, I'm happy that Draymond's at least playing tonight. And I thought there's no way in hell you can call whoever you called out the subliminal burger and then take the night off. But I'm so happy. Not that they might be able to beat the Spurs, and I hope they can, but I'm happy now with this new NBA that he's playing. That just speaks volumes to me.
It also speaks volumes to me that when you talk like that, now I start to hear the truth. Like, you know, I can tell.
But you smile.
I can feel it.
It's like what could you be?
You can't kill him for the Denver game, though.
Who?
The
Warriors.
I'm not killing them for the Denver game.
No, but you're stripping them of it, and that's fine, because that's what you do.
Evan, what did I miss yesterday?
And this is the problem.
That's where you go too far, and that's fine.
I disagree. I said you get
why are they playing poorly right now? Because they're old. Well, when they weren't looking old, they were good. So you can't give them one thing and then take one thing away.
The Denver win,
best win of the season.
Okay,
Aaron
great.
Gordon had 50 points. They won the game.
Sure. Okay. You're right.
Thank you.
Great win over Denver.
No, it's just not a bad win. Which is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying it was a bad win. There are no bad wins. What I'm saying is that's the game that I look back at. It's not like the Houston game last year, but Warriors beat Houston going into the break, and I'm looking at Houston. I'm like, they didn't care.
Yeah, but also in 3 nights they won at Memphis, at LA, and then at home against Denver. Down the stretch, those are good wins. They didn't play all crap teams like you were talking about earlier.
Who?
The Warriors. Like when you were just poking holes in their entire resume from last season, there were some good wins in there.
This is my thing. Yes, Curry's going to have some monster nights this year. They're going to have some great wins. It's about consistency. And they have not played with any consistency this year.
Yeah. And I'm not going to.
And it's, to me, it's like, it's going to be harder to play with consistency because the old guys aren't going to be able to bring it for as many nights as they did 5 years ago.
Well, I'm not asking for that.
Ago.
I'm just, and Stein, it's not just you, but I'm not going to run from me holding the Warriors to that bar that they set last April when Jimmy came to town. I don't think they were not running marathons this offseason. There's no way in hell fatigue should be a problem or an issue for this Warrior team. And again, it's a combination. One of my favorite pizzas at Round Table. It's not just the old guys. Pods is going the wrong way. Whatever Dre and Jimmy are alluding to. And I do wonder if Steve Kerr is seething only he would know about those two dudes saying what they said last night. Like, how does that bring it together?
I think Steve Kerr has witnessed enough of Draymond Green and locker room stuff that he's
But he usually stays inside,
phased.
outside of the Jordan Pool.
It doesn't, Goo.
Remember, what's it called? Our guy told us.
Goo.
Big man David West said we would be amazed at what this team had going on.
Okay,
that never got out.
This is what's frustrating to me. You're acting as though what Draymond did last night was something that we haven't seen before, and the reality is we've seen it dozens and dozens and dozens of times over the years.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
I'm with Austin. Draymond saying what he said, I don't that's a snooze to me.
Oh, Steiny.
Sorry.
The fact that no, you're right. He's done it before, but the timing after 12 games is not alarming. And then Jimmy double backed and did his version of it.
Okay.
They're crying out, telling you something is off, bigger than basketball with this team.
Right. The old guys are getting frustrated because they don't have it anymore, and they're starting to realize it.
But don't blame everybody else for that.
Now they're looking to the young guys who have big mouths, and they want to play, and they think they're ready for the moment, and the old guys are getting older, and they're looking at the young guys saying, you guys ain't it. You think you're it, but you ain't it.
That's a major issue.
Their old guys are too old, and their young guys are too young.
Nothing after 12 games. That's what's so concerning to me. And he didn't start with my play. Drake could have started, and everybody would have. Okay, I'm not nothing. What I would do.
You know what? If anybody's surprised that they're going to have games like this, then I really don't know what to tell you.
I got to be honest.
And the other thing is, as far as the Denver win, you know what that win was like to me when the Niners beat the Rams. Or no, Seattle. Early in the year, they got Seattle. But they're not better than Seattle.
Your best player saved the game.
It was a big win.
Yeah.
It was a big win. The 49ers over Seattle. It was a nice win, the 49ers over Denver. But that's just one game.
Yeah, Josh Ram just said it in the YouTube chat, Steiny. And we kind of said it before the season started. And even if I'm in denial, that's all right. We don't have one player in his prime.
No kidding. That's absolutely true.
But if we just did the rest of this show
I said
on
that 2 years
that's
ago.
That's like the doctor telling you, basketball-wise, you got a certain amount of time left. What the hell you mean you don't got one player in their prime?
Did we just learn all this today? Do you think Jonathan Kuminga is in his prime?
No. And it's almost a compliment. He's getting 25 M's and he's not, but no. Basketball has spoken, Josh.
Monty Poole coming up momentarily. NBC Sports Bay Area. Covered the Warriors for a long time.
Like you said last night, and just again, I swear to you, Steiny, is the fact that it was the Thunder. I just wanted to see a competitive game. That's how I lowered my standards. I didn't get that. So they should not be tired tonight, the OGs and Kuminga. But I still can't get out my system, and that's why I'm reacting the way I am because of Milwaukee and Indiana. I ain't forgot that.
Right.
But
why should you forget it?
When that happened, you would have said, hey, pour another drink of your favorite concoction. Just take a sip. It was just one game. It was a one-off. There's nothing to see here. Oh, there's something to see. Because Jimmy Butler held court with the microphone and Draymond Green held court with the microphone, and he went in on his teammates. He won't put a name on it. And now I'm wondering, how's Steve Kerr ciphering through this? But maybe today it's a beautiful thing that they got San Antonio.
All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Monty Poole.
Monty.
Covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. And I'll tell you what I'm doing, Monty. I'm going to give Guru the first question.
What's up, Monty? How you doing, man? I miss you, man. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, man. I was down for a minute, but I'm okay.
Okay, that's always good to hear. So I'll start with this. I just told Steiny and the listeners, I wanted a competitive game from the Warriors who were once 4-1, but I still haven't forgot how the Indy and Milwaukee game played out. But I think I'm more hurt basketball-wise with what Draymond and Jimmy said, Monty. And it's not what they said, it's when they said it after 12 games in. Your thoughts on those comments from both?
It's a problem. It is a problem. To hear that, I don't think it's surprising because when you watch the team play, you kind of see that there's something off there. There's something off. You can blame lineups, you can blame rotations, but the obvious thing is that when you watch them play, even in the games they've won, it's like that Indiana game that they won, a few days ago, it's like, that was a struggle for 3 quarters.
Yes.
And that should not be the case. And so when Draymond talked about agendas, and I get where he's coming from, and everybody wants to identify Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski as the two guys that, are being identified. But I think there's a case made for a couple other guys too. But the bottom line is that there's a couple of things going on here. One, you can see, Kuminga gets his money, and he knows in the back of his mind that the Warriors are probably going to try and trade him because they already tried before and weren't able to do it. So he knows that, and you got to think in the back of his mind, he's like, I got to do what I can to show people I can play. And so, not to saying that, I'm not saying that they're identifying that Jimmy and Draymond are saying JK is a problem, but what I am saying is that when you connect the dots, how can you not go up to how can you not end up at Kuminga's doorstep as one of the guys? And Podziemski's issue is that he just hasn't been as good as the Warriors would like him to be, and as much as they think of him, he hasn't met that threshold.
Right.
So those two guys have not been what the Warriors need them to be because the vets they know they need support, good support, and fairly consistent support, and they're not getting it. And not to say, again, Jimmy's had a couple of games where he wasn't very good. And, last night none of the bets were very good. So, and I think another thing they have to resolve is I still think that Al Horford will probably end up being starting at the 5.
Mm.
And, I understand Steve Kerr's, he's kind of trying to figure out the best way to distribute Al's minutes. And but to me, it makes sense at some point that he's your starting center. And that means J.K. comes out of the starting lineup, and so be it. And at the same time, I still think that at some point, DeAnthony Melton, as long as he's healthy, is probably going to be starting next to Steph in the backcourt. Because think about this, man. When the Warriors were great, Steph had Klay next to him. What was Klay doing? He was guarding the best perimeter player.
Yep.
He's making some shots, too. So who else on this roster can you count on to do that kind of thing? I'm not saying that Melton is what Klay was. He's not. But he gives you a defensive presence on that end, and he also can make shots. So, and right now, who's their point of attack defender?
Well, it's Moody, and that but it has to be Moses Moody, I guess, right? And that's
by default,
right? And that's kind of what Steve said. Right now, he's their best on-ball defender, and I'm never a big fan. Oh, you change your rotation, everything changes. But I think eventually Moody's going to have to start.
Well, he did. He was a starter for most of that late season run last year.
Yeah,
and he was really good. But at the same time, during that late season run, who's starting at the 5? Draymond. And Steve has been saying, I don't want to start Draymond at the 5, a bunch of games.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing him mixing in Quentin Post right now to get some starts at the 5. And I understand Draymond shouldn't be starting 70 games at the 5, or even 60 games at the 5. There should be select games when he starts at the 5. And so there, right now, the Warriors look small and slow.
Mm.
And I don't know in the NBA or in the NFL, I don't know if there's a sport where small and slow equals success.
Yeah.
I don't know that. And so that's how they look. They're going to be small, but they can speed it up a little bit. But this team is really built to be good in the postseason. And I say that because the veterans they have, that's where they do their best work. And that's Steph, that's Jimmy, that's Al, that's Draymond. But they got to get there.
Yep.
They got to get there. And right now, getting there is a struggle, man. And the best thing I'm thinking in their favor right now is that the West, other than OKC, the Lakers have been pretty good, but the West has not been the dog fight you thought it would be just yet, And so, you got some teams that are in trouble. We don't know how long San Antonio is going to be great. Right now, they're really, really good. But you look at teams like the Clippers, they're hurting big time. You don't know how good they're going to be. They just lost Bradley Beal for this season. You look at Dallas, right now, they're a mess. You look at Houston, they're still trying to figure some things out. And so, yeah, it's not like there's like 5 or 6 teams in the West that are just, rolling, because there aren't right now. And that works in the Warriors' favor.
Monty, I made it no secret, during this offseason, because of the Warriors' age with the big 3, I wanted Kuminga here. And I damn near threw a parade after 5 games because I saw the improvement. But, to Steiny's point, he wasn't putting it on the floor as much as he has in the last 4 games. And he leads the team in turnovers with 34. What's been your assessment of Kuminga through 12 games this season?
A lot like we just said. I mean, you can see the improvement. He was playing the best basketball of his career. And lately, though, he's gotten into this thing where he's doing that dribbling into traffic thing again. And if you're going to dribble into traffic, you better have a terrific handle. And he doesn't have that. He loses the ball too much. And so those turnovers are costly. And so you look the other night when they came back when they beat Indiana, most of that turnaround of that game, J.K. was on the bench. He was watching that turnaround late third quarter, early fourth quarter, when the Warriors kind of, started cooking. And so if you're Steve Kerr and Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse, the staff, you got to figure out what's the best use of Kuminga, because we know he can do some good things. But we also know that some of the things he does do not translate to winning. And to me, that's been the biggest issue with J.K. You know, when he goes, oh, my God, look at what J.K. did. But it doesn't always translate to winning. It doesn't do a lot for us. He's the one thing you can see that he's much better at is he's seeing the floor better on offense. Some of his passes that he's making these days, he couldn't even dream of a year or two ago. So you're seeing that. You're seeing his game round out more than it has been. But these last few games, he just didn't. He's kind of regressed, and the Warriors cannot afford that right now.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. We're joined by Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, when you look at the first 12 games, and we know this team's got a lot of veteran-type players, how much of this do you think is fixable, and how much of it are Warrior fans just going to have to live with?
Well, when the season started, we already knew that, okay, they're a small team. They're an old team. We already knew that. And the question was, could their chemistry and their collective intellect overcome that? And so far, the chemistry has not been what you would want it to be. As much as they talked about coming out of training camp, they were like, yeah, we're good. We like our team. The vibes were all positive. But look where we are 3 weeks into the season. Like, we got problems. And so I think some of it's fixable. But I don't know if this team is equipped to be really good in the regular season. I think this team is better equipped to try and survive the regular season and end up in a top 6 position. And then if they're healthy going to the postseason, I think you can feel better about this team because of the veterans and how the postseason plays, the schedules work out. You don't have back-to-back. You have days off. And I think if they get to the postseason with the top 6 in the West, among the top 6 in the West, yeah, I think that's great shape for them. Is that doable? I think it's doable, but right now they got some things to address, and I still think that J.K. is probably going to be traded at some point. When he's eligible to be traded, and so that's. But the question is, what are you going to get in return? I know the Warriors. They've already scoured the market over the summer trying to figure out, okay, what could we get in a sign and trade? Nothing worked out. And the thing is, can their small and slow squad be fixed enough to where they can make another run on the back half of the season?
Man, good stuff, Monty. Help me out with this, because Stotty was having some fun at my expense. Shocker. That I'm living in the past. And I know Jimmy, I was worried about the Warriors before Jimmy arrived, and he changed it all. The defensive numbers all panned out, and people were talking, and this team might go on a run. But, Monty, I've noticed, defensively, he looks 36 at times. He's not Gary Payton the first in his prime. And then, only 3 shots last night. Now, Minnesota in the playoffs last year, I went off, and there was the back issue, and I gave them a pass. But, Monty, I guess I'm saying I'm expecting more from them, friskiness. Am I wrong to expect that from Jimmy Butler at this age? But I thought I saw it last year for half a season. Yeah,
well, if you remember last year, Jimmy was, let's just say, highly motivated.
Yeah. Oh, wow, yeah.
After what he'd been through in Miami and what he put the Heat through, he came to the Warriors. And he was highly motivated, and so were the Warriors, because they were 25 and 26 when he showed up.
Yeah.
So they were like, okay, you know what, guys, this ain't cutting it. We got Jimmy now, so we have a baller here. We know what Jimmy can do. And I think that really kind of gave this team a bump. And the question is, now you look back at that, the last 2 months of last season, you go, was that real, or was that some sort of mirage? Was it fool's gold, or was it real? And right now it looks like fool's gold, because there were conditions then that led them to where they went, to go on that run. And those conditions don't feel like they're present right now. And so there's a different collective, there's a different chemistry with this team right now. And like Draymond said last night, you could see last season, those last 2 months, the Warriors played like desperate basketball. They were busting their tails pretty much every possession. Turnovers were down, free throw shooting was up, and it was like the defense was really good. And you're not seeing that very much now. And so, are you supposed to wait for that? Wait for it to show up, and that's not a good thing either. So there are things that are fixable, but they need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed pretty soon.
Monty Poole, appreciate it as always, man. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, fellas, take care and enjoy the game tonight.
Yes, sir. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about the Warriors.
And you said it highly motivated. I don't like that.
He was.
Yeah, no,
Yeah. Oh, you are? Okay.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right. Let me play some sound for you. This is the breaking news we're playing. Kyle Shanahan just met with reporters down in Santa Clara.
You said on Monday that you wanted basically 3 days of aggressive practices for Brock before determining.
Yeah.
Does that mean, because he's limited, does that mean that it can't be an aggressive type of practice?
No, it'll be aggressive practice. We just got to put limited if it's not exactly how it normally is.
Are you trying to build him toward the point where he can start on Sunday?
Yes.
We haven't seen practice, obviously. How has he looked as far as his mobility, accuracy, how's he looked?
I think each week it's gotten better, with last week being the best. I mean, each week has been different. So if he takes a big step forward this week, like he did last week, he should have a good chance to play.
Is it a hard decision to make given how well Mac Jones been playing recently?
No, it's not a hard decision. It's just more about Brock's health. I mean, it's been awesome how Mac's played. He's been great. But we got a lot of confidence in Brock, and we know Brock will play at a high level too as long as he's healthy.
What do you look at as a coach with him in terms of his mechanics and fundamentals? You watch the footwork and like his release and stuff, or is that more like you'll get to that on film? Like, what do you catch on the field?
You can just feel it. I mean, a guy you've been around for a while, like I have Brock. I mean, you can just feel how the ball comes off, how he moves, how he reacts. I can get in the film room and stare at it for a lot longer than I probably should. And I could do that on the field, but I watch other things, but usually you can feel it on the field.
Did you feel it against Jacksonville that it wasn't right?
Yeah, it felt a little off.
Coach, have you had to have a discussion about not pressing once he does come back?
Not pressing?
Yeah, not pressing, especially mentally and feeling the pressure, the outside noise?
No, no, we haven't talked about that. Things we've talked about are just making sure when you come back that you feel 100%, so you don't have to worry about anything like that. Brock's feeling 100% and confident in that way, then I think he's got nothing to worry about on a game.
All right, Kyle Shanahan. That was just moments ago addressing the media, and the plan is for him to go through 3 practices today, tomorrow, and Friday, and if all systems are go, he's going to quarterback against the Cardinals. Your thoughts? Oh, you look. Oh, are you all right?
Yeah,
you seem a little puzzled. It's fine.
No, I appreciate what I deem the honesty from Kyle, but the bottom line is, if I'm correct, Stoney, Brock is not going to get tackled or mixed up in anybody coming for his head in practice. So
they don't go live in practice usually.
So you really aren't going to know if he's able to go. So it's a feel, it's a gut feeling, and I got to tell you, and I told you and Evan, I want to see Brock back. There's something about it. I want to see what this offense looks like. Any different, the same, but. I'll just say this, Dottie. If he is under center, it's going to be touch and go in regard to them. They're not going to know until they go through a real, it's live, how he feels and responds.
And that's why I feel like he hasn't played the last month, is because he was doing stuff, not enough. He was limited. And now they're going to put him out there, and they're going to try to put him through 3 days of practice.
Yeah, so wow.
And if he holds up, he's going to quarterback. There you go.
Yeah.
So now all eyes on my bet with Chicago Jason.
Which was?
Oh, that's right. You weren't here yesterday.
I wasn't. Draymond.
I bet you Chicago Jason that Purdy was starting on Sunday. He said no. You like my spot?
It. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I mean, it's a good start. Well, but somebody say, I'm not in victory formation yet.
All right, so here we go. It's back to PT, pain tolerance. So what do you need to see? Him drop back, roll out, throw, and if he says, Coach, my toe doesn't hurt, he's playing. That's pretty much where we're at, right? And it's all you can do.
I actually think it's more the eye test than it is how he feels, because if he looks good and he can handle the pain, then he can be effective. But I think if he goes through these practices and
wow.
I saw something the other day about why Pearsall didn't play last week, And I think Barrows used the phrase, he didn't reach his speed threshold. So they have ways to test everything.
Wow.
And not the least of which is Kyle Shanahan's eye test. So he'll watch, observe, put him through it, ask him today after practice, tomorrow, Friday. If it's all good, he'll play. If not, Mac Jones will play.
Well, I'll say this. Their job got easier because Marvin Harris Jr., he had surgery, appendicitis, I believe. So he's out for the game. Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, boy.
Why would you say?
Because he's on my team.
Well, you better help you out. So that'll help him. But
that hurts.
I'm curious to see what Brock looks like.
Because I got Michael Pittman Jr. You know who's coming in?
Who?
That guy for the Chargers.
McConkey.
That I don't know. I wish that I don't know his name. Quentin.
Yeah.
Quentin something. All right.
I was about to say Grimes. But I told you I want to see Brock.
Yeah, so do I. Why not?
And this will not be an easy test because Arizona almost beat them.
We'll see.
No, I'm saying the Cardinals got embarrassed.
Right, we'll see.
But you're not Seattle offensively, the Niners.
Well, we'll see.
And they're at home.
Yeah,
and they gave you a test last time you hooked up with them.
But they may have quit. Maybe they quit on the season. Who knows?
Yeah. Buda Baker.
He had a terrible penalty last week.
Was there one in the game where you're getting your ass kicked? So that was their OKC game.
All right,
but good news for what sounds like. And can I ask another question? So they've yet to hit the practice field today.
Well, they're probably on there now.
Okay, so
he talked before practice.
Okay. All right.
Clearly said Brock's going to be limited.
Right.
I don't know why he's limited. Because you know what? He's limited because he's starting practice limited, and he may be limited once they get into it because he can't go through everything. I don't know.
Would it be fair if I set the over-under at 1.5 turnovers? If Brock were to start.
I'd take the over.
Would you?
Well, he's turned it over more than that the first 2 games he's played this year. And we can all look back on that Baltimore game from a couple of years ago.
You won't let that die. I can't bring up Jimmy and the Warriors record from last year, but you can bring up that Baltimore game.
No, I mean.
That was a bad game.
I mean, you bring up Purdy going to the NFC Championship 4 years ago, and I'll make a deal with you. I won't say that anymore if you don't bring up irrelevant stuff from the past either. I'll make that deal. You want to make that agreement? Well, shake hands on it.
Sure.
I'm worried about you.
No,
I am.
Stop. In the chat, Steiny. Yeah. I'm not in the chat too much. Stop glazing, Guru. Who am I glazing? Purdy?
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, normally I'd pile on here, but I didn't. I don't know what he's talking about.
It makes me feel better too. But come on, Brock, let's go. What about Pearsall? We got info on Pearsall.
I know Pittman has a bye this week.
Oh boy!
So now I'm out without Pittman, and
you're in a playoff spot right now.
Marvin
the season
Harrison
ended today.
Is one of the most overrated receivers.
He's been playing better.
No, he hasn't.
Did you watch the Dallas Monday night?
For 49 yards is not a good game for a guy who's. He's
got
the third best receiver on the team.
He got a touchdown on Monday night.
They got McBride. I know McBride and the tight end and who's their other receiver?
Pearsall's limited.
McBride's the guy he goes to all the time. That's the guy who should have a fantasy team.
Pearsall's limited. So hopefully I mean, you want him back?
Of course you do. Of course you do.
You just want to be whole.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you, Tom C. I mean, what kind of receiver can't catch? That's Marvin Harrison Jr. He ain't like Pops. Let's squeeze Trevor in Rohnert Park before the break, and then we'll come back before the crossover. What's up, Trevor? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Well, I had some things about to talk a little bit about the Warriors, but you guys pivoted to the Niners, so I don't know if you want to go back to that or talk Niners.
Whatever you
got. It's our show, baby.
You got 2 minutes to talk about whatever you want.
All right, I got 2 minutes. All right. Well, the one thing I wanted to say, let me just say a thing about both things. I think with the Warriors, I listened to everything you guys were saying in the last 20, 30 minutes, and I do see that there is probably something a little bit off of the team, but I also think it's really early. And if you look at what happened last year, they lost, 10 or 11 in a row in the beginning of the season. I know they got Butler, and that turned some things around. But all I'm saying is it's a long season. These guys are older. They're probably conserving some of that energy for playoffs and for the back end of the season. So I just think giving it a chance. I know they're not. Listen, I get it. I'm not in some state of
denial.
You know,
yeah.
I'm not in denial right now. I know this team is getting old. They're not what they once were. We all know that. But I think they're better than what we saw last night. Last night was just absolutely horrible. It was hard to watch. So, yeah, I know they're going in the wrong direction, but as it's a playoff team still, I still think they're a playoff team. Are they a championship contender? Not unless they make some moves, and even then, who knows?
All right. Purdy.
Anyway, I'm just saying, let's just watch the Warriors for a little bit longer before we send them to the grave.
All right.
And then with Purdy, I want to see Purdy, but we're talking a lot about the offense, and the offense is still scoring somewhat decently, but the defense is so hurt right now. I don't even know all the starters on the defensive side of the ball right now. If they can't stop the opposing team from scoring, it doesn't really matter who's quarterbacking right now. And I'd love to see Purdy out there if it's not going to be a deal of him getting injured any further. But I don't see the difference right now whether I see Purdy or who I see at quarterback, because if the defense isn't going to stop leaking like a sieve, none of it really matters.
Good call. All right, Trevor, appreciate you, buddy. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Stand-up comedian Tom Segura is coming back to the Bay Area with his Come Together tour. He'll be performing at the Paramount Theater in Oakland on November 30th. Get your tickets at livenation.com. For a chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that
you
you'll
get,
never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
What's the question? I think you just answer your own question.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, crossover coming up in 10 minutes with Willard and Dibbs. But before that, got some news to share about the 49ers quarterback situation. Kyle Shanahan had a back and forth with the media just about a half hour ago and provided this update on Brock Purdy this week at practice.
You said on Monday that you wanted basically 3 days of aggressive practices for Brock before determining.
Yeah.
Does that mean, because he's limited, does that mean that it can't be an aggressive type of practice?
No, it'll be aggressive practice. We just got to put limited if it's not exactly how it normally is.
Are you trying to build him toward the point where he can start on Sunday?
Yes.
We haven't seen practice, obviously. How has he looked as far as his mobility, accuracy, how's he looked?
I think each week it's gotten better, with last week being the best. I mean, each week has been different. So if he takes a big step forward this week, like he did last week, he should have a good chance to play.
It's a hard decision to make given how well Mac Jones been playing recently.
No, it's not a hard decision. It's just more about Brock's health. I mean, it's been awesome how Mac's played. He's been great. But we got a lot of confidence in Brock, and we know Brock will play at a high level too as long as he's healthy.
What do you look at as a coach with him in terms of his mechanics and fundamentals? You watch the footwork and like his release and stuff, or is that more like you'll get to that on film? Like, what do you catch on the field?
You can just feel it. I mean, a guy you've been around for a while, like I have Brock. I mean, you can just feel how the ball comes off, how he moves, how he reacts. I can get in the film room and stare at it for a lot longer than I probably should. And I could do that on the field, but I watch other things, but usually you can feel it on the field.
Did you feel it against Jacksonville that it wasn't right?
Yeah, it felt a little off.
Coach, have you had to have a discussion about not pressing once he does come back?
Not pressing?
Yeah, not pressing, especially mentally and feeling the pressure, the outside noise.
No, no, we haven't talked about that. Things we've talked about are just making sure when you come back that you feel 100%, so you don't have to worry about anything like that. Brock's feeling 100% and confident in that way, then I think he's got nothing to worry about on a game.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan, and the plan is to get Brock Purdy some snaps and get him back in there on Sunday against the Cardinals.
But he's got to feel confident.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
Confidence is important for every player, especially an NFL starting quarterback.
And people.
Yeah, good point.
Because I got some now.
About what?
Booker Barnett says, Goo, you don't look 50. Ain't my day.
55.
That's it. I'll give you a 9. Look at Evans. That's pretty witty from you. Yeah.
Now, look, the bottom line is, and I think that's one of the things, you and I both, for our age.
No, we do good.
We're hanging in there.
Yeah, no
buddy.
doubt. Head full of hair.
We're doing it.
Not Jaylen Brown. You see what he's doing?
Stop it. I'm uncomfortable.
It's real.
But I'm uncomfortable
But
with this.
He's got the spray paint hairline. That's fine. We all killed LeBron. Do what you do. Steiny, the dye's rubbing off on people's jerseys. They had to stop the Celtic game, and Pritchard had to dye. They had to get it off to continue the game. You got to stop doing that.
I'm uncomfortable with this conversation.
Why?
I don't know. I don't like talking hairlines. I really don't.
You got a great one.
That's why I don't like talking about it. Because I don't like.
All right, I got you.
I don't want to stick
But don't
it to
stop the game. Ball should not stop because guys got dye on their damn jersey. Jalen, take a play
Probably
off.
not. Hey, by the way, I just realized, we're getting to that time. It's almost Thanksgiving, Goo. Do you have plans for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, everybody comes to the Johnson household.
Okay.
And then Norm will come a night earlier, and we go to my brother's, Rodney, and then us three watch movies, sip something.
Okay. Yeah, I just asked if you had something going. It sounded like you do. No, I was gonna give you my annual. If you got nothing going and your family's out of town, you can always come to the Steinmetz Thanksgiving. We love stragglers. Evan, of course, is invited. He may be going to his parents, which is fine. And I see Grandy, and I don't know, Grandy, if you don't have any Thanksgiving plans and you're not working, and you're more than welcome to come to the Steinmetz house.
Appreciate that, Stein.
Absolutely.
That is a nice gesture.
Now, do you only try to invite people that have plans?
Because there's one worker here over the 8 years that we've been together that came, showed up, and I
can't remember
just
who.
loved you so much, and I can't remember their name. But to Evan's point, I'm going to try to defend you. You're not doing it. It might have been. Evan thinks you're doing it for people that you know are going to say no.
It's a
that
little
already
fussle.
have plans.
Well, little fussle.
Which is the best word ever.
First of all, I have no idea if Grandy has plans or not. None.
I believe.
I do know you probably
plans.
have plans.
All
You do. Okay. Evan is 50-50. And you know who else I'm going to ask? Spadone.
Oh, good call.
Spadone may have,
There's people in Monterey. Seaside.
Yeah, but he's going through some stuff right now, so maybe he's going to be more than welcome, and I'll get that. He likes whiskey.
Oh, Spadone.
Yeah,
he was at the summit.
I've had Spadone over to the house before.
He's got 2 kids.
What do you mean?
Are they invited too?
If he's got his kids,
okay,
yes.
gotcha.
Yeah, they share custody, and sometimes you know how that goes.
Yep.
I've had to deal with that.
Everyone has a personal agenda.
I got to tell you, man.
It bothers you, doesn't it?
I think you love me more because I come from a cloth of respect. At least I try.
Sure.
And I don't like those comments reflecting on the head coach. If the head coach was, give me Phil Jackson.
Right.
You can't look at me and tell me, I kind of feel what you're putting down. That did put him in a spot and has put Coach Kerr in a spot. Spadoni just texted us. But give me that. Give me something to that. Like, they should have thought about the coach and what that makes the team look like this early on, that you would go to those lengths to whatever get off your chest. It's not undermining Kerr, but in evident.
I don't know.
In a sense, I think it is. I got choked up.
Oh. I mean, I don't know. Steve Kerr's been through it all as a coach of the Warriors.
I'm just wondering if this thing spirals, which you're the only one in the Bay that said it could if they remained healthy. How does that contract look that he's got it? Oh, he can just walk. I don't want to go there, but when you're hurting, you think of it all. And last night that crossed my mind.
How do you think Steve Kerr would be handling this toegate that Kyle Shanahan is going through?
It's very simple. Talk to Rick.
But
talk to Rick, celebrate.
But Evan, what else is there but, and I'm being real, I don't even think that was an update. What else is there but Brock telling the coach he can go?
Well, I mean, no, clearly, Goo, they're going to
No, that's all. There's the machine. It's, I'm okay to go. Okay, we've been waiting 5 weeks.
But he's got to go through 3 good practices.
Yeah, a practice where you're not going to get hit and rolled up on. So what are you? That's the dog and pony show. The bottom line is get a needle in the toe, go out there, and pain tolerance. I'm tired of that's what this is. He's going to tell them if he can go.
And Kyle will make his own decision.
Not on Wednesday, not on Thursday, not on Friday, Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Give me the needle. Don't give me the needle. I can go.
Nathan Hyatt on the YouTube chat, kind of with you, with him. What are you talking about? He's going to try. He's going to practice today. They're going to put him through probably more than they put him through the last month.
Today don't matter. Tomorrow don't matter. It's Sunday morning matters. And it's him telling the coach, I feel good and I'm ready to go.
You're mad at everybody today.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just mad at the stupidity that people think something's going on here more than just pain tolerance.
Go.
The dude has the cachet to tell the coach I can handle it. Yes, he does.
Stop thinking he does. He doesn't.
The man just clearly said that, the ball coach.
Right.
It's up to him.
And you better get through 3 days
of not getting hit.
That's
not reality to me.
Okay, when I say to you that apparently Ricky Pearsall hasn't met speed thresholds, do you think for 1 minute that the 49ers don't have things they look for, even in non-contact, that will help them figure out whether to... Okay, well, let's let him do it.
But turf toe is a beast of its own. And it's winning right now, and I understand.
Fake outrage. This is fake outrage.
Now that hurt.
By you.
Nope. That hurt.
You know it. And
that hurt.
You know what else?
You've been with me too long to know.
The YouTube chat knows it too.
That hurt me.
It's not that hard, Goo.
Let me tell you how they're going to... Evan asked you, how would you
People
handle
are saying
Toge?
you need to go on a date with Mia.
Wow.
No,
that's mean.
No, it isn't. Just like,
No, seriously.
Take yourself out of the sports world for a minute. Go do something different and get a different perspective.
That staggered me. Wow. Evan gets what I'm saying, I hope. I'm mad at Evan anyway.
Yeah, well.
Ask me why.
How? Because he ate too much at the potluck?
No, he gets a fresh haircut Saturday. I tune in. I'm like, that's a damn good haircut. It's Wednesday, and I ain't seen it.
Well, I actually got it on Thursday.
But you were out Friday. But you know what I mean, Evan? Show it off.
Sure. Well, hopefully Willard and Dibs can come in and
Dibs is running hot.
turn that frown upside down.
I've had a good day.
No, you haven't. Everybody's saying you've been kind of mad all day.
Well, the Warriors got us mad, not just me.
No, I know. Usually it's me, I guess is what they're saying, but it's the Warriors. Hey, we got crossover coming up on the other side.
Guys are mad.
That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I had to go deep into my bag.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game this Friday for Football Fridays, where they discuss the red and gold and their upcoming game. Presented by Merit America. Visit them at meritamerica.org/super.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world of endless scrolling and skipping, podcasts are where real attention lives. With Odyssey Digital Services, your brand doesn't just advertise, it becomes part of the conversation. From true crime to health, business to sports, we connect your message with listeners who trust the voices in their ears and take action. It's not just ads, it's storytelling that converts. Ready to grow your brand? Partner with the Odyssey Podcast Network and be heard where it matters most. Contact us today at sfdigital@odyssey.com.
Hi, it's Bonte here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. Who doesn't like that? The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your own community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours in home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with ArchFit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try ArchFit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Think for the Warriors now. You think you're gold this last 5:30 of the half. Just trying to stay close. Nobody's stopping the ball. Ball thrown out to Jalen Williams. Top side. That's a 3. And the predictable timeout from Steve Kerr. What were the Warriors doing there? You don't run away from the ball. What were the Warriors doing there?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game.
Wow.
And it's crossover time, so let's welcome in
Fellas.
Willard and Dibs. What's up, gentlemen?
Hello, boys.
Will, go ahead.
I love angry announcers. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite things when the play-by-play people. Fleming is great at this too.
You can tell they're wearing it. You told me a week ago, Goo, I'm worried about you. The Warriors had lost.
Yep.
I'm worried about you.
Fan load management.
And I remember that. But now everybody's wearing it after last night. And I'm proud of myself.
Not everybody. Not everybody. No. Here's what
I'm mad at the comments from the stewards of the team.
Yeah,
I didn't appreciate that.
We can get into all of that. I still think that isn't there room for last night was awful. That was borderline embarrassing for a night.
It's the word I used.
Okay? And then not make a decision on what that means now for the remainder of the Warriors season.
God, no doubt. No funerals.
But
last night was more understandable for me. No, the down 36 is embarrassing, but I still have not let go. You told me to, Indiana and Milwaukee. So now I put it all in the same the gumbo, and I'm like, okay. But then I hear Jimmy and Dre, and we had who called Steiny and said a real leader puts blame on themselves first before going to the group. And had Dre done that, maybe I'm feeling a bit different. And then I feel like, real quick, they're undermining Steve Kerr 12 games in because now all the basketball world is wondering now, you lost, you didn't have it that night. But now what's going on behind closed doors when you're insinuating and sending subliminals, teams don't want to win. I don't like that, Will and Dibs. That's all. I'm not about that.
What's subliminal? What's the part about Steve Kerr? No. Why
are you doing the coach's job? How about you say that behind closed doors? Let the coach cook behind closed. Why are you guys airing out dirty laundry for the public, Dibs, to hear?
Because this thing is already, it's not completely broken, like beyond repair.
Where
but
are you going?
You're this far into the season and you're already having these statements about agendas, and the coach has already come out and said things like, the effort wasn't there and the focus. And Steve, I think a couple days ago came out and said, I know who we can be. I can see it. We just need to get there and get that group out there. And right now, what I'm seeing is a team that is overmatched against Oklahoma City, sure. But the fact that you're not buttoned up and you're sloppy, and now there's a little bit of the sense of there being infighting, that's not good for
delay
a long
game
season.
After halftime, Willard? I'm just saying, what are we doing?
I'm always under the impression that when we do hear it publicly, it has been said behind closed doors 50 times. 50 times.
But if it's been said 50 times and we're not even to Thanksgiving yet, that's a problem.
Well, I think that possibly are we potentially making the mistake of acting like these issues all started on game one. These are not.
Well, they weren't there game one. You beat the Lakers.
No, that's
and then
fine.
You were 4-1, and everything was hunky and/or dory.
Right, but issues pop up, and then they go away, and then they come back. Like, have you ever had a fight with a spouse? Right, and then they bring up something from December of 2019. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But how about this?
These are not brand new teammates, and so if for example. Because I know everybody's going, well, Pods and Kuminga.
And I'm not.
Pods or Kuminga. Well, I am.
What if they were talking to each other?
I think they're mainly talking about Pods and Kuminga. But if we just, for the Kuminga example, if you've been telling somebody for 3 years, stop trying to cook, and then you have a whole summer where, like, it feels like you got somewhere, and then for 5 games,
it was beautiful.
He comes out and he doesn't cook. And then Steph Curry gets sick, and Jonathan takes a big old, you know how we love to take a shot of Kuminga. He takes a syringe full of cooking, and he injects it into his arm. And now here we are again with the team watching him turn the ball over 5 times in 24 minutes.
Leads the team with 34.
And to them, this isn't a brand new issue that started night one. That might be an issue that started 4 years ago.
But from a team, real quick, dynamic, I don't think it's right this early that you called that out.
Well, I mean, again,
that's all to me.
But again, we don't know if the game ended last night and Draymond was in front of the team saying, hey, man, we got to get this together. And you know who we are. We know what's going on here. We're not thinking about winning. We got guys thinking about agendas, blah, blah, blah. Well, then he can come out and say it. Like he may have express frustration to the team about what he was saying.
Because I just saw Jimmy invited Kuminga over for dinner not too long ago.
I don't think.
So I'm not saying that's who they were talking to.
That Kuminga cook.
Oh, I was waiting for. I didn't know how to get in what Willard said.
I got a smile from Grandy.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I don't like. I don't.
Unrelated.
This stuff doesn't mean that they hate each other.
I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, they can have dinner together.
I just don't like that you're playing this card this early.
Well,
and Steiny, and not just him. Goo, you're living in the past. I've heard it a million times in my life. Just last April, this team was connected. Jimmy hit town, and they defensively were getting after it. The numbers were in there. Everything changed. And Steiny's looking at me today like asking me, like that was 10 years ago, Will, and I'm sorry if that was just not too long ago to expect them to pick up where they left off.
Yeah, the word expect is just a bit, that's the E word. It's just a bad word in sports. I like what Steiny said to you earlier. You can hope for it, and I don't think you're crazy for hoping for it. You can use last April to think about what might be this year. But you do have to do it again. You have to pick up and start over. And
so what do you think why they're getting up to it? And again, the season's not over, but why is it looking like this? Why has Indiana happened? Milwaukee with no Giannis? That's worse than, to me, what happened last night.
For whatever reason, they are incredibly sloppy and disjointed. I get the whole old and slow thing, but we've been playing that card for 4 years. They can figure out ways to win even that way. They did last year. They did. They've made the playoffs all the years. So doesn't mean that, they're not the favorite, but they're not dogs either. But right now, they are disjointed, unfocused.
Wow.
I don't know why.
And you got Kerr win. I can't wait. Tomorrow
at 3.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome.
And I do think the age part of it is real, and I've said this for the past year and a half about Steph Curry. Steph Curry still has it in him, but he doesn't have it in him every night. And I know last night he's coming off the illness. He missed 3 games. And so, the legs were a little bit wobbly and whatnot. But even when he's at his peak, he doesn't go out there and have 35 a night every night. Older players just don't do that consistently. You throw in Draymond Green, who is looking, he's looking old.
Man,
he's banged up. He may not play tonight. Steve Kerr said that going into last night, right?
Well, we got a report that all 3 available.
Yeah,
they're going to play.
Available.
They're all playing. Yeah. So Draymond's banged up, but he's going to play.
Well, I wonder
you can't make comments and then sit out. I think that has something to do with it.
I said the same thing earlier today. I was kind of like Steve says, I think I'm going to keep him out. And then he has that press conference. And within the press conference also said, I feel fine.
Yep.
What a terrible look if you park your butt on the San Antonio bench the next night.
Awful.
I already think it's a bit of a bad look for the organization.
That's fine.
Because Steve Kerr, I think, would like to rest him and load manage him because he sees what we see. Draymond is not spry and bouncy, and how could he be? And then you add in Al Horford, again, older player who's not going to hit 4 threes every game. And the one that's really head-scratching to me is Jimmy Butler. Not that he needs to be playoff Jimmy, but
something.
He's just kind of blending in, and not that he's going through the motions, but these are times where you want somebody to Steph is struggling, and Kuminga, stop cooking, give me the ball.
There's I could be wrong, too cool for school element that oozes off my TV when I watch Jimmy. To go do it, Will. You fought me on Minnesota. You weren't the only one about the shots in his back, but just 3 yesterday, and he wasn't in there that long, but there is something to him that it's like, Jimmy, they need you. You got a cape. So I thought.
Believe it or not, this is I pay some attention to this schedule. And I'm not using it as an excuse, but we should wait till they get done with this trip and settle into something, because it has been a tough early schedule. And the scary part is they're all acknowledging that it's so I think it's hard for them, and they know it's hard for them, and that's that I don't want to say they're giving in a little bit, but they know they're not capable of showing the true measure of who they are right now, because either things are too new and they're incorporating Kuminga, or just because this is a brutal stretch right now.
But Willard, to that point, the season just started.
Yes,
that's what's scary.
But that's kind of the point. I think that's Steve Kerr. Dibbs just said in the other room, you can't you can't play 12 people in the NBA and know your identity. That means you don't have it yet. And Steve, I bet, would admit that, because he did that last year where he's like, I'm searching for our identity. I happen to think the Warriors probably think DeAnthony Melton might play an important role for them this year. He's not even on the team yet. So he's still searching. Then they're doing it in the stretch of a difficult schedule with a lot of travel. And so, they're in kind of fight or flight mode. They're in survival mode. And as long as they come out with a 500-ish record, then their identity, I think they think, will start to come together.
Help me figure this out, guys. And I'm pro Kuminga. We all know this. And he's taken a step or two back. I'm disappointed in the handle's not there like I thought, Dibs. But with that said, when you get Kerr on, if just a suggestion, last year's lineup of Pods, help me out, Steiny, Moody, Jimmy, Steph, and Dre is what they went on the run with. We haven't seen 1 minute of that this year. Why?
You might tonight.
Steiny said because of Kuminga. But I'm like, nobody's a slave to Kuminga, and I'm pro Kuminga, but you got to get that concoction out there.
But I think what Steiny's about to – Moody was hurt at the start of the year. So he had to start someone else, and then it worked. So –
That 4-1. Yeah.
Right? You're not going to then change it. How would y'all feel if Moody does replace J.K. in the starting lineup tonight? Is that sort of like a clue as to – what Draymond was talking about?
I think people might take it that way, but honestly,
and I would hate
I just thought of this last night. If when you had Steve Kerr on the last time, and he made it clear, well, Moses Moody is our best on-ball defender,
man,
and he kind of said it's not even close. Well, just last night I was thinking, well, then he's got to start. He has to start then on this team, if he is in fact that, because why not start with a guy who's going to defend first? And then give him a shot to make some threes that come off of Butler and Curry and Draymond.
And then maybe the J.K. let me cook role fits better when he comes in at the 4-minute mark in the first quarter. And, Steph is either winding down or coming out. I think that will fit, but the bottom line and the rat on the table, brought to you by Acro Pest Control, first rat of the day. How does J.K. feel about it? Because if he's up in his feelings all of a sudden again, like, here we go again.
But I'm a J.K. stan. Who cares, Dibs?
I'm with you. I'm a big J.K. fan, but if we get back into the cycle of, not that he ever
he's not invested,
but he started to play a little bit differently when Jimmy came. His role changed. The minutes went down. He got DNPs. I think that they're cautious to avoid going down that road again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I don't know what the answer is. I do think when we talk about last year's 23-8, I got to believe them that the minute Butler got here, they acknowledged they had to play with urgency, and they did, and they were good. It's hard to tell, 36-year-olds. We need you to play with that urgency on November 1st.
Wow.
I just think it is.
Yes, but when you go up against the defending champs,
no doubt,
and you're in a spot where Steph is now back, and he's not back because you could tell he was a little sluggish last night and he was fighting it a little bit, but you're taking on OKC, and even if you play really, really well against that team, that's going to be a difficult one, and I can't help but remember last night 2 times when Pods got caught down low on defense, mouse in the house, and Chet Holmgren, he doesn't even have to jump. He's just pulling rebounds by accident, and it had me thinking about the one thing this roster doesn't have still, and that's a legitimate interior big man. And God love TJD. They tried like heck last night to play him, but oh boy. I don't know if you ever watched the animated film Bambi, but there's some early scenes where Bambi can't even make it from point A to point B.
No,
TJD had a Bambi night last night.
Did he have 5 turnovers also?
Well,
this is incredible. Tell them. It's a story if they didn't hear.
We've gotten to the bottom of it.
Yep.
Listen to this.
He had 6 in the official box score.
And I went through it earlier today.
You can actually click on the 6.
I love this.
I didn't know.
And it'll give you the 6 turnovers, and you can click and watch the video.
I do this every game.
He got credited for 1 turnover when he was not on the floor.
He wasn't on the floor.
Not on the floor.
How do you get that?
Curry dribbled into the lane and stumbled, and he lost it. And and then there was if you remember the one pass, Curry on the baseline tried to hit TJD in the low post, and he had to go get it, and then he ended up saving. That was a TJD turnover.
Well, what's the one when he wasn't on the floor?
It was a Curry travel that they attributed to him.
Did
so
he
had
trip
5.
Curry from the bench?
He was not even on the floor.
It was just a mistake
And
in the box
I
score.
told you this. You go to NBA.com in the box score, and every number,
I didn't know that.
Every number's blue. And so I usually do it for like JK of late. I've been doing JK's field goal attempts. Let me see how many were old JK and how many were like, that's a good solid heads up play. And I haven't gone through last night's yet because I'm kind of sick to my stomach already. But yeah, the 6 turnovers, one of them was just a Curry stumble travel. So he only had 5.
All right, let's go with 5 then. That's still an absurd number for Trace Jackson Davis.
One of them was on an offensive foul, which is a turnover, but it's not your classic turnover.
Well, no, it's a bad play. It gives the ball to the other team.
He got one where he got a rebound and in traffic, and he got stripped after an offensive rebound.
He fought to get it back and lost it again.
He tried to make a fancy bounce pass down low, too, in traffic.
That was one.
That was bad.
And he had 2 plays, Steiny, where he was led a pass and he didn't get to it, and he was falling out of bounds. Got to save it.
It's just the point of attack defense is it. And if
they're terrible on defense.
And that's why I thought Jimmy was 5-6 years ago, Jimmy, and he's not. And it's not just him, but I'm like, oh, you're human on defense.
They were terrible on defense to start last year. And then they got really good.
In a crazy way, I want to see, and again, they might have to play Melton and Moody together some on this team.
Okay,
that can work.
To get a stop?
Yes, and also because it looks like those two guys can make shots at times.
Oh.
So they'll give you defense, and then they can, Melton made some shots for the Warriors last year, and Moody's been streaky. So, and if they're their 2 best defensive players, like they're if you look at the team, like Kuminga is way more offense than defense, but those guys, if their defense is that good, their offense is good enough to be able to play if they're playing with, Curry and Butler and even maybe Kuminga, so that they don't have to carry the bulk of the scoring, but they can be threats.
Yeah.
Guru, this is what I'm getting at.
Okay, because I got something for
Thanksgiving, there's Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Christmas.
Max Koenigsberg, my neighbors, they were Jewish.
Kwanzaa.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Diwali.
New Year's Day. Diwali. New Year's Day. Let's see. My birthday.
Rosh Hashanah.
Rosh Hashanah. My son's birthday. Christy's birthday.
The Hurricane's birthday.
Keep going.
Christy's dad's birthday.
Donovan's birthday.
John Bloom's birthday.
Bar mitzvah.
Valentine's Day.
We're talking about how many days until we actually have to worry about the Warriors.
These are all things that essentially happen by the trade deadline.
Wow.
We have a long way to go.
Yep.
Do we know what?
How did you feel if they win tonight? What if they win tonight?
I wouldn't be shocked. So that's
Friday,
why I want to make sure.
But
I'm irritated with the format that's happening with this team, the leadership that they were devoid of. So I thought, and how I felt lied to after how, as an organization, they handled the Jordan Poole Dre situation. That's different. I'm back, but I don't like. If I was a teammate, I wouldn't appreciate what Jimmy and Dre said, especially Dre, how he's not been playing well. And then I didn't get to this, Willard and Dibbs, and I want your thoughts. Oh, by the way, Slater writes a piece about all of a sudden, I didn't like it when it came out, that Pods was talking about he wanted the keys, and now he's not starting. And I feel he ain't being phased out, but his minutes are going down. And where do you think that came from? Like, that was shout out Denzel. That was an inside man. Somebody gave, Anthony that information, and it was just curious that it came on the heels of that story where Draymond and Jimmy are alluding to guys aren't bought in or playing with agendas.
Well, if that's not cool. That could be part of it. If Pods' agenda is becoming better than Steph Curry in their eyes, and if JK's agenda is I want to cook because, man, I showed it earlier this year, and everybody's got their own agenda, and even Steph said it, right? You're the one who told me that the quote after the game about Steph.
That was great by Steph.
I mean, that's classic. That is classic Golden State Warriors. Draymond's over here, hucks a fireball. Jimmy's in the locker room, and he's like, yeah, it's kind of a fireball. And then Steph Curry finds the podium and goes, I think they're talking about me. I'm the problem. Like, that's classic Golden State Warriors. I'm the problem. All right, Steph.
Yeah, please.
He's trying to find his shot. It'd be good. It'd be good if it did.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of Steph's agenda.
That was great, man.
He's unbelievable.
He's unbelievable.
I mean, I'd actually given that a lot of thought too, and he got blindsided by he says agendas, and Steph already goes, I probably took some bad shots trying to get on track too, so I had one.
I feel like Steph Curry could go. He could go to the State of the Union address and get both sides on the same
look
page.
at him.
Man. I mean,
that's a big ass.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, if they won tonight, I wouldn't be shocked. Seriously, so I hope.
Did you see what the spread is?
That I
8.5.
Willard?
No, I'm gonna go a little less.
I'm gonna go 7.5.
3.5.
Oh wow,
3.5. Yeah,
interesting.
Lean into that.
It's the Draymond Green agenda game.
They're begging you to take.
And
the
De'Aaron
Spurs.
Fox is back.
All right, never mind. I changed my mind. The Warriors are going to win tonight. Just based on that.
You
spread.
lock that in?
Lock it.
And they play them again Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stay and play.
Maybe what we'll find out about San Antonio is they're not quite as good as their highlights make them look. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're not as good as Oklahoma City, but
I don't know who is.
Yeah,
Denver took them to 7, and Denver's
fine. And Indiana might have beaten them, but
gotcha.
Now they're champs. They got 68 wins, and they played last night without Williams and Dort. And you look out there, and it's like, oh my God, that's right. They have Hartenstein. Yeah. So Chet Holmgren can be your small forward at 7'4".
It's incredible.
I mean, the size and the
but we look
athleticism.
slow. We look small, and we look slow. Those are killers.
They always look that way when they lose. We did that all year long.
Well, we did it
last
before
year.
Jimmy came.
Can I?
Because seriously, Willard, after Jimmy came, it wasn't too many of them.
I took lovely Christy and I went to one of the Rockets Warriors games, and it's fun sometimes to go with someone who's not, like one of us, where you're staring at every single uniform thread of every player, and so she just steps back at one point, just watching the Rockets play the Warriors.
What did she say?
She's like, from a physical standpoint, the Warriors look like little kids out there.
Man.
The Rockets are bigger. They're faster. They're stronger. They are more impressive. They are more imposing. They are more athletic. They are more everything. And they lost.
And
the
maybe
series.
that's what Giustani's selling every day
So,
that I haven't come to terms with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say the Warriors are going to win a title or anything.
Well, I said at the summit, and he trying to get me to back down. I won't, but I'm concerned.
I'm not
You
trying
can
to
be
get you to
concerned.
back down.
Yeah, be concerned.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever consummate your 52 win?
Yeah, no, well, it was 50. It's 49.5.
Okay.
And now I'm, oh boy. It's like,
44 and 26, easy for him.
Long
way to go. I got you.
Season. Yeah.
And do you look around what's going on in Dallas and maybe Sack if you're Mike D and Joe Lacob? I'm just saying. I heard the Joes this morning talking about it. Would Anthony Davis interest you if you could get him for? I'm just throwing it out
He's
there.
too young.
I'm with Spadoni on this one. Like,
No.
if you're going to be mad at Draymond for saying this 12 games in, then I get to be mad at you for talking about trades 12 games
Well,
in.
only because
We're
both
talking-
franchises said they're going to blow it up or whatnot. It's the only reason you got Jimmy
We're not
Butler
talking
because it
trades.
got ugly in Miami.
We're not talking trades.
Okay.
They ain't thinking about that.
I
for
just want
2
somebody
months.
to do the research. Evan, maybe you know this. What's the JK day? What's the earliest possible date
Yeah, that he's allowed
upon
to
which
be.
he can be traded?
Well, Dibs and I were talking about this in the other room.
Okay, it's January something.
I don't want to do this because
January.
Well, this is a visual thing, and most of our audience is on the radio.
got you.
So I'll describe it. But over the summer, the Jonathan Kuminga tradeometer was all the way up here.
It was a 10 out of 10.
I'm
Yes,
making
there
a
you
right
go.
angle.
Okay.
2.5 weeks ago,
It was almost off.
You got to extend that,
like
man.
one pizza sliver left. Here goes my arm.
Yeah. No
We're about
doubt.
halfway back up.
5.5, yeah.
We're about halfway back up, aren't we?
No doubt.
That's why I was just curious the day, the JK
15th,
day.
January 15th.
Thank you very much.
And I don't think that's a
Job,
healthy
Evan.
thing either, though.
Especially
Willard.
when Draymond said, "Oh, by the
Yeah,
way, if
yeah.
you can't make your agenda fit, it's usually the reason that they get rid of you."
Yeah. This is a great quote, actually.
It's an
really good quote.
unbelievable
That is
quote.
almost exactly halfway through the year. That's game 40. They host New York at Chase Center on January 15th.
Wow.
So
So, and then the trading deadline will come about 12
a month later,
12 games
Yep,
later.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
We'll
Well,
be
you guys got a
listening.
lot to talk
Yeah.
about, including Brock Purdy.
Well, remember, we have another shorty today.
How do you guys...
Don't be jealous.
No, seriously.
I'm not jealous.
How do
I'm
you attack
disappointed.
real quick, Dibs, how do you attack the show knowing only got 2 quarters today?
Well, for
With
one,
fervor. That's how you do it.
Greg Cosell, we're not going to have the usual lengthy back and forth. It'll be a tighter Cosell today at 3:30.
We'll move it to 3:30, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
And then
That's got to be a cool feeling,
we're
though.
gonna play
No,
the
you love
sound.
work, but damn.
Remember when John Smoltz was a starter and then he became a closer and he gained 5 miles an hour on his fastball?
That's how you got it, man.
Yeah.
He also
come
gained
out.
about 10 pounds.
Yeah, that too. There's a lot of food in
Johnny.
the other room, so I did that too.
All right, gentlemen, have a great show. It's what's it, truncated?
It's a truncation.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Here we go. It is Greg Cosell Day, and yes, we're going to get to it. We're going to save it for a little bit later. It does sound right now like the Niners think Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall are going to play football this week.
Possibly.
In Arizona. Marvin Harrison Jr. will not. But we're going to put all that aside because, whoa, boy. I did not have, go ahead and pay the under. I did not have at the 12-game mark the first super introspective and fiery, sort of, but understated in terms of tone, massive Warriors post-game press briefing. I did not have it happening this early. It has. These are big words, and everybody wants to know kind of the same question. I don't know that we can get to a firm answer on it, but we might as well try. So let's go ahead and unlock. Let's fire away. 888-957-9570. We'll play the sound for you in just a second. Who do you think Draymond Green was talking about? And I do not accept his answer of everybody. He's not talking about everybody. Not everybody.
I think he's talking about everybody in different ways and at different levels, quite frankly. I think that he's talking about what's gone on, and you're 6-6. And yeah, you gave it away against Indiana, and you gacked another one away, and the schedule got you in Portland, or whatever the case is. I do think that he's looking around the room at everybody, and I like what Goose said about, hey, you know, he should look at himself. If you're going to be a true leader, then even myself, you know, my game hasn't been good enough. I need to give more effort and all this. But I think that he's mainly talking about Jonathan Kuminga and, to an extent, Brandon Podziemski, and then other guys too, like Quentin Post. I don't think that Quentin really knows yet what he is, quote, supposed to do. Is Al playing? Is Al not? Am I getting 16 minutes? Am I getting 4 minutes? Do I just shoot threes? What else do I do? I think that there's a lot of role confusion still among the younger guys.
Maybe, you know, I get, like, to a degree that makes sense at the beginning of every season, right? At the beginning of every season, you've got to sort of kind of figure the whole thing out, and that's fine. But I guess the point is Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler spoke publicly in a way yesterday that would suggest they're already frustrated. So again, maybe this is a little too much psychoanalysis on my part. I'm not an expert, but my mind, as you know, always goes to the same place when you hear stuff like this. And instead of focusing on what they said, let's ask, why'd they say it?
And why now?
Why now?
Yep.
These guys, people, they're not stupid. They are not overly emotional dummies that just decided to answer a question into a microphone because Anthony Slater asked. That isn't how it works. These are professional people with podcasts that are highly listened to, who are four-time champions, who have been in front of microphones every day of their lives. Why did he say it? So then here we come into the room and we're like, why didn't you tell the guys that behind the scenes? You don't think they have?
Why do you think they got to delay a game coming out of the locker room? You think that they were just on their phone? Oh, I got to get my Wordle done here. I can't make it out there.
I forgot about Wordle. I haven't done that in a while.
I got a nice little streak going.
Do you?
Some part, you do a little Wordle, but
I get it.
I don't think that they were in there playing like dominoes or one more game of Madden. They were having a very serious, probably heated conversation, and you look up, it's like, uh-oh, we're late.
Why now? Why did he say it? So that's where my mind goes, and my answer is for a reason. No, the Warriors did not forget to tell the people they're talking to what they're saying. They did not forget. They have. They have today. They have yesterday. The day before that. 4 times on Sunday. By the way, they did it last year and they did it the year before that because Brandon Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga and whoever else is a part of this, they've been on the team for a while now. Let's not forget, it was around this time last year that Steve Kerr banged a table.
He knows he can't do that.
In a post-game press conference about Brandon Podziemski. He was screaming about it. He didn't do that because it was the first time and someone asked. He did it because he's been begging Brandon for a long time to get his head screwed on straight, and he wasn't seeing it, so then you take it public.
He cannot be that guy.
There you go. That was around this time last year. So, yes, Brandon has been told and Jonathan has been told, and they've been begging them, and I think that they thought they saw a damn breakthrough 2 weeks ago with Jonathan. And then, as I likened it to in the crossover, it's like addiction, man. The dude fell off the wagon. Steph Curry got injured or got sick, and Jonathan Kuminga has had a relapse. Doesn't mean, again...
Like, you're making it seem like it's just easy to go out there and play 82 great games.
I'm not making it seem like anything. I'm simply telling you what I see that they see that they're saying. Draymond Green had a lengthy, thoughtful post-game press conference into a microphone. They are clearly frustrated by something. And Jonathan has been wonderful this year, and then he wasn't. And if the Warriors see that, I can see why that would frustrate them. And Pods has been kind of, I don't know, unhinged and all over. That's how I would describe his game this year.
Yep.
It's just
He's pressing a little bit.
It's weird.
Yep.
And he was pressing at the beginning of last year. And if it is because he wants to be better than Steph Curry someday, then yes, someone should sit him down and say, come up with a new goal. How about 8 points a game and good passes?
And that's basically what he does.
Yeah, calm down. Like everybody.
Well, he has to play with that frenetic edge at all times. That's what makes him so great, but he is not making the smart play, and defensively, he is overmatched. And that, to me, if you want to look at the last 7 games, they've won 2 of them. Your boy John Bloom in Phoenix came to town, and that was an easy one. And you got a nice revenge game against Indiana, which was also easy, but you've lost 5 of 7. So you ask why now? Why now is because you've got no business being 6-6, losing to Sacramento and losing that game to Indiana, losing to Milwaukee without Giannis. You can occasionally drop those games, but they are blowing games. They are smoking these games. And yeah, Kuminga last night was not good. It was the old Kuminga, but over the last 7 games, honestly, who has been good? Almost nobody's been what you would say of like, oh, you're playing well right now. You're playing great.
Yeah, no.
None of them are playing well.
No, and now we get into the whole, your favorite word, complimentary. Like, I know there are a lot of people that are like, how the hell can the vets be talking? They look like crap too. Yeah, that's not what it's about for me. They are Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler, and yes, the rules are different for them. This is their team. This is their team, and they've achieved a whole lot of stuff throughout the years. And so, yes, people should listen to them. And if they have a bad game, okay, they have a bad game. And by the way, if the young guys have a bad game, can have a bad game. It's not about having a good game or a bad game. It's about the way you play. And clearly, they are having a hard time with the way someone or a number of people are playing. I mean, that's clear enough to me.
Yeah.
I can't definitively tell you who it is or who it isn't, but that much is clear. Is it not?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But I think that Draymond Green can also look in the mirror and be somebody to come out and say, yeah, I'm not playing very well either. I'm not doing what I need to do. Defensively, maybe he's not able to do it as much anymore. Jimmy Butler, I don't think, has been aggressive enough on offense. And Steph Curry last night, he didn't have it.
Jimmy and Steph did call themselves out.
Right, but Draymond didn't, is my point.
Draymond and his words.
But if we're going to talk about Draymond and his words, then let's talk about Draymond and his words.
But Draymond Green.
Right. It doesn't make it right, though. And I can be critical of him not pointing the finger at himself when he was better than anybody else.
I think that's spotlighting one game or one, series of results as opposed to talking about the philosophical approach to how the Warriors are going to play basketball. I think that's what the difference is here. So if you want him to apologize because he's...
I didn't say he needs to apologize.
Accountability. I always I don't know. This is a thing that so many fans want. You all want people to come to the microphone and immediately be like, here's all the places that I screwed up and I'm really sorry about it and it starts with me and all that stuff. It's all lip service anyway. They're talking about big picture issues, not Draymond got cooked on the block a time or two last night. That's all. I don't know why we ask for that so much. It doesn't matter. These are bigger issues than that. We're going to go to the phones. Greg Cosell in an hour, 888-957-9570. If you're on hold right now, stay right there. How'd you translate what you heard last night? And yes, we'll play it literally in just a sec. I do want to also mention it's time to get engaged, Dub Nation. We do it before every game, our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Warriors 2-5 in their last 7. Should Steve Kerr shake up the starting lineup, go Moody in, JK out? Yes or no? Vote right now on our Twitter poll, and we'll share the results toward the end. All right, let's let you hear this thing so that we can continue to talk it out. Here's how it started with a question of what's different between the Jimmy Butler games last year and this year.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or I guess how was you kind of...
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda. Or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas because a goal is an agenda, And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
All right, so who's he talking about? Are you thumbs up or thumbs down on the fact that he said it and what he said? Let's get to as many of your calls as we can. Cosell in an hour, but it's pretty much all Dubs until then. We'll let you hear what Kyle Shanahan said on the practice report, too. 888-957-9570, Warrior Wednesday. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by the Los Altos Village Association. It's Willard and Dibs.
Downtown Los Altos 22nd Annual Stroll is Friday, November 14th, 5 to 9 p.m. Enjoy live music, carolers, and over 50 boutiques filled with holiday treasures. Sponsored by Calligraphy Wines and Presidential Property Management. Visit downtownlosaltos.org.
Hey, it's Willard. I'm just going to come right out and say it. We need your help. We really need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents are skipping dinner so their kids can eat, for example. Seniors have to choose between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong and this connected, that just should not happen. It cannot. It won't. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org. Donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio face.
Guys, not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Hi, it's Bonte here to talk about River Islands, the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California. Speaking from experience, I know that it only takes one visit to see why. The schools are top scoring and built right into the community. There are more than a dozen parks, open spaces, and playing fields, and another dozen lakes for kayaking and paddleboarding. Who doesn't like that? The town center is getting started, so you'll be able to shop, stroll, dine, and attend events, all right in your own community's backyard. It's the good life. Come to life. Currently, there are 15 unique neighborhoods, each offering a different take on the Delta lifestyle. The choices are yours in home size, style, bedroom count, and location. 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms, 1 story or 2, even multi-generational suites. What's more, the pricing is as varied as the homes, with prices ranging from the $600,000s to well over $1 million. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Donating a toy during the holidays can brighten the holiday for children in our community. Big Creek Lumber is collecting toys at all 6 locations. Toys will be donated to Toys for Tots, Chips for Kids, Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services, and Toy Bank of Greater Paso Robles.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That's the voice of Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr will be on Willie and Dibby tomorrow. But that's not it.
Nope.
I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Boach, huh?
Yep.
Hey, Mark, this is Boach.
Yeah, we're hoping this time.
All right, Mark, happy birthday again.
That was the whole last interview.
We're hoping he stays longer than 37 seconds this time.
Yeah.
I'll take the over.
I like you. I like the pick.
Kerr, Boach, ... I ain't going to jinx it yet.
Yeah, you never know.
But we ain't going to stop there.
No. And
tomorrow's going to be one hell of a day.
And we've got 4 hours tomorrow, too.
Wow, we got a full show.
Full show.
You be up for it?
I'm going to have to get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be like Steph Curry. We're going to have to get our wind back. So just, hang with us in that 2 o'clock hour tomorrow. We're going to be getting our legs underneath us. We're going to be getting ready for a full night.
Yeah, and hopefully Steph got his legs underneath him last night, and he also got his legs underneath an Oklahoma City jump shooter. Is that the first flagrant foul of his career? Did I hear that accurately? Because he caught a flagrant for that. New point of emphasis.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Because he's gotten technical fouls before. Was that his first flagrant, Grandy, for Steph Curry?
First flagrant of Steph's career. Yep.
Boy.
Man.
He almost made it to the end without ever getting one.
They could not stop fouling.
Yeah.
He and Pods, they both had like 4 quick ones.
I've never been to a Hall of Fame. Like, I don't know what it looks like inside the museum.
Yep.
Or like not one of the big ones. I've been to whatever, little ones around town and stuff like that. But like, I don't know what it says inside these little displays, but that should be on the list. However many 3-pointers he ends up with, NBA Finals MVP, the rings, the this, the that, and at the very bottom, it'll just be like, and one flagrant foul. Just at the bottom.
Yeah.
One.
Impressive. Mike Conley has never received a technical foul in his career in the association.
Technical.
No.
Yeah,
and that dude's played forever.
I hear he's a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Some people just are wired that way. Remember when Sean Livingston got one time? He got one like Sean Livingston.
Yeah.
And it was like, Sean Livingston we don't do technical fouls. But he did, like once.
Hi, this is Andrew Wiggins.
Wait. I think the ref would probably tee up Wiggins just because he's so shocked that he's actually being talked to.
Yeah. What did you say to me? Like,
I'm sorry.
You spoke?
Are you in the game right now?
Yeah. Speaking of in the game, and I mean, not to bring you down after that fun little back and forth, but
what's the problem?
You know who's going to blow the whistle tonight?
Is it Zarbonite?
Scott Foster.
Oh.
Beer, 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 beer.
No, not Foster.
You're getting better at that.
Thank you.
48 in your program, number 1 in your heart, Scotty Fost.
I hate referee Dim.
I'm sorry. I promised yesterday I was going to start checking, so Scotty Fost.
Well, I tell you what, why don't we save ourselves some time? Can you get in touch with Scott and just find out the final score of tonight's game now? Because I know he already knows.
Yeah, 3.5 is the spread.
I think Scott might take the Warriors plus 3.5.
Careful.
What?
Could be slanderous.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You know what the number 1 defense of libel and slander and defamation is?
The truth, yes.
Truth.
I know.
Exactly.
I actually was just doing, anyway, I won't get too far into it, but people who talk about the NBA draft lottery, some people who have made allegations, an allegation sensation, they were sued and they lost their job.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
What job did they have where you would
They had one of these jobs, and it was deemed damaging to the brand to make that sort of an insinuation sensation.
I don't know. Boy, Grant is getting tired. I don't know anybody in our business that has not at least joked about a frozen envelope or a...
it's a fine line between a joke and out and out and you're making claims. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway,
okay.
Scott Foster, blow the whistle.
Great. All right, let's go to Steel Toe in San Mateo, my old stomping grounds. What up, Steel Toe? What are you doing?
Relaxing, enjoying the season of the Warriors.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dibbs and Willard. I think the Warriors are in perfect position. I'm never going to doubt Joe Lacob again. He really is Joey Light years. And And what's happening here, Joey Lightyears is the one that's with the agenda that Draymond's talking about. You see, Draymond helped won 4 championships for us, right?
Yeah.
And so what's happening right now is the only thing the way this makes sense is Draymond is here to give us 2 lottery picks. The next day, this year and next year, 2 lottery picks. You don't want to trade for Ja Morant. You want the lottery picks, and that's what Jimmy Butler's here for, and that's what Draymond's here. Nobody in their bright mind would put Draymond as a center. He's here to win lottery picks for us. Thanks for the championship.
Okay.
Now give us the lottery picks and say goodbye.
Yeah, we will. Goodbye. Thank you for the call. I don't even really understand what just happened. I don't know how tongue-in-cheek that was. But I couldn't tell if he was actually even being serious or not.
Yeah.
I tell you what I have heard that I would love to debunk, this idea that Draymond in some way yesterday was talking to the front office. See, here's the conspiracy theory.
How would he be talking to the front office? You can't really make trades. Like the one guy that is rumored to be traded can't be traded for 2 more months.
Not about trades. Here's one thing that I know I bet some of our listeners think, or at least they're open to, and I'll play it for you again, what Draymond Green said at the podium last night. But here's the concept. The idea is Joe Lacob made Steve Kerr start Jonathan Kuminga. He made him do that.
I see. Okay.
So now Steve Kerr has to start Jonathan Kuminga because he makes a lot of money now. And so he has to be in the starting lineup. And they have continued to keep him in the starting lineup. And Draymond is sitting there thinking, and Jimmy is sitting there thinking, boy, we won all those games last year with Jonathan not in the starting lineup. So why don't you go back to that starting lineup? But they haven't gone back to that starting lineup. So Draymond was talking to ownership and the front office with regard to get your hands off of our starting lineup. Let us go back to what we know. By the way, that is absolutely unequivocally not what's going on.
I would agree with that.
And I know that actually for a fact. That's not what he's talking about.
When has Joe Lacob ever flexed that sort of a power play? And if he ever did, is Steve Kerr the kind of coach that you think would just like continue to roll along and go with it? That whole dynamic, I don't buy. I think that Draymond's message, and you've played it a couple times and you'll play it again in a second, it was pretty direct to me when he adds in, and if you aren't able to change your agenda, then that's the times when people wind up elsewhere.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm thinking about Jordan Poole, and his agenda was, all right, I'm the third Splash Brother, and I'm going to show you that I can get 20 a night. And he did, and then the next year wasn't quite as good, and he got shipped out.
I do think, I thought of Jordan Poole in all this, and I do think this is different, because let's be real, like, I thought the guys have done a great job throughout the summer as they came back. We didn't realize it at the time, because we're all barking about Jonathan Kuminga for so many months, but as they came back and really kind of told the story, and remember our conversation with Mark Spears, who did that whole story and got close to JK, for just the situation that's been unfolding. And they will all tell the same story, that those older guys have really, they helped guide Jonathan through this. They helped keep him under their wing. They protected him. They advised him. They did not throw stress at him. They did not worry about what was going on. So I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga is wired like Jordan Poole. Jordan didn't deserve to be punched. I always need to get that out front, but I do think it was obvious that there was a dynamic at that time in the locker room where you had a young buck up and coming, and he really wanted a little bit bigger slice of the pie, and he wanted to tell everybody about it. And Steph and Draymond, and at that time Klay Thompson, were not in the mood for it. They were not in the mood for it, and it created a dynamic between everybody that then bubbled completely out of control in one practice. I don't see that here. I actually would see Pods being more like that than Jonathan Kuminga, because Pods is the one who uttered the phrase, "I want to be better than Steph Curry," which is hysterical.
Right.
But, it's also like so laughable that in a way it's easier to dismiss. It's just whatever, dude. Okay.
No, you can want that.
You'd be better
sure.
than Steph Curry.
I
Okay.
want Joe Buck's job.
Yeah.
And, I don't like my trajectory. I don't like my chances at 57. But we can all have our wants and our career goals and all the rest of it. I just look at the last handful of games, and JK has been playing more like last year than this year. But the real other part of it is that everybody has been playing pretty much poorly. Steph sat 3 games, and last night was not good. Jimmy Butler took 3 shots. And by the way, I almost nailed my take it to the bank prediction. He had 8 free throw attempts, and Shea had also 8. My prediction was that Jimmy would shoot more free throw attempts.
Tough break.
It's a tough break. It was a push, but Jimmy wound up only taking 3 shots. And I know he only played 20 or so minutes, but by and large, the whole team over the past week and a half has been bad. They can't defend. You don't have that many two-way players. You've got 5 or 6 guys who are good on one end of the floor and really bad on the other end.
All right, let me throw it this way. I want to play it again. And we're going to reopen the lines here at 888-957-9570. And I want to know, because I don't think you all feel this way, but I do think some of you feel this way. And you sort of, I don't know, you were dancing maybe in this neighborhood, this area code a little bit ago. Draymond's accountability. All right, that's one aspect of it. Guru, for instance, was like, I don't like that he's doing this 12 games in. Let me play this again, and I want to say something about it. Here's Draymond Green. The question's coming from Anthony Slater last night.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or I guess how would you kind of...
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda. Or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas, because a goal is an agenda, And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
Yep. And then he goes on and he's talking about the fact that if it doesn't fit in, then that can be why a team ends up getting rid of you. I got a question, especially those of you who are done with Draymond, sick of Draymond. Draymond's one to talk. Actually, Draymond is one to talk. And I will forever...
He's really good at it.
But he's not just good at it. He has the freaking resume. Why don't all of you, I would expect all of you to believe him. Why? Why? What on earth do you think it is? Why would Draymond do that and, quote, be either out of line, out of pocket, off the mark? Why on earth in this town, after this many years and this many rings, would you not trust that man to tell everybody what's wrong with the team? Why?
I'm not saying that what he's saying is incorrect. I just always bristle when you point the finger, and when you point the finger, you got 3 fingers pointing back at yourself. And to me, it's a much better message delivered when you include yourself as part of the problem. And when I hear that again, he is not intimating in any way that his agenda is an issue. And because he said it, everybody's got an agenda. And I do find it interesting that Anthony Slater said personal agendas. Sounded to me like Anthony had an off-the-record conversation with somebody, and that word had been used as maybe a symptom of what a problem could be, because Anthony's follow-up was really sharp, and Draymond's response was almost like, I was waiting for you to use the A word.
Well, except for I do think we're losing sight a little bit of where this conversation started. The personal agenda thing is the headline. But it's not where it started, and probably shouldn't be.
Well, it started with last year, guys were more sold out to win.
Committed to winning.
Right.
So if you want Draymond Green to take some sort of accountability or start with himself, that sounds to me like you believe that Draymond Green does not have a full-level commitment to winning right now. And I think that's crazy.
Well, does he?
Yes.
I mean,
he's Draymond flipping Green.
Sure. And you're out there and you're not playing great, and so you can be committed to winning. Who's not committed to winning right now?
Nobody's asking you to play perfect. He's not asking that of himself. They're not asking that of Jonathan, Brandon, Trace, Quentin, or anyone else.
Jimmy?
No one's asking for that. That's not possible. It doesn't exist. You're allowed to miss shots. You're allowed to have a rough game. You're absolutely allowed to do all those things. they all say Buddy Hield is one of their favorite teammates of all time. He screws up every single night.
Is he committed to winning right now?
I think that they believe so.
I mean, he didn't say who is committed and who has an agenda and all the rest of it.
Commitment to winning is not about perfect performance.
No, it's about effort, and it's about energy, and it's about mainly defense and rebounding and other competitive things.
And strategy, like fitting into the approach of what we're all doing here. You know what I mean? Like, this is how we are going to get to where we want to go. You don't need to make all the shots, but we all need to play the same way. This is really what they've been begging, for example, of Jonathan for 4 years.
It's interesting the way you put that.
Have they not?
Well, last year when you get Jimmy Butler, you're 26-26, and you've got 30 to go. And like you like to say, it's time to boogie. And so you've got 30 games. You can be motivated. JK missed about half of them with the ankle. And so when he came back, maybe he didn't fit, whatever, that's ancient history. But it was easier to, with 30 games to go and a new shiny piece, it was easier to be motivated to win than right now. And I see this team, all of them, they don't have that same commitment as a team because it's November.
Well, here's what I would say about that, though. They've spoke a lot coming into this season about not being in the same trap they were in last year. They don't want to have to boogie so hard and play so hard, which look what that led to. They played wonderful basketball, and they still ended up in the play-in tournament.
Right.
They don't want to do that again. And one could argue, I don't know if I can, there's no sort of winning argument here for sure, but I know plenty of people feel like if you didn't have to push so hard throughout the end of the season and push so hard to beat Houston in 7 games, would Steph Curry have gotten hurt? I don't know.
We'll never know.
Well, there's no way to firm that up, but you get what I'm saying.
Totally.
They don't want to do that this year. So it's not okay to cruise through November and December and January and find yourself at 500 in February. And there isn't going to be a shiny new object this year. Unless they have to trade Jonathan Kuminga, which I think that they would actually.
Your tradeometer has skyrocketed in the last week.
No doubt. But I don't think they want to do that if he'll play like he was playing in the first 5 games.
And that's what we said early on. Like, if you're going to trade for a guy, you're going to trade for a guy who was getting you 16 and 8, and that's what he was doing. So is it the dog days of the early season and this road trip? I don't see, and I go back to the Portland game where, okay, it's a scheduled loss, 3rd game in 4 nights, and now on this road trip, you've got a back-to-back tonight, you got a back-to-back in Florida. There's going to be nights where you are kind of just flat, and the early schedule is brutal, but the fact that he came out now and said what he said, that to me speaks to a deeper issue than just a rugged schedule.
We're talking about Draymond's comments last night on 95.7 The Game, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch a local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. How about Chris in San Jose? Hey, Chris, thanks for calling. What you got?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Just want to touch on this Draymond thing real quick. You know, Willard, I know you have a very unique way of spinning things, and you know I've referred to it as the devil's advocate before. And you made a comment a few minutes ago about Draymond and how that doesn't sound like he's not saying he's dedicated to winning. Da 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 da. Let me ask you this. When you enter an NBA season and you have aspirations to make one more title run, for Steph, Dre, Jimmy, all these guys, do you think a guy is dedicated to winning when they come into the season, game 1, overweight and out of shape? That's a general question, yes or no?
I would argue
it's a loaded question, but to speak generally,
I'd argue no. No, the answer would be no, Chris. But it's a faulty premise. It's a faulty premise.
All right. Well, I hear you. You almost went into that devil's advocate thing I was talking about right there.
No, you're Chris, dog. You're in the spin zone. You're in the spin zone more than I am right now. Come on. Accountability.
I'll try to wrap it up real quick. I'll try to wrap it up real quick then. Speaking of accountability and stuff, I think there's always a time and place for anything, sports, workplace, whatever. The time and the place to blame others is not when you have 4 fouls and 3 points. That's not the time. He talks about personal agendas. You mean like last year when you were talking to the media nonstop about how you wanted to win Defensive Player of the Year? He was, and finished third. He was nowhere near the top 3 defensive player last year. He was terrible for 50 games, then started talking about himself to the media. I just think with Draymond, right, he says this. He talks about everybody else. A few days ago, he talks about the defense not playing well. It's like, dude, what about you? You are getting cooked by people.
But Chris,
meanwhile, on the offensive end, yes, sir.
Yeah, Chris, he said he admitted everyone's got a personal agenda. It needs to fit into the team. Him having an agenda of DPOY, whether he got it or not, wherever he ranked, that fits into the team. Does it not? That's what I don't find. This is not Draymond pointing at someone and being like, you're awful, get on the bus. He's just like, again, this whole concept for Jonathan and Brandon is, if you guys want to be great players, that's fine. Let's be great, but you need to do it within the Warriors. That's all. I mean, to me, that's all anybody is saying.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I get it. And Steph Curry's really never been that vocal leader that Draymond has to be. Draymond kind of has to pipe up and rally the troops at times, and I understand that side of him. It's just, for me, it's like, dude, like, time and a place, and you're going to say all of that and, kind of hint that the younger guys need to assimilate better into the team and do this. It's like, at some point, you got to be honest with yourself, too. And I mean, he a few days ago talking about the defense, everything like that. It's like, dude, you're getting annihilated on the defensive end. You offer no spacing. I guess my quick point, and then I'll hop off. Draymond, for my money, right, he's always been tied directly to Steph. He wants to talk about leadership, blah, blah, blah. How about you step up and play when Steph's sick and not playing? Why does your playing schedule always have to be directly tied to his? Oh, it's because maybe deep down inside you know that you're just kind of a run-of-the-mill dude without Steph running things offensively? You just look for Steph and Clay back in the day on every single half-court offensive set and try to sit here and lie to us like you're a playmaker?
I think you're being kind of dismissive of Draymond Green, Chris. Yeah, I think you're being kind of dismissive of somebody who's going to...
I do buy the point to an extent, because a lot of times when Steph is out, then Draymond also is out.
No, that's
fair. And Draymond is at
his
best when he's with Steph, and you could say that about a majority of guys on the court.
Also a team decision. Like, I don't think Draymond Green doesn't
it's a
tell
team
the
decision,
Warriors.
but tonight Draymond's going to play.
He's going to play.
Even if the team and Steve Kerr already intimated that he's banged up, and so, we're really not sure about the second half of this back-to-back, and so... Yeah, I do think what he said about Draymond's defense is accurate. He doesn't have the same ability to guard 1 through 5, which is a unicorn. It's a unicorn thing. He doesn't have that same ability.
He's 35 years old.
Right.
But you love to say defense is complementary. It is. So if everybody's sucking, Draymond's going to look worse. I'd never ask him to guard Nikola Jokic by himself and just win that battle. Chris said he offers no spacing. He's got the best three-point percentage on the team, 44.2%.
Which is the same as his free throw percentage, by the way.
Unfortunate, yeah, but let's not say he's not offering spacing, because he's knocking down threes. And my larger question is I'm not here to tell you he looks great this year. I am here to wonder why in the hell this fan base doesn't trust that Draymond Green has his finger on the pulse of the team.
It's not about trust.
It is.
No, it's not, Mark.
For me, he's talking about a commitment to winning.
He's talking about other people. He's not talking about himself. And
because
that is my issue.
Committed to winning.
Not.
And he's proven that.
He's not committed to winning.
Is he not
he's
committed?
not playing the minutes he normally plays. He's turning the ball over a ton. He's not playing the defense he used to play.
Okay.
So, I mean, you could talk about commitment and agenda all you want. You're not playing very well.
You keep going to stats.
I'm going to the fact they've lost 5 of 7, and none of them has been very good.
That's not.
And so when you come out as a leader, you use words like we and us instead of agendas and guys getting shipped out of town.
He literally was asked who he was talking about, and he said everyone. He said that. That's a quote.
Yeah, he did not say himself. He did not say I or we.
Everyone.
And then he talked about, if you don't change your agenda, that's how you get shipped out of town.
So many of you
getting shipped out of town?
So many of you hate Draymond Green.
Don't put words in my mouth. I never said that I hate Draymond Green.
My view of you after talking to you for 4 years, you do not like him.
It doesn't mean that I hate him.
Okay, fine.
I like the way he plays when he's at his best, but I don't like the way he leads. This is not leadership.
Most disliked 4-time champion future Hall of Famer in the history of sports.
Why is that, you think?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to see.
But doesn't bother me.
Right. Other things bother you.
Yes. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley over here. And picture this, if you will. It's game night at Chase Center. And instead of sitting in that bumper-to-bumper traffic, you're already on your way. You're cruising up the peninsula on Caltrain. No stress, no parking hunt, just an easy ride straight into San Francisco. You can catch up on scores, chat with friends, or just sit back and enjoy the ride. The all-electric train, it gets no smoother. And by the way, when the game is over, Caltrain's ready to take you home safely and comfortably, making getting there part of the fun. Take Caltrain to Chase Center, your ride to what matters.
The Floor Store's pre-holiday sale means 30% off everything in the store.
The NBA season's rollin', and DraftKings' newest game, Pick 6, is the easiest way to play for your shot at big wins. NBA stars are lighting it up. Now their numbers aren't just highlights. They're your shot to cash in. Here's how it works. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in Pick 6 credits with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball. Pick, play, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Ready to shoot your shot? Join the Alameda County team and make a real impact. With strong support, expert training, and flexible schedules, this is your chance to lead and grow. Don't sit on the sidelines. Apply now at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snugly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online, and step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Frey and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I love the young people.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Grandy, we probably shouldn't play that one anymore. Everyone in this town will turn the radio off because nobody likes that guy. Nobody likes him. Not nobody.
Stand on it. Stand on what you say.
I'm trying,
Stand
brother.
on what you do.
Listen to these two texts back to back, and I think this captures it all perfectly. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. What's up, y'all? We'll go to the phones in a minute. It's Willard and Dibbs. Greg Cosell in a half hour. Kyle Shanahan says Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall both trending toward playing this week. We'll see. First of all, 408 would like to point out, didn't anyone hear Draymond when he said that the defense being bad was his fault? He's the leader. And even though everyone wants to play expecting help, he said you have to step up personally. We had a text earlier to be like, how come he didn't take accountability when he punched Jordan Poole? My God, he held 5 press conferences to do so. He reached out to Jordan's parents. That's not it doesn't make it. It does not make.
Yeah, let's not go back to that.
No, let's not. But
let's not go back to that.
He was completely accountable. He apologized profusely 18 times.
Okay.
He did. Did those pressers not happen?
I'm not sure if he actually reached out to his parents. There are conflicting reports.
Okay. Well, he said he did.
Okay.
He said he did. He apologized to his parents into a microphone. He apologized to Jordan. Yes, a year later, did he sort of change the tune at times? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. People are in a fight. So they don't like each other.
Don't know how much of a fight that was, but again, I don't want to re-adjudicate what's already happened.
We saw one moment, and I'm pretty confident, no different than when you hear last night, like, yes, conversations and things are happening behind the scenes that we don't know. But, here's the next one. 925, Draymond isn't nearly effective enough to make it worth overlooking all the nonsense. He's obnoxious. It's always something with him, whether it's off-the-court drama because he punches a guy or opens his mouth, or on the court when he's yelling at refs and kicking dudes in the balls.
It's been a while since he's done that. And he hasn't choked anyone, and he hasn't flail punched anybody. Last year actually was almost a clean year for Draymond.
It was.
He didn't even get to the 16 techs and get suspended. That being said, I'll put the over-under at 0.9 techs tonight, and I'm taking the over with Scott Foster in the building.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you on that. Yeah. But Draymond, let's focus. Draymond isn't nearly effective enough. You're being a prisoner of the moment. Draymond Green has been brilliant in his career with the Warriors.
But we're talking about these 11 games.
I'm not.
Okay.
Because
that's to me all that matters. What he did in past years, he's done, and that's great.
This is a leadership question. So what he did in past years is monstrously important. He has built a cachet and a knowing and an understanding of team building and championship winning that I would argue, other than Steph Curry, is unmatched in this league right now.
Well,
LeBron James, Draymond Green, Steph Curry.
I think you're giving him more credit than he deserves.
Okay.
There's a whole gigantic coaching staff, and there are individual leaders on any given team.
Defensive championship leader, elder statesman of the league in my opinion, in terms of understanding what it takes. Does he have it anymore? Of course he doesn't have what he used to have. But I don't think that's what we're getting at. That's why I don't understand when he says, I don't like our commitment to winning right now, and people go, I don't like the box score last night. This isn't about last night.
It's about 11
night.
games.
It's about all the
12 games. He's played 11, and
it's about
defensively,
more than this year.
Well, for me, it's about this year because what's happened in past years has already happened. 4 titles, great. Ejected from the finals, a punch in practice, whatever. We can go all the way back through, whatever you want to go back through. I'm all about this year, and this year the defense is not good. He's still their best defensive player, but nobody can stop anybody when they have the basketball on defense. And if you look at the box score plus minus, their best defensive players are almost all their worst offensive players. So the problem with this team is you've got guys who can play defense. GP2, he's their number 1 defensive player. He's only played 95 minutes, but he is an absolute net negative on offense. Same thing with Draymond Green. He's a net negative on offense. The only guys who are positive in both, Will Richard, Jimmy Butler, Quentin Post, and Moses Moody. Those are your 4 guys, and all of them are microscopically positive in one and not the other.
Let me play this for you one more time, too, because I also think, wow, like, is Draymond's reputation making this sound in some way firmer than it is? This is calm. This is a low tone.
Sounds defeated.
I mean, okay, let's listen to it again. Anthony Slater starts with the question.
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or like, I mean, I guess how would you kind of...
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda. Or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas because a goal is an agenda, And so you got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
I can't tell you without a shadow of a doubt who he's talking to or about, but what I can tell you is that if somebody with his resume is going to talk about a subject like this, I would listen. There's a reason he's doing this, and it's not for self-interest. It's not just to have fun. It's not to be a jerk. It's not any of those things. Like, why wouldn't we take that for what it is?
You take it for what it is, but you're 12 games into the year and you're going out in the public and you're airing the dirty laundry. I don't think that is always the best motivator. And I'm kind of with you where this is not breaking news to the team. I'm sure these conversations have taken place all summer about agendas and about the team and playing hard and all the rest of it. And yeah, everybody is not playing the way they did last year. And he didn't say myself included, but he's a part of everybody. And so my question would be, why? And he's been the guy who's always said, oh, I can't get up for Orlando in December or Charlotte in January. I don't remember the city and the month, but he said it a number of different ways. And so here we are in November, and the whole team is not getting up for all these games.
Let's go out to the phones, 888-957-9570. Asante the God in Oakland is on the line. What's up, Asante? What are you doing?
What's up, brother? Man, I'm just getting off work. I'm just listening to y'all talk. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Got you loud and clear.
Man, I don't listen, man. I gotta be real with y'all, man. Listen, talking basketball, I don't know what y'all really talking about, but look, I think it all starts from the top, from the ownerships all the way down to Steve. Man, I don't really like the philosophy. This 3-ball game is over with. The league has really shifted. And listen, when y'all talking about Draymond, no one was ever really afraid of Draymond. Draymond ain't never stopped nobody. He gets 30 points put up on him by everybody. and Steph ain't no alpha no more. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like the whole team blow it up, bring in Ja, and let's start over. This debaters are way better than this.
Asante, thank you for calling. You just basically riddled through from a leadership standpoint, everything that you dislike about the Warriors structure and finished it with blow it up, go get Ja. Pardon me for laughing, but if anybody is the most ill-fit person on planet Earth to lead an NBA team, it's Ja Morant.
And you're not able to, quote, blow it up because you've got a guy making north of 60, a guy making north of 50, and Draymond and JK in the 20s. So I don't think that you can, quote, blow it up. And so you are pot committed to go with old guys, which is why you brought in more old guys. You brought in Al Horford, second oldest player in the association. You brought back GP2, who's in his early 30s. So this is what you're doing. You're even bringing back Steph Curry's younger brother, who's also in his 30s, and D'Anthony Melton off an ACL. So you're an older team. There's no blowing it up. And I do kind of agree with what Asante the God was saying about this team is just flawed. You don't have enough offense, and your DPOY guy is no longer DPOY. So you don't have enough defense either. Well, so I don't know what the fix is.
Where's this this 3-ball thing is not happening in the NBA anymore, he said. Oklahoma City shot more.
3-ball thing? Teams making the 3?
Yeah, he doesn't like the structure of the way the Warriors are playing offense. Too many 3 balls. OKC shot more last night than the Warriors
did. The Celtics shoot about 55 a game.
The best teams in the league are doing this.
But I don't think the Warriors have the firepower to be a great 3-point shooting team. And you don't have, if Jimmy Butler's going to take 3 shots in a game, then you don't have the ability to get the ball to your ISO guy. You're going to give it to JK and let him try and do his thing, but he's trying too hard right now. He's playing outside of the construct of what the offense should be.
So it's funny when we see last night, we don't like the way the Warriors are playing, and then Draymond Green comes out and he's like, I don't like the way we're playing, the commitment to winning's right there, and we're like, Draymond, shut up.
No one said Draymond, shut up.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it. It's all over my board. It's all over the phone lines. Hi, let's go to Joe in San Jose, who says Dre needs to shut up. Hi, Joe.
My man Dibs, we're talking the same language, my friend. Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. This guy keeps talking. He's talking about football. He's calling Dak Prescott a bum. He turns around the next day. He can't even play in the game. He's calling another guy a bum. Come on. Dre, shut up and play, my friend. Just play the game. Quit complaining about the kids that you couldn't coach over all these years.
I don't like shut up and play. I really don't, Joe.
It's a bit triggering.
I really, really don't like it at all. I'm just going to move on completely.
Yeah, he can. He can talk. He will talk. I just would like to have this not be something that's coming out in Game 12. That, to me, is not going to help a young player. If you are Jonathan Kuminga or if you're Brandon Podziemski and you're getting talked to behind closed doors and maybe you agree, maybe you disagree, and now it's coming out in a press conference, it's like, can't we just keep this in-house 12 games into it?
I'll meet you in the middle. I'd rather it doesn't come out after 12 games, but I'm going to believe that the people who are the leaders in that building have a better finger on the pulse of when it needs to be said. Do you know what I mean? How many games in, hey, Grandy, do you have a date stamp on the Steve Kerr table tap pods thing that you just played? What was the date?
That was like March.
I can figure it out.
Okay, yeah. Was that way later?
I think it was pretty late.
Really?
I thought. That's my memory.
I don't think it was this early, but I thought it was earlier than March.
It was going to be December or January.
Yeah, anyway, my point is this is their job, and they've done it really well through the years of knowing when to push a certain button, knowing when is the time to be like, we've talked, it's not getting through, we got to try something different. These guys have done that really well. Dre did so, I thought, last night in a very measured way.
Very measured.
You know what I mean?
He was very calm, cool, and collected. I heard him, and what I got from that is that he's kind of down, as he should be. They've lost 5 of 7.
Well, it was embarrassing.
It was really embarrassing.
They were probably and I know we thought they were probably up for last night.
You would figure, and they were. They took a 2-point lead late in the first, and they were up for the fight, and they were in it. Yeah. They were competing. They were in it, and then OKC went on a 24-4 run or something, and it was night-night. And it's got to be frustrating for the veterans because they used to be the team that did that to the other teams.
Absolutely.
And now the shoe's on the other foot. And Grandy was talking during the break about a cut. I don't know if you have it on your board about the age and the culture.
About the Thunder.
For me, a big problem with this team is you have a bit of a culture clash where you've got Jimmy in his 30s with a wine cellar, Steph pushing 40 with 4 kids and a bunch of problems, Draymond Green's got a family, and then you've got the pups.
Quentin Post.
And Guy Santos and Pods and Kuminga. So
you're probably onto something there.
I do think that it's hard to have a unified locker room when you've got Al Horford at 39 and you've got, Pods at 21.
But sports is always kind of like that, right? Like maybe to the degree where it's such a core and it's so many guys, but there's always, right? Every locker room has got a Verlander and a Roop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're going to have a 40 and a 20.
A little different, though, with, I think, a hoops team because it's such a small circle. Yeah. And also, if you've got Al and Jimmy and Steph and Draymond and they've got a combined 60 whatever years in the association, a lot of that, the unks, they're like, can't you guys just listen to us? We've been through it. Like, do as I tell you.
Exactly.
And, the young guys are probably saying, nah, I'm pretty, I don't know if you saw, I had the ha-ha.
I think... Yeah, I think the old guys talk to the young guys the same way our group thread talks to you about your phone. Like, can you just not? Can you just do?
You had to bring it to that.
I know,
it has nothing to do with phones. It has to do with age.
Just trying to put a smile on your face.
And you did. And it reminds me of being in like play groups with my daughter because I'm a 57-year-old father of a 3-year-old, and there's these other people who are in their early 30s.
They're all 32.
Yeah, and so they're running around, doing their thing, and. I'm looking at them going, I wouldn't parent like that. And I've been through it. And there's a reason why your kid's a monster.
You're like, but while you're over there, will you grab my daughter? Because I'm sitting down right now. Here's the
Will you help me with my phone?
Really quick before you play it, the day in which Steve Kerr called out Brendan Pajemski saying he cannot be that guy. That was after a January 3rd loss in Denver. Warriors had a lead in the fourth quarter. They ultimately lose by 4 points.
Yeah.
So, right there in the middle.
Right in the middle. Like, Pods, he had a weird year to start the first half of the year. He was really, remember, it was all sophomore slumpy. And so, and then it got better. But everything with him is always up and down. But anyway, here's what Draymond was saying about the Thunder.
You have to like each other, which you can tell they love each other. Leads to all the magic. And you have to understand roles, which they definitely understand their roles. They got their top dog, they got their number 2. Everybody come in, they know their role. From Shea, no disrespect, tonight was the first time I seen 23. To Brooks, everyone knows their role. And that's the way it has to be in order to win in this league. And they're doing that, man. They are a well-oiled machine. They kind of just plug and play, which is how we were during those times, So it was very interesting to watch. But, when you have a leader that has that commitment to excellence day in and day out that Shea does, everyone else has to fall in line. And they're doing that, and it's special to watch. They're down Lou Dort. They're down J-Dub. They were down Kenrich Williams. They were down Aaron Wiggins, who I think is like their X factor. And it didn't seem like they were down anybody. That's the level of excellence in order to reach the over and over again that you must have, and they got that.
Face value, or I know where a lot of fans' minds automatically go. Are you basically saying they have that and we don't? We don't like each other.
I think that's what I took away from it. Not that they don't like each other, but I don't think that they have the same connection just yet. And I'm looking at their roster, and Alex Caruso's the oldest Thunder, and he is 31. And you get down to Cason Wallace, and he is just turned 22. So it's a 9-year gap where
31 is their oldest player, huh?
Yeah, and you can all kind of relate, right? And meanwhile, you've got Horford and the OGs, the Unks, who are late 30s, and then you've got guys in their early 20s. Age is not everything. It ain't nothing but a number. Shout out Aaliyah. But I do think the culture of it, like, the most experienced player is Caruso, 8 years in. You got Horford. Heck, he's been playing since you and I met 20 years ago.
It's true.
So I do think that there's a little bit more of the culture clash that's harder to fix.
It's tricky, yeah. We'll go back to the phones in a sec. Want to tell you about Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. 13 threes last night. So another donation from Pettinelli to Autism Society, San Francisco. Will Richard had 3. Pods, Pat Spencer, Moody, Post all made 2. Steph and Dre had 1 each. 12th donation of the year for Triples for autism. If you'd like to get involved, make a donation yourself. Go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism brought to you by Petnelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Petnelli here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PetNellyFP.com. How about Jonathan in the city? Hey, Jonathan, thanks for the call. Hi.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Yeah, for me, the bigger takeaway is the second part of the post game. That recognition, the way he sees OKC. My ears really perked up when he said, because it's well documented in this station. I'm the biggest Draymond Green fan because I just value his basketball IQ that much. The guy's really smart when it comes to basketball. And for him to talk about the OKC and recognize what he sees, kind of like the way I see it too, is, he sees the OKC like them in 2015 on their way to their dynastic run. And what was the Warriors back then? Came from the owner's mouth himself. They were light years ahead. So if that's OKC now, maybe Draymond Green is recognizing there's nothing we could do. Because like you guys alluded to, Caruso's the oldest one. It's 31. And it seems like everybody's in their 20s. And they go 12 deep. I mean, that 12 guy on the bench on OKC, he could be a starter with the Warriors. So the Warriors, as currently constructed, I don't think there's a move they could do or two to compete with OKC. They are light years behind OKC.
Jonathan, thanks. Listen, there's no shame in that.
It's the natural way of the world.
They are the defending champs. They have come of age. They did that last year. They are, as he said it, a well-oiled machine. I do think there's a piece of it, I guess, where you're you have to really be an elder statesman in the league to just find a microphone and say it so comfortably. Because you know what I mean? If that were Jason Tatum, he would be there'd be this competitive sort of but I got this. Right. We got this. We're going to come for it. You know what I mean? And Draymond and Steph and Jimmy Butler are just comfortable being yeah, they're awesome. And this is all that they do. And it reminds me of the old us. And so, yeah, I get that that's a little triggering for all of us because it does sound like Draymond is just waxing poetic and living in the old days. I get that. But I don't, there's no shame. There's no our season's over because we played a game in Oklahoma City and it went really poorly, so that means that's the measuring stick. Good night, thanks for coming. That's not how an NBA season goes.
No, and I respect Draymond Green being so matter-of-fact about it, and he was talking about number 23 for OKC, Brooks Barnhizer, second-round pick last year out of Northwestern.
First time I've seen him, too.
If you want to get frustrated about where OKC is and versus where the Warriors are, you could look at Poole and Wiseman and Kuminga and picks that have not worked out to the level that their picks have, where you go through and they had Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams. They had 3 first-round picks in 2022. And Jalen Williams. At some point, the Warriors are going to have to rebuild it, and if they do it OKC's way, you're going to have to hit on a bunch of picks.
And it's going to take a while.
Right.
You're probably going to stink for some. No question. If we haven't mentioned it already, the Warriors play the Spurs tonight. And,
Wemby.
Wemby. 5 o'clock is the tip-off. Warriors Live is coming up in a half hour. Willie and Dibby, your afternoon hosts, will take care of the first half hour of that action, and then we're going to send it out to the arena. But Greg Cosell will join us next. Warriors Live at 4 is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Do you want to hear exactly what Kyle Shanahan said about Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall? We will have that for you. We will work it in with Greg Cosell, who does an unbelievable breakdown like no other. Marvin Harrison is out. What does that mean for the Cardinals? Ricky Pearsall sounds like he might be in. What does that mean for the Niners? We're going to get to all of that with Greg Cosell of NFL Films next on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Showroom. They reach far and wide across the Bay Area, and their Stockton yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. They've got over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, and Golden State makes it easy to find exactly what you need. They've got on-site milling services, which means you get the perfect cut every time. Do you need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. And it's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. The Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much, much more. They've been building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
San Francisco will be cloudy tonight with a low near 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, this is Joe Shasky from 95.7 The Game. Want to hear something super? Well, Merit America wants to get you on the path to a super new high-paying career with free coaching and training. And the first step is a super job working at the super big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and see how you can sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and much more for free. So go to meritamerica.org/super. This is a super opportunity, and it's brought to you by Merit America.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Hey, it's Willard, and I'm just going to say it. We need your help. Right now, 1 in 3 people in the Bay Area don't know where their next meal is coming from. Parents skipping dinner so their kids can eat. Seniors choosing between medicine and groceries. In a place this strong, this connected, that shouldn't happen. It can't happen. That's why our friends at Habas Law are teaming up with Martha's Kitchen. Martha's Kitchen provides more than 200,000 meals every month to our neighbors in need. So let's do what the Bay Area does best. Let's show up together. Visit marthas-kitchen.org and donate today. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's right. We've worked on our material all week just to get to this moment. Here we are. It's Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, the Warriors play in an hour and a half, so Warriors Live is coming up in a half hour. But nothing stops Greg Cosell of NFL Films, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line and out on YouTube. Hello, Greg. How are you today?
Gentlemen, what's shaking?
Quite a bit, actually. I don't know if you've heard any of Kyle Shanahan's press gathering today. Did you?
I did not. What did he say?
Well, let me play a couple for you. This is about Brock Purdy.
I think each week it's gotten better, with last week being the best. I mean, each week has been different. So if he takes a big step forward this week, like he did last week, he should have a good chance to play.
Good chance to play. He asked if this was a hard decision.
No, it's not a hard decision. It's just more about Brock's health. I mean, it's been awesome how Max played. He's been great. But we got a lot of confidence in Brock, and we know Brock will play at a high level too as long as he's healthy.
And then this is on Ricky Pearsall.
I mean, they told me he's healthy, so I'll see today from my own eyes when he practices, and I'm sure it'll look that way. And as long as he does, then he's good to go.
Okay, so, Greg, this sounds like there's at least a decent shot at Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall coming back to this offense this week. How do you think it changes the Niners?
Well, you know, it's funny you say that because they still haven't been able to run the ball with any consistency.
Yeah.
See, they're really a sustaining offense. Think of it this way. Because they don't get a lot of big plays in the pass game, and certainly without Pearsall, without Ayuk, they don't get a lot of big plays in the pass game. For instance, this past week, the longest pass play was 22 yards, and that came at the end of the first half. So they don't really get big plays in the pass game for the most part. So if you're not going to get that, you need your run game to be sustaining. So in an ideal world, Purdy, who I think is a little more of an aggressive thrower than Mac Jones, we'll see if he pushes it down the field. Obviously, it depends on the play calls, too. I'm sure Kyle knows that Purdy's a little more aggressive by nature. If Ricky Pearsall is at full health and goes this week, he does have vertical ability, more so than any other receiver that they put out there now. So ideally, you'll at least have some shots down the field. If you hit one or two of them, obviously those can be game changers. But right now, their offense is very condensed, which I think makes Mac Jones's numbers a little deceptive. He's played very, very well for what he is. But, I mean, he was 33 for 39. Like I said, the longest pass play was 22 yards. There's no real verticality to their offense, to their pass game.
And he's been accurate, though, which has allowed them to put up some points. I want to ask you more about the ground game, particularly Brian Robinson Jr. What did you see from not only his efforts, but the play designs and how they might have been different from the Christian McCaffrey runs?
I don't know if they're that different. I mean, they ran an outside run where he was able to get to the edge. They still run outside runs with McCaffrey. You know, the one that he had, I guess, a 13-yard run, if memory serves me correctly, he was able to get to the edge cleanly. But, you know, he's a kind of a physical, grinded-out runner. He had a couple of runs in this game, but for the most part, they've not really run the ball particularly well. And that's really killed them for most of the season because they have to be able to do that.
Well, Greg, let's actually spotlight one particular run, and I want to get your thoughts on it because you know how fans are. If you go for it on 4th and 1 and you don't get it, we should have just gone like straight up the middle. Just sneak that thing. Don't do a stretch play. What did you see on that play? Was there a breakdown? And is that, I'm going to ask you, Greg, is that sort of in general a riskier way to go about fourth down?
Yeah, I don't get into that, guys, about play calls because
come on, Greg.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what happened
criticism.
on the play. I'll tell you about what happened on the play.
Please do.
What happened is Young, the outside backer for the Rams, he played off tight end Ferrell's block and he tackled McCaffrey. But what struck me about the play was this: given the way Kittle pushed Young outside with his initial help on that block, it made me think, was the play actually designed to go inside of Farrell and not outside? That was my thought watching the play. But because if Kittle is going to push Young to the outside, then it didn't make sense to me for the play to go outside where Kittle was pushing him. So that made me think that maybe the play was supposed to go inside of Farrell and outside of Kittle. But it didn't work out that way, and obviously got tackled for no gain.
And at that point, already down 21-0, it was kind of a fait accompli, if I may borrow from the French. I want to ask you, Greg, about the use of the blitz by Robert Saleh. I don't know if it was absolutely the most all year, but it seemed to me like they brought a lot, and yet Matt Stafford just kind of flicked it away.
Yeah, they did not have great success. They rushed 5 or more on 18 of Stafford's 37 dropbacks. That's almost 50%. Stafford was 12 for 18 for 147 yards and all 4 touchdowns. But it does tell you that Saleh clearly felt that his 4-man D-line pass rush could not generate the needed pressure. The Rams now have become a totally different team from any other team you're going to play in the league because they play with 3 tight ends on a ridiculous number of snaps. They played 30 snaps in the game with 3 tight ends. No team in the league does that. Actually, I think 33 snaps maybe. But the point is they play with 3 tight ends, and that changes the way you play defense.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Before we get off of the Niners pass rush, because as you know, Greg, this is kind of where the Niner fan stress lies right now. What do you see there? Is there any room for optimism going forward? I know they're playing a future Hall of Fame quarterback last week, and that won't be the case for the next handful of weeks, but that's where people wanted an acquisition, didn't get one. What are you seeing from the current horses that they've got?
Yeah, it's going to become opponent specific, guys. They don't have a great pass rushers up front as individual players right now, with Bosa out, with the idea that Mikael Williams would have developed, as the season progressed, and now he's lost half a season. So they don't, you can't make these guys into great pass rushers, but then it depends on the opponent. They're going to play Arizona this week. Arizona does not have a great O-line. So it's very possible that someone like Bryce Huff, if he lines up on the left side of the defense and he goes against Jonah Williams, that he could certainly beat Jonah Williams, because Jonah Williams is not a very good pass protector. So it's going to become team specific and quarterback specific. Jacoby Brissett does have a tendency at times to get stuck in the pocket. It's one reason why he's never become a full-time starter in the league, because he does have traits and talent, but he just, for whatever reason, maybe he doesn't see it clearly enough at times, but he tends to get stuck in the pocket, which makes him more susceptible to sacks. But they're not, these guys are not all of a sudden going to have a magic wand, over them, and they're going to become great pass rushers. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it'd be cool if it did, but tied for last in sacks with 12 with Baltimore and Jacksonville. But I wonder about the weapons that they're going to face. Trey McBride, we know, is amazing, but they won't have Zay Jones. They won't have Harrison Jr. What else can Arizona do to make the Niners' defense uncomfortable?
Well, they don't have great play, with Harrison out, and he's been up and down, quite frankly. He's, it's funny how some things happen to guys. In college, he never dropped balls. In the NFL, he's dropping balls. It's funny how that works. I can't explain that kind of thing. But the point is, he's still a quality receiver, and he's not going to be there with the appendectomy. So, they have Wilson. They have McBride. McBride is the guy you've really got to deal with, because he's really the number one target, and he lines up all over the formation. And Wilson can be a solid player, but he's not a number one. So they don't really have great weapons, and they don't have a great back, obviously. So They don't bring a lot to the table as far as skill position players, but it's still an NFL team and an NFL game. And, I'm sure fans are thinking, oh, they play Arizona, they're not very good, particularly with the game they just had where it was 35-0, or I think early in the second quarter to Seattle. So they're probably thinking, we should just beat them badly. And who knows? Maybe they do. But, the way the Niners have played with their offense this year and the inability to sustain a run game on a weekly basis, they don't strike me as a team where you feel that they're going to go and beat a team badly. They just don't have that feel. Now, maybe this is the week that it happens. That's the thing about this league. I mean, just think back 2 weeks ago. Oh, the best team in the league's Buffalo, blah, blah, blah. Now all of a sudden people are thinking Buffalo's done and they're not even going to make the playoffs. It's just a week to week. These are pointless conversations to me, but that's the way people talk about it.
Yep, we do, and we're gonna keep on doing it, Greg. Well, let's stay.
Hey, that's as long as we're talking football, guys, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's right. There's a point in that in and of itself. So, all right, Greg Cosell.
Hey,
NFL.
Caleb Williams is now a Hall of Famer, guys.
Yes, he is.
Exactly.
Until he gets out here to Levi Stadium, when we'll talk to you about that in about 6 weeks, Greg.
That's right.
Yeah. So, hey, this Cardinals quarterback situation, I think that there's smoke around it. I don't know if there's fire, but there were rumors before they put Kyler Murray on IR that this has a little bit more to do with a big picture thing. I wonder if you would
would agree.
Yeah, but answer it. I wonder what your answer would be about this. Like, what has been sort of the output and the difference this year between the Kyler Murray Cardinals, which the Niners saw once already, and the Jacoby Brissett Cardinals?
Well, Brissett at his best, and again, he's never been able to be a true full-time starter. I think he's had a season or two where he was the starter, but a true full-time starter is just, he has some flaws in his game that end up leading to sacks and just he's a risk-averse thrower, but he does play within the structure of an offense. And Kyler Murray is not very good playing within the structure of an offense. So they're two totally different kinds of players. Coaches probably prefer Brissett because you feel like you have some sense of what you're going to get. With Murray, you have I've had this conversation with people, by the way, that the thing about Murray, and this is not an X and O point, although it stems from X's and O's, but when all's said and done, you don't know what you're going to get from Kyler Murray game to game. And there's nothing worse for a coach than that, because when coaches don't know what a player is going to do, it means they can't trust him. And then it becomes very hard for the coaching staff.
Yeah, scary, I'm sure, for a play caller, especially one like Kyle Shanahan who wants precision. I'm wondering about the Arizona front seven, Greg, because at times they can get after the quarterback, and it seems like they're inconsistent against the run. Is this a game where the Niner run game can reestablish itself against Arizona?
Well, look, that they try every single week because that's what they have to try to do, quite frankly. I mean, look, they didn't play very well against the run last week. Now, that was an odd game, but the point is that was a game where the Seahawks ran the ball close to 50 times for almost 200 yards and controlled the ball for almost 34 minutes. So, Darnold only had 13 dropbacks in the game against them because that's the way the game played out. But the point is the Seahawks had not run the ball with any kind of consistency either until that game. So, I think the Niners are going to look at that front group and believe that they can run the ball with efficiency and success, and therefore volume, because they want to have volume in the run game. That's really what they want. Now, obviously, you need production to have volume, but they want, at the end of a game, and I don't know if some coaches think like this. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan does, but some coaches, have numbers where they say, hey, we want to have 32 runs and we want to have, 27 drop back. Some coaches think like that. I don't know if the Niners do, but I would bet that in this game, they would feel that they want to have 35, running plays.
All time under Shanahan, they're 50-7 when they run it 30 times, Greg. That's a stat.
And that's a large enough sample size to mean something.
Thank you.
No doubt about it.
I've been working on my material.
What'd you think?
Well,
Greg?
there you go.
Yeah, what'd you think?
No, that means something. I mean, now again, there's multiple ways to evaluate that statistic, but it's just like the old Emmitt Smith thing. When Emmitt Smith runs for 100 yards, the Cowboys were such and such, but oftentimes he was running for 100 yards because they were up by 3 touchdowns in the second half.
Right.
But the point is you have to see how a team plays and how they want to play. And we know that the Niners want to and need to run the ball.
No doubt. And when you fall down 21-0, it changes the whole thing a little bit. So, Greg, I wonder if a Niner fan came up to you and said, okay, that game against the Rams, because we know the offensive line is getting healthier, but when they say, okay, we didn't run the ball well, but also we dropped back 39 times and there were no sacks. Did the offensive line play well? How would you answer that?
Well, yeah, I would say it's a combination of the offensive line and the fact that Jones gets rid of the ball. That's his game. He's not a guy that holds the ball in the pocket. The pass game is not built on those kinds of plays. That's also one reason they don't, push the ball downfield. They don't necessarily have the receivers right now who've played the last number of weeks, but Jones is a rhythm player. The ball comes out. That was the same conversation the Rams had. I remember when they played the Rams. Wasn't that a Thursday night game the first time they played the Rams this year?
Sure was, yes.
I think it was. And that's the game the Niners won late on a field goal, if I'm not mistaken. That was a game where the Rams afterwards were talking about the fact that, man, we couldn't get to Jones because the ball came out. And that's the way Jones plays. So it's a combination of both. It's a combination that the O-line, was pretty – because I made it a point in particular to watch Trent Williams, who I just enjoy watching because he's so good. But he had no problem with Verse or Young, whoever lined up over him. But the ball was out. That's the way Jones plays. He's not a sit in the pocket kind of guy. He's not a sit on his back foot and wait for late in the down and drive the ball down the field. That's not the kind of quarterback he is.
I know you're not big on awards and superlatives, but just how good is Matthew Stafford playing this year for the Rams?
Well, first of all, I me, I love quarterback play. I've studied it for years and years. It's the position I enjoy studying the most. I've learned it from really smart people. I talk to people about it. To me, Matthew Stafford, just plays the position absolutely the right way. It's super intelligent mentally. I can go through the years and pick out plays where he checked and audible to the line of scrimmage, and it worked out beautifully. He throws the ball about as well as anybody ever has. He was throwing with these awkward arm angles off different platforms well before Patrick Mahomes, but because he was with the Lions, no one talked about it. So, to me, he's a special player, and having just an unbelievable season. I mean, what does he have? 25 touchdowns and 2 interceptions right now? I mean, if he's protected, and you kind of saw that last week, if he's protected, he throws it as well as anybody.
Yeah, he's the favorite, I think, for league MVP right now, Greg, with the numbers that he's putting up. Okay,
I'm not a Hall of Fame voter, guys, but to me, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think he's probably on his way in. Hey, if Brock Purdy does play, you sort of touched on this a little bit earlier, but
yeah,
downfield throws, obviously he does hold the ball longer than Mac. There's the mobility aspect. How would you put into words the passing game change that happens if Brock plays?
Well, Brock's a little more aggressive. I don't know. Again, now you get into the Ricky Pearsall element as well, because if Ricky Pearsall plays, he does have some vertical ability. While he's not a true burner, he does have some vertical ability. So you might see some different route concepts and combinations called by Kyle Shanahan for that reason. But Brock, just by nature, tends to be a little more aggressive. He does have the mobility element. I think there's a little bit of in his DNA, a little more of an innate sense of try to make bigger plays at times. So we'll see how that plays out. And every once in a while when you do that, you might make a bad throw. But I think just by nature, he's a little more aggressive with his mindset in how he goes about playing the position. So I don't know how that impacts how Kyle is going to call the game. Now, obviously, we're talking about normal down and distance situations where you can be proactive as a play caller. I'm not talking about 3rd and 9, where defenses more often than not have a tactical advantage. But when it's 1st and 10 or 2nd and 4, of course, I haven't been in many 2nd and 4s because of the run game. But if they do get into those favorable down and distance situations, maybe Kyle with Brock and Pearsall could be a little more aggressive.
Okay. All right. We've reached the end. It's time for the big pick. Who do you like, Greg? Cardinals or Niners?
No, I like the Niners this week. I just think they're better. And, and the Niners are better. they're not a bad team. They've got some flaws for sure, and we've discussed those, but they're better than the Cardinals.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. We're completely caught off guard right now. Did we just – that's the first time I've ever heard you – you made a pick, Greg.
Well, they're a better team. I'm not going to pick them in the sense I'm going to give you a score. If you – look, we know that every Sunday anything can happen, but they're a better team.
Minus 2.5, Greg. Minus 2.5.
I don't even know what that means,
Okay,
guys.
well, I mean, we could explain it to you if you want.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
It means...
Do I start Mike Wilson against the Niners secondary? I mean, what are we doing here, Greg?
Do you think the Niners will win by more than 2.5 points, Greg? Are they 2.5 points better than the Cardinals?
The one thing I know for sure is they won't win by 2.5.
That's a great pick.
You know what?
That's a great answer, Greg.
We're going to cut that and keep that.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There was a safety the last time these two teams played, so things could get wonky.
Is a safety now worth 2.5?
Let me check. Close.
Yeah.
Close, but no.
Close.
Yeah. All right, Greg, great stuff. We're going to remember that forever. Thank you so much.
Hey, like Joe Pesci, I'm just here to amuse you guys.
That's why we call
a clown?
you. Yeah, like every week. That's why we call you.
That's right. I'm just here to amuse you guys.
All right,
dance that drink over here, Spider.
That's right.
So much in that movie.
All right, Greg, we'll do it again next week.
All right, guys, appreciate it. Thanks.
There he goes, Greg Cosell. Call his message line, Cosell Bet.
Man.
1-800-COSELL-BET. Call that line right now. He'll give you his latest and greatest and his hot 3 for the weekend.
Right. Fade the dibber. I may have to adjust my pick if Cosell's giving out locks. Holy Toledo.
We've tried that with him before.
So many times.
Never bites. And then he's like, I like the Niners. I thought he was kidding. And then he was like, no, they're a better team.
The only thing missing was a cuckoo. I was hoping that we'd lock it in for him.
Incredible. All right.
Didn't want to throw him off.
Yeah.
That was great with Greg Cosell. We appreciate him, but we do have a couple of developments, and we need to get you the results of the Engaging Dub Nation poll. But I want to let everybody know right away, there was a more than slightly interesting preseason gathering with Steve Kerr, pregame gathering before the Spurs game, which starts in an hour. Steve Kerr reached out to sort of clarify Draymond Green's comments last night. He did say, I don't think any individual player is playing selfishly, but, quote, we're not in sync. The follow-up question was, is it time for more drastic rotational changes? It is.
It is,
said Steve Kerr. And
we're talking about drastic.
Drastic. And other reporters, Dalton Johnson among others, have at least said that there's been an insinuation, sensation, that, quote, a new look for Jonathan Kuminga might be in order.
Okay.
So,
and that was the subject of our Let's Get Engaged engagement poll.
Changing his number again?
Yeah, maybe.
New haircut?
Look, you're going to have to wait, Lucas. Okay, we can't see him yet. But what I can see is the Engaging Dub Nation poll. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. The Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page happens before every game. It's presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. Here's what we asked earlier. Warriors 2-5 in the last 7. Is it time for Kerr to shake up the lineup and put Moses Moody in for Jonathan Kuminga? It's almost as if hours ago we knew something. Almost as if. But here's the answer. 77.5% of you said yes. It's time.
Yeah.
Moody in for Kuminga. We don't know if that's happening yet. It certainly sounds like there's a drumbeat toward it, but 77.5% of you said yes, it is that time.
That would be a shakeup. And another one would be Pods, you go down the rotation. Will Richard, you get more minutes.
I think everybody's in favor of more Will Richard minutes.
Right.
However we get there. He's been fantastic.
I just wonder how much of the Draymond comments were aimed at Pods as much as they were JK.
Yeah, probably both on some level. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Warriors Live is next. Let's do this. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering our communities. They started back in 1964, Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue with just one branch. And since then, they have grown sensibly and completely. 21 branches now in the Bay Area, serving so many hundreds of thousands of people as their customers right here in the Bay Area. And when they built it, they wanted to create this local ecosystem that is built on relationships that benefit our Bay Area communities. And they are one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations as well. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, it stays here and it gets reinvested into business, organizations, activities, home ownership, everything that makes the Bay Area so much better. And it's great being a customer and knowing that my money is staying right here in my community. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. The holidays are coming, but so is our pre-holiday sale. And that means everything in the store is 30% off. Not just some things, 30% off everything. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Want to reach your customers wherever they stream, scroll, or shop? With Amazon Streaming TV, online video, and digital display, your message appears on the biggest screens and the smallest devices. Backed by the Amazon Marketing Cloud, we deliver insights that show exactly what's working. From first impression to final purchase, real audiences, real results. Advertise smarter with Odyssey Digital Services and Amazon. Email sfdigital@odyssey.com today.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step?
Well, whoever said it must have been talking about GlideStep hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. Because with GlideStep, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology? Just step in, and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try GlideStep hands-free Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Who are the Warriors? A storied franchise.
The Golden State Warriors have just won the NBA championship.
With a quiet leader.
The Curry quick release, splash!
And a not-so-quiet one.
Rejected by Draymond, knocked away. What a block!
And above all, a team that brings the entire Bay Area together.
Curry, one step in front of the logo! The right-hand slam on a little elevation sensation.
This is Warriors Live on 95.7.
Well, how do you cure a slump? You go against somebody who's 7.5 feet tall.
My goodness.
Here we go, everybody, tonight on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors continue their road trip. They go from the 1 seed in the West to the 2 seed in the West, and that is the 8-2 and undefeated at home also, San Antonio Spurs. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. I don't know if it'll be during our next sort of 20 to 25 minutes or so, or if it'll be after we send it out to the arena, but we are awaiting what will almost feel like breaking news because all eyes are on the starting lineup tonight after Steve Kerr a short time ago confirmed that, quote, it is, when asked, is it time for some major rotational changes?
Yeah, and it feels like if Draymond says what he says and you come out of the locker room late last night, ostensibly because you were having conversations. I don't think that there was a long line at the bathroom, for example. You came out because you were dealing with some heavy stuff. You laid an egg. You talked after the game. Draymond said what he said. And, yeah, everyone's frustrated. So 12 games in, you are now almost 15% of the way into the season. Yeah. You've gotten a good enough look at what you've got. So now you need to start sending messages and making changes.
So let's take you through Draymond Green's press briefing last night, because this is what got a lot of people talking, and I think it'll be cool for us to kind of take you through the hand-holding of it, the chain link fence, if you will. Here's how it started. Hey, Draymond, it's the turnovers, right? Well, listen to what he says.
It's definitely an issue, but they had 20 turnovers too, and they beat us by 30. So it's a lot more issues than just that.
Ooh, that last sentence. Sure, turnovers.
They had 20 turnovers too.
And it's a lot more than just the turnovers. Okay.
Yep.
So that's the premise. Now here we go next. Anthony Slater with a really good question when he asks, hey, so Jimmy Butler was on this team last year. You won almost all the games. And now that's not happening, and Jimmy Butler is still here. So what's the difference between last year and this year?
What do you think is the biggest difference between the way you ended last season once Jimmy got here and what's going on right now?
I think everybody was committed to winning and doing that any way possible. And right now, it doesn't feel that way.
Personal agenda type stuff, or like, I guess how would you kind of...
I think everyone has a personal agenda in this league, but you have to make those personal agenda work in the team confines. And if it doesn't work, then you kind of got to get rid of your agenda. Or eventually the agenda is the cause of someone getting rid of you. And so I think you don't want a team with no personal agendas, because a goal is an agenda, And so You got to have some type of personal agenda. But like I said, you got your personal agenda must fit into the confines of the team.
Okay, that's really, I think, the phrase that pays. The personal agenda is fine, but it has to fit into the confines of the team. No surprise that when Steve Kerr met the media before the game tonight, the first thing that was brought up was that exchange last night between Draymond Green and Anthony Slater. Steve Kerr's quote, and we're going to see if we can get it for you guys so you can hear the whole thing, but let me at least read what he said in response to what Draymond was saying last night. Quote, "There is not an individual player out there who is playing selfishly or doing anything purposefully that would hurt the team. They may not know their touch time is longer than normal, for example." Their touch time.
Right.
Now, that's a phrase we should probably explain. That's essentially, we're talking about how long is the ball in your hands before the next action. A pass, a shot, a drive, whatever it may be. But that is, in advanced analytics, their touch time. And he referenced, that's where his mind went. Quote, "They may not know their touch time is longer than normal, for example." Okay.
Yeah. And this is a team that thrives on ball movement, player movement, and having that thing zip around the court from side to side. Steph's running around like a crazy person. You've got off-ball screens. You're trying to figure everything out. The ball moves. The people move. That's the tempo. That's the offense. And when you've got players who are dribbling too much or just holding the ball too long, touch time can be a problem.
Well, and look, I know everybody, the minute this is just human nature. You listen to what Draymond Green is saying, and you go, who's he talking about? Who's he talking about? And they did. They followed up with him. They're like, Draymond, who are you talking about? He says, everybody. Well, sure. Okay, it's everybody. That's what a teammate's going to say. It's not everybody. You're not talking to everybody. Everybody's minds goes to Brandon Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga. For obvious reasons, they have expressed their desire for more. Brandon has sort of expressed it in a down-the-road sort of a fashion. I think someday I can be better than Steph Curry. Okay, buddy. And Jonathan Kuminga, well-documented situation of wanting a starting role, a bigger role, thinking that he sees himself as a someday NBA one. Okay, when you do whittle it down to they may not know their touch time is longer than normal, that does feel, and he's saying they, and I'm sure it's not just one person.
Or those two that you mentioned, yeah.
But the flagship answer to what they're talking about obviously feels like Jonathan Kuminga. That's the guy that breaks people down on the dribble. That's the guy who in the past has been accused of holding the ball too long. They've talked so much about his decision-making. It started off so wonderfully, Dibs. The first 5 games of the year were sparkly, and everybody was like, why would you trade this guy? All you would want back is this guy. And the facts of the matter are, in the last 5 games or so, it has started to give us all a little PTSD because it looks and feels a lot like what they were going through last year.
Yeah, and his agenda might be to continue to show everyone the kind of offensive weapon and the offensive player he can be. And I can't help but think that Draymond's comments were directed at Brandon Podziemski because his agenda probably involves getting the bag. At the end of this year, he's eligible for that rookie extension. And we saw it before. Moses Moody got 3 years and 39. Kuminga didn't get his. All the other players, Cade Cunningham in Kuminga's class and Franz Wagner, they got the max. And so I'm sure part of it for Brandon Podziemski, it's human nature. You want to go out and show the league, show the Warriors just how good you can be. That way, when you're eligible for an extension, you're going to get more. And I know his 4th year got picked up at $5.6 million for next season. But at the end of year 3, that's the time where you can really start to get that first big bag. So agendas, man, it's human nature.
Yeah. After next year, if they were to not do anything after next year, he would be in the same position Jonathan was.
Don't say it.
He's a restricted free agent.
And he could sign the qualifying offer.
The qualifying offer.
We're back to that. Back to the QO.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We'll do the injury report in a sec. But here is part of Steve Kerr's response clarifying Draymond Green's comments.
I agreed with him in that we aren't right emotionally, spiritually. But I think what I would clarify is that there's not an individual player out there who is playing selfishly or who is purposely doing anything that would hurt the team from winning. And so we're not in sync. And when you're not in sync, ball moves slightly slower, turn it over slightly more, play here or there, and all of a sudden you're down and the energy wanes and it feels like, yeah, we're not committed to winning. And it's true, but it's not anybody's fault. And there's an energy, a vibe that every team has to feel and has to have. And I've been really lucky here in my 11 years. We've usually have that vibe.
Okay, so here we are back to the vibe word. Maybe Tony Vitello can get those
nice
floor seats and vibe it out with the Warriors. I don't know, but there's more to Steve's answer. Here's the rest of it.
There are always moments in the season where that vibe slips away and you have to fight to get it back. That involves film work. It involves pointing out detail of how individual guys are playing. They may not know that their touch time is much longer than normal, for example. We're holding onto the ball more. Some of that is on me to make sure the lineups are good so that we balance things out and get the right combinations that we know have worked in the past. So all of those things factor in, but in the end, when you lose in the NBA, the vibe's off, and that's all Draymond was referring to yesterday.
Okay, so, I mean, the follow-up to that was, is it time for drastic lineup rotation changes? And Steve said it is. I'll be the first to say it. I know you'll probably agree with me. I think the starting lineup we're about to get is the starting lineup that we had throughout the second half of the season last year. I think you're going to see Steph Curry and maybe it is Brandon Podziemski. I don't know, but Draymond Green, Moses Moody, Jimmy Butler are going to be in the starting lineup tonight.
Yeah,
Will Richard might be that two guard instead of Brandon Podziemski.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And the more I think about the Draymond comments, and it's not just one or two guys, it's directed at everybody, but the more I think about agendas, not that Pods is out there just playing for himself and playing for the bag, but something's off. And last year he started similarly, a little bit slowly, and so I don't think that he's playing right now so well that he's earned that nod. And I guess Horford will come off the bench because I think that's a comfortable spot.
Yep.
And maybe you go with Quentin Post, who he was the only Warrior who had a plus in the plus-minus against OKC. So maybe you just start out with him at the 4, and him at the 5 rather, and you got Draymond
at the 4.
Yeah.
So Moody almost playing the 2.
Yeah, essentially Jimmy and Moody at the 2-3 and Steph, or you go to Will Richard, who has been unequivocally great throughout the opening stretch of games.
He's been really good. Fascinating. So we're waiting that starting lineup. It should be coming out soon, but it does feel like the drumbeat would suggest Jonathan Kuminga back to the bench, which I think, to me kind of there's a thumbs up and a thumbs down to all of this. I think his skill set is actually brilliant for coming off of the bench because he is the Warriors' most athletic player. He does have a dynamic offensive game when he's right. He is an energy player. Those are the things you look for coming off the bench. The downside to it, obviously, is the emotional side. We know that Jonathan wants to start. We know that it meant a lot that Jonathan has started all of the games so far this year. And so now it's another sort of whack at the legs of Jonathan Kuminga. I know that he's able to handle it. He handles these things really well. He'll still come out and play hard and all of that. But all of that goodwill that had been built up in the first handful of games feels like it's suddenly fleeting again.
It could be, and that all comes down to coaching and the mentorship and the leadership of Jimmy and Steph and Draymond. They've been very clear with, we're taking them out to dinner and we're putting our arms around them and the rest of it. And so if that's a decision that's going to be made tonight, the message has got to be, look, this is not forever. This is just what's in the team's best interest right now. So, JK, go out there and show him how much that this is a mistake, and you'll force your way back in there.
Well, and by the way, let's not forget to let everybody know he is on the injury report, but there's an update to that. So let's do it. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. WarriorInjuryReport.com. Warrior injury report, Quentin Post, left Achilles tendon soreness, probable, so he's expected to play. DeAnthony Melton remains out with the knee. There's a reevaluation on him coming next week. Also, Jonathan Kuminga with bilateral knee patellar tendonitis. Those words all put together are a huge Bay Area sports trigger. Make the guy sound like Christian McCaffrey. But he was listed as questionable. Steve Kerr has already indicated that they've essentially moved him up to probable. The quote was he should be able to go tonight. So we do expect Kuminga to be on the floor, even if it is not as a starter.
Right, and bilateral knee patellar tendonitis means my knees hurt.
Yeah.
Now, if it's chronic, then you're talking about an older person. But when you're 23 years old, you might just have jumper's knee, and doesn't mean you can't play unless the pain is really, really, really bad.
Spurs injury report is just Dylan Harper, and that is it. With a left calf strain, he's out. Some of you may know Dylan. He is the number 2 overall pick, but this is his 5th straight missed game. The Warriors will not have to deal with him. They'll just have to deal with all of the other really good young players on the Spurs. De'Aaron Fox has been back for a little while. He's ready to go. Victor Wembanyama on both ends of the floor is obviously as big of a problem as there is in this league. You know how much I love Stephon Castle.
You love Stephon Castle.
I love him. He is taking the next step so far this year and is a really wonderful young player. The Spurs, for a team that says we lack height and athleticism, oh boy, this is one hell of a matchup.
Yeah, and you got them twice in a row, and San Antonio is coming off a nice come-from-behind win against Chicago. They were down 13 with about 8.5 minutes to go, and they pulled it up by the bootstraps and just came back and beat Chicago. This is a very good team, and with every win that they get, they're getting more and more confident. And Victor Wembanyama, he's on the short list for MVP. The way he's playing.
I mean, you never know when a team is quote ready. I mean, we when we go through the West, we do this every year. It's like, well, the Blazers and the Spurs, they kind of got some good young players and they're on the right track, but I don't think they're ready. And then you'd be like, last year, the Thunder. Oh, man, they're really good, but let's see them do it in the end.
Yep.
Okay, well, they did it. And then you never know when that team that's kind of laying in the weeds and they're coming up, you're like, I can tell they're going to get there. I just don't know when. I thought maybe the Spurs, especially with the injury to Wembanyama last year, the health situation, kind of made me feel like they probably need 1 year to get everything on the same page.
Yep.
And then maybe next year is the year. And that may still be the case.
I think it is the case.
This is only the start, but I think that they're ahead of schedule. This 8-2 start has made me feel like, oh, maybe they're ready earlier than we thought, or like they are going to crash the top 6 seed party.
Oh, they will.
And, well, nobody thought that before the year, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, not at 8-2. But
that was not the name that we heard as far as who the Warriors needed to battle for the top 6.
There's 2 things, though. There's crashing the party, and then there's, sealing the deal. They remind me more of Houston last year, where Houston crashed the party. Houston got progressively better. They got the 2 seed, and then they crashed out in the first round. Minnesota's another team that has made a progressive steps, and now Minnesota, having gone to the Western Conference Finals last year, they feel like they're a team that might be ready. Denver did the same thing. You remember Denver when they got Jokic young, they were progressively getting better. The Warriors knocked them out, then they went on to win it. So for me, this is the year before the year for the Spurs. Doesn't mean that they're not dangerous in November.
No doubt. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. It is time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'm just going to pull this one out of my gut. I don't even know how many minutes he's going to get tonight. I just think it's time. It's time for some Buddy Hield three-pointers to go in. He is largely, we don't talk about him a lot. He's having a rough year. He is having the middle of last year at the beginning of this year. Remember how great he was to start the year last year, and how Steve Kerr would even come on our show and talk about how this team is completely different when that guy is out there knocking down threes. He's out of sync. He's been sloppy with the ball, and his shot has not been going in either. It's been a rough go. I'd love to see him get out of that. I'll go multiple three-point makes for Buddy Hield tonight.
Yeah, they're going to need that, especially as Steph Curry continues to try to maybe play his way back from the illness. I'm going to go with Will Richard, and I found this number on FanDuel. You know I love him. The over-under for his points tonight is 5.5.
Ooh.
And We don't know if he'll start. I think there's a chance that he does start. I think it's minus 132. You'd have to bet 132 to win 100. So it's a slightly favored prop. But I'm going to go over 5.5 points for Will Richard tonight.
I like that. Yeah, why not? Will Richard has been, I don't want to say the only bright spot. I know it feels like that now. I mean, I think we got to segment the whole thing. For 5 or 6 games, Jonathan Kuminga was a shining bright spot. Early in the year, Steph Curry. I'm not going to forget what he did against Denver. I'm not going to forget the win against the Lakers to start the year. This team has had some bright spots. It's hard to find them through the weeds right now, but that's what I'll say about Will Richard. He has been maybe the only bright spot during the down moments that the Warriors have experienced.
I would also add in, this is Quentin Post. I think Quentin Post has been
good step for
playing
him.
his role and hitting the three. He's shooting at a really good percentage.
Defense, too.
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post.
Hi, Quentin. He's been playing some D this year.
Mixing it up, and he's a guy who's stepping into his role. But tonight it's going to take all hands on deck, especially if Steph is not all the way back. You're going to need Jimmy to play with more force. You're going to need Al Horford rested to knock down some threes. It's a tough challenge tonight.
I know we love to romanticize it as fans, but I'd like to sort of feel like doing that a little bit tonight. This is a little bit of a pride type of a game for the Golden State Warriors. I think that's why some of the older guys who maybe weren't necessarily going to play tonight, they are playing tonight. Part of it is that they were limited in their minutes last night, pretty low minute total for the older guys, but they got embarrassed. They got embarrassed in a big moment, and now they got another big moment. I don't know if they're going to win the game, but this can't look like last night.
No.
This cannot look. This cannot have that look where we're just all done and headed for home at halftime.
It's a must-win, Mark.
No, it's not.
All right.
But it's a must-look better.
I like that, yeah.
Must look better.
And you've got them again on Friday, so... I mean, look better, play better, and I can't wait to see not only the starting lineup, but the rotation. If it's drastic changes, I mean, you might see some Patty Spence early.
I mean, we see a lot of Pat Spencer.
It's because they're getting blown out.
He was almost the leading scorer in the game last night.
Wild, yeah.
Warriors Live presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Got one hell of a show coming tomorrow. At minimum, Steve Kerr and Bruce Bochy going to be on Willard and Dibs tomorrow. So I'll ask, you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yep, okay. I do.
Yep. Dibs is in. We look forward to talking to all of you. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Out to the arena. Next.
This is Dan Dibley, and I'm jumping on Caltrain with the fans heading to Chase Center. No brake lights, no parking hunt, just smooth